My good people, at long last, it is time for the Secret of Evermore any percent guide, including the newly found out of bounds glitch. Dot, take a bow. Thank you, PS3003, for finding the out of bounds. It's required us to come up with a new guide to show off all the new strats that have come out of this 20-minute time save we now have in the run. Hopefully you find this guide interesting if you're just wanting to learn Evermore for the first time or you're looking to improve your strats. Welcome. If you enjoy this guide. No, the guide does not have to start with 1 hour of flowers, hopefully. But we got a lot to talk about today. Before I get into it, I will say this guide will go through everything that I can think of to go through, and I have chat here with me that is going to help with bringing up stuff that might be important that I forget. I would suggest that if you are just starting out, Zeal, Z-H-E-A-L, came up with a guide way before me for this that goes through a lot of the movement tech and specific movement for every single room and shows it off a bunch. So if you're looking for a lot of the strats and execution, I would send you to Zeal's video, and I can put that down in the description when I upload this video. But with out of bounds and some of the other strats without out of bounds anyway, there's some new stuff to go through, so we need an updated guide. But I'm not going to be spending, hopefully, 7 hours on this. This will, since the run's under an hour now, this will hopefully only be a few hours. But we'll see. Alright, so to start, we've got this going, but we're not ready for that. Especially if you're just learning the run. I'm assuming with this guide that you have at least some basic knowledge of the casual game for Evermore. But we need to get into the practice round to talk about a few things. So let's get into that. I am going to warn you ahead of time, I'm playing on Super Nintendo hardware. And so with that and save states, there will be times that it's possible I break the game from music not lining up for the room I'm in. It's alright. We'll press on. So, this is another resource we can have in Dot. You can tell me in chat if this is going to be available for me also to upload a link for. But this is a patch for the vanilla game. It's a nice little practice round. There's a bunch to talk about in this, but I'm not specifically going to go through everything in this. I just want to show off a couple things that you need to know for the speed run. And we also will use this for certain things as this video goes on. So, very first, let's talk about some basic mechanics. Your boy and your dog move very differently. And the boy doesn't go through any changes. The dog goes through some changes depending on which act he's in, and we'll go through all that. But, movement, at least without the Jaguar ring, with the boy, if you're moving up or down, you want to be moving diagonally. That is faster than just moving up or down. I'm moving diagonally, up left, up right, up left, up right, down right. The dog, it depends on what act you're in. But the dog is a little different to show. We should go ahead and put on our Jaguar ring so we can sprint. For sprinting in this game, you hold A and you move around. You don't start the game with the ability to sprint. You have to get the Jaguar ring. We'll go through that. But yeah, same for sprinting for the boy. You want to move diagonally. Now, before I actually get to the dog, let's talk about proper sprinting. Oh, I'll be using that Dot. Don't worry. I was using that last night. So, if you are looking to sprint optimally, one thing you don't want to do is mash A as fast as you can. You're not going to move very fast that way. I don't know if you'll be able to tell a difference, but at a full sprint, you'll be going the fastest you can, and you've got stamina that you need to pay attention to in your bar, but we'll talk about that when it's important. The actual proper mashing, it's about a 5-frame cycle. Someone can correct me on that, but it's as a human, it's hard to replicate that consistently. But this is about the speed that you want to be sprinting. And it would be much easier if I had a... stamina bar. There we go. So I'm trying to sprint roughly around when I'm hitting 3% stamina. And that'll be faster than trying to... You see, you get a little boost of distance every time you sprint, but you don't get that if you're just mashing as fast as you can. So shoot for 3 to 4%. I'm not going to have this in slow motion to see it exactly. But that's kind of what you're shooting for. Alright, let's go back to the test room. One more thing to mention about the boy, or the dog, depending on how you're sprinting. Barriers, like this wall I'm up against, you can still sprint diagonally up against that and you'll go the same speed. Just make sure you're going diagonally when you're trying to go up and down. Left and right, it doesn't matter. You can go cardinally, and that's fine. Alright, dog. Act 1 dog is the slowest dog when walking. And while you're not going to be walking too much with this dog, it is something to worry about in terms of cutscenes. Because if you activate a cutscene and the dog is far away, the dog is going to have to walk to wherever that cutscene is. Or the trigger where the game wants to put you. So, and that's specifically something we'll talk about way later in the game, where it's actually important. Sprinting with the dog, you're going to be doing a lot of sprinting with the dog, both in early game and also post out of bounds. So let's go ahead and talk about that. Act 1 dog, you want to sprint in cardinal directions. Up, down, left, right. The dog will actually move slower in diagonals as Act 1 doggo. Act 2 doggo. Moves a little faster. And this is the start of the Y movement for dogs. I believe as Dot has called it. For this dog, when you're moving, you want to either sprint straight down when you can, or upright, or up left. Those are the 3 fastest ways to sprint. Sprinting straight down is the fastest, but not everything is straight down in this game. So, if I'm trying to go upright, I'll sprint upright. If I need to go up left, I'll sprint up left, or straight down. I want to avoid going down right and down left as the Act 2 dog. Similarly, Act 3 dog, poodle, same movement. Straight down is the fastest, then you can go up right, up left, and then the slowest will be down right, down left, or left, right, and up. And yeah, faster means about 1%. It might add up over the course of the run, but just something to pay attention to. It's a good habit to get into. And then we have Toaster Dog. Toaster Dog, fastest dog in the game that you'll be able to use. So Toaster Dog has the added benefit of never running out of stamina. So you can sprint around as Toaster Dog, and you will always want to sprint around as Toaster Dog. But yeah, there's just only a little bit of Toaster Dog in Act 4. Not too much of it, which is a shame. And just to kind of show it off, because we can, Podunk. Good old Podunk Everpupper. Also very fast. But you won't be able to play as that in the vanilla game. Alright. Next. Buffered movement. There are going to be some spots in this game where you need to do something frame perfectly or pixel perfectly. And as humans, that's kind of hard to do, especially at the speeds that you're going to be playing this game. Now, some of these tricks that we're going to be showing in the guide, you don't have to do, and I'll say something like, oh, this is optional, or this is... you don't have to do this and you can still succeed in this run. So there are some things you're not going to have to worry about. But if you are wanting to get a really fast time, especially if you're pushing for sub 105 or sub 1 hour, you're going to want to try to incorporate as many tricks as possible. And a good skill to have is this buffered movement. So hopefully this input tracker shows it all. Let's say that I want to switch to the boy, but I want to switch to the boy as soon as this dog touches this bar. But I need to do it on the exact frame that I touched that bar. As a human, that's going to be hard to do, and I don't really have a good way to show when that happens, but what you can do, if you press Y, you go into your menu. As you're closing the menu, which you do by pressing Y, as you're closing the menu, you can hold, so you want to tap Y to close, hold right, and then just before the menu closes again, you want to make sure you're also holding Y. So it'll be Y, right, Y. Now let me see if that shows up. That's not really showing up. Okay, let me close save state to SNES because that's really messing up my... Okay, so you can kind of see I'm doing a Y and then I'm holding right and Y. So you're going to see a break in the Y. And you can move frame by frame. But that's walking. You're not always going to want to walking. You're not always going to want to walk while you're doing that. So what you can do is go into your menu and then you can hold A while doing the right and the Y. So we're going to hold A and then Y, right, Y. And then the dog will start to go into a sprinting animation. And you're going to cover more ground on a frame-by-frame basis that way, because these menus close and open on an iteration of one frame. So you can do that, and you'll be able to approach your target. So you can see right here, the dog is touching that bar I have on the screen. In chat, you can see that bar, right? I'm not just losing my mind. Now, on this specific frame of the menu, I'm not holding anything. What you can do, because this is the frame that the dog is touching that trigger, but you move to that on that frame. So the next frame is when, if that were an actual trigger, the script or event would happen. So now, coming out of this menu, I'm going to tap Y to do so, and then hold select to switch to the boy. And that'll switch me to the boy, and I can move around on the frame that I touched that trigger. That'll be useful, and that'll make a lot more sense as we're going through this guide. Now, consequently, we're going to have to do that in a few places if you want to use all the strats, but you're really going to have to do that for out of bounds. And so it's important to learn this specifically for that case. In the case of the out of bounds, and we'll show that when we get to there, but just to kind of point to it, if you have the dog sniffing, you can have the dog sniffing here. The R button or L button are going to work for keeping the dog sniffing. This trigger is something that we're going to need to touch with the boy. Let's call this a screen transition. And on the frame that we touch that trigger to do a screen transition, we need to switch to the dog. Hey, Clicks, welcome in. So I'm going to go through how to do this frame buffering, and then we're going to talk about something important with switching characters. So we go into our inventory. Now for me, I prefer to hold L when I'm doing this frame buffering. but you can do the same thing with the boy, but I'm still holding L. And the frame that you cross into that trigger, you want to switch to the dog, okay? But, and we'll talk about this right after, you can't switch characters while you're holding certain buttons. And so, you can't switch characters while you're moving, you can't switch characters while you're holding L or R. You need to be careful about this. You can't switch characters in the middle of a... Well, we'll go through some options. But anyway, you want to release L. You don't need to hold A or anything. You release everything, and then you're going to tap Y and hold select, and that'll switch it to the dog. And I didn't mention this earlier, but select is the button you use to switch characters. Like I said, if I'm moving, I'm pressing select, and I'm not switching to the dog. If I'm sniffing and standing still, I'm not switching to the dog. So to switch to the dog, you really have to have everything neutraled to do that. Let's see. Switching characters, this movement speed, buffer movement, leashing. Oh my gosh, let's talk about leashing. Alright, let's put this bar somewhere a little more sensible. Right here. Let's say we actually don't want to touch this trigger in the game. This trigger is going to cause a cutscene, but we need to get on the other side of it. How do we do this? We do something called leashing. So leashing is making a non-player controlled character move in a direction and then regaining control of that character once they're past the trigger. So for the dog, let's say I want to get past this. Let me move the dog over here so the camera makes sense. Let's say I want to get past this trigger right here, this little white box. If I touch that trigger, there's going to be a cutscene, but I need to get on the other side. If you press right, and you can do this in any direction, but if you press right and then release and press select quickly, the dog will move by himself. Sometimes he'll go in the direction you want, sometimes he won't. It's a little RNG related. Boy, you gotta move. But typically, if he moves right the first time, that's great. If he doesn't move correctly the second time, or, sorry, if he doesn't move correctly the first time, he'll more than likely move correctly the second time. So, we're able to get past that trigger and switch back to the dog. So let's move the camera again. So if you pay attention to the input tracker, if I tap right and then press select and don't do anything, you'll watch the dog walk. And I can prove that I'm the boy and just move the boy around and the dog's walking by itself. And once the dog's past that trigger, I'll switch to the dog. This is something that you would do well to learn. It's not that hard of a trick. And it'll be important in a couple stages of the run. Likewise for the boy, there's something called leashing for the boy, but the boy doesn't behave the same way. We can't do that same kind of movement for the boy. He won't walk by himself. What we need to make that happen is Aquagoth. Behold the Aquagoth. Now, let's get into the action menu real quick. Make the boy aggressive just to make it more sense. Make it make more sense. So let's say I need the boy to move somewhere. I don't really know how I want him to move, but let's say I need him to move somewhere. If he's aggressive, he'll go after the enemy. You can see he's walking all over the place. But what he does, he attacks and then moves. Let's say I need the boy to walk away from the enemy. If I'm the dog and you just if I switch back to the dog and I leave the dog alone, the enemy is next to the dog. And if I switch the dog, the boy goes straight at the enemy, hits him, and then walks away. We want the boy to immediately walk away. So how can we do that? Well, the reason that the boy is walking towards the enemy is because his stamina is full. If we were to run and switch, the boy walks away. So you can use that to kind of trick the game into making the boy move early. One issue with that is that it's hard to kind of force him to move in a direction. One thing that can slightly help is if you attack. It's slower than just draining your stamina and then switching, but attacking does seem to help a little bit in making your character move in unforced directions. So we attack, switch, and he walks away from the enemy. And we'll be using that specifically in Act 2 to cross a barrier. But we'll get to that. We're just going over that movement right there. So aggressive makes the boy very aggressive towards enemies. Defensive, the boy won't go after any enemies. We're going to use both of those in the run. As far as the dog, when we do go into this menu, because we will go into this menu twice, you won't touch where the dog is. Alright, so that's leashing, and we'll have opportunities to kind of show that off where it makes sense. Multicasting. Ooh. In this game, you're going to have 3 spells. Possibly 3 spells. You're going to have 2, but there's a possibility of 3, depending on which one of the last 2 you get. You're definitely going to be using Hardball. And then you'll either be using Crush, or less likely, Sting. Hardball is a projectile spell. Crush and Sting are animation spells. They behave differently in the game's code, and we're going to use that kind of information to defeat a couple bosses where we need alchemy to do so. Atlas is a spell too long, that's true, but I'm just talking about the offensive spells we need. The very first spell you're going to get is Hardball, and you're going to use that to fight Thraxx, you're going to use that to fight Magmar, and then you're done with it. But let's say that I am the boy and I try to cast Hardball, and I'm mashing Y as fast as I can to get back into my inventory to cast Hardball. But by the time I cast 2, the first one's already hit, and it's not going to let me cast anything anymore. So at best, that makes sense. I can get 2 casts of something in to do damage before I have to let that damage resolve. Instead, what you can do... Boy, you kill me, boy. What you can do is switch to the dog and press X to go into the boys menu. And from here, you can choose a target with B, and then quickly, like we did for the menu, the buffered movement, you're going to press B, but you're going to want to hit X immediately after while the menu's closing, so that you come back into your menu. But this is faster than even the buffered movement, so you're going to hit X, and that's going to bring you back into the boys menu, and he's just begun casting the first Hardball, but nothing's come out yet. So you can do 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That'll give you 8 Hardball. For projectile spells, you can cast no more than 8 at a time. For animation spells, you can cast no more than 8 at a time. So if we get all 8 of these out, you see that it did 8 separate hits of damage against Aquagoth. So, A, you want to be the dog when you're casting in the boys menu, because you'll be able to cast more, and that's multicasting. B, there will be a time against Magmar when you need to actually cast 16 at a time. So you have these 3 spells. You also have call bead spells, and you'll have 8 call beads going into the Magmar fight, and you'll need all 8 of those. Call beads are an interesting source of spells, as their damage formula is different. They don't level up like your other alchemy spells do. Instead, they have a formula that uses your strongest equipped alchemy spell, both in alchemy power and level, and calculate some damage number off of that. And then they also have tiers of damage. So for Fire Eyes, the only call bead you'll actually be using, you have Flare, which is the strongest spell. It's a projectile spell. You have Heat Wave, which we won't be using, which targets all enemies on the screen. It's weaker than Flare. And you have Storm, which is also weaker than Flare, but it's a animation spell. So, what we can do against Magmar when we get there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then switch to your call beads. And we can't, it won't let us cast Flare because that's also a projectile, but it will let us cast Storm. 1, 2, and this will be a few more B inputs to get into the actual spell. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So now you've got 16 spells coming out against whatever enemy, specifically Magmar. But if you've played Secret of Evermore before, you know that this game is very broken. And as such, soft locks and awful things can happen. Poor Pierre indeed, clicks. So, against Magmar specifically, there are scripts in action to make Magmar do an attack called Heat Wave, which we saw in the Call Beat spells. Heat Wave is also an animation spell. Unless you have extraordinary astronomical luck, if you cast 9 of a projectile spell or 9 of a animation spell, the game will hardlock. And that'll be the end of everything. So we need to introduce something that will make that not happen. So after you cast your final Call Beat spell here, you'll see everything hits. You'll see the storms attacking, all 8. All those Hardball came in, all 8 of those. Once they've all hit, you've got a tiny little window, at least for the Magmar fight, to remove those animations. So I'll go back into my menu as the dog, and I'll go into either my stat menu, my action menu, my edit menu for the controllers, my edit menu for the window edit. You'll mainly be in your action menu. If you go into it and then back out of it, all those animations are canceled out and the spells do the damage instantly. That's very useful. We won't use that on every boss because not every boss needs that, and you don't want to do that on every boss. But that's a very useful thing. That'll stop Magmar from killing you or killing the run with the Heat Wave that hardlocks the run. So that's animation canceling. One tiny other little thing to talk about is the menu order. It'll do you some good to understand and kind of remember the order of menus. The ring menu, you'll waste some time if you're searching for something. And typically in the run, if you're going to do something in your menu, like go into the action menu for animation canceling or what have you, you're going to want to... Well, the dog will always be on the action menu, or should always be on the action menu screen. The boy, when you're going in to use wings or to use call beads, to use alchemy, to equip a weapon, stuff like that, you need to know where these ring menus are. Other wings that also cannot be used with 8 spells on screen. That's true, and that's important to know. So, I know that from this item menu, if I press up, I should go to the weapons. Except this is the practice round. You go to the weapons. From the weapons, if I press up, I'll go to the spells. And from the spells, if I press up, I'll go to the menuing kind of ring. And then up again is the items. Likewise, down, the menuing, down goes to the alchemy, down goes to the weapons. Okay? Important to know. Menu order. Well, there was one other thing about animation canceling I wanted to mention. It's a tiny time save, and it's really gonna require you as the runner to be a little consistent. But if I were to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I go into here, and let's say I want to press, let's say I hold Y when I want to leave the menu. So I'm going to press B to go into it, and I'm going to immediately hold Y, and you're going to see the menu pop up a little bit. Or you didn't. Why didn't you? Is that the practice round dot? Okay, that time I held Y, and it didn't. Now, and it didn't. But the first time, you never saw the action menu. 1, 2, 3. So this time, let's press start. So I'm going to press B and then hold start. You never see the action menu. 1, 2. Let's go back to Y. You never see it. You can close the action menu with start. You can close the action menu with Y. And for whatever reason, in the game's code, the order alternates on which one brings you out of the action menu fastest. It's, at first, it's a little daunting to kind of try to remember that. It's not the biggest time save in the world, but it does save time over the course of the run. So it'll be something to pay attention to. It'll be something I try to talk about as we go through this. Okay. I think that's all I wanted to mention as far as basic mechanics. There will be other stuff we talk about as we start going through the run. Let's get into it. Secret of Evermore. Alright. Let's bring save state back up. I'm gonna hope that the inputs still track all right. All right, since you're gonna be on this title screen a bunch when you're doing the run, you're gonna want to press start to skip this once it actually starts loading the intro. So it tells you to press start. The very first thing you want to do, good people, is you want to create a save game. The vanilla game, if you've never played it, and you load it up, will send you through this intro. This intro is not skippable if you don't have a save game on the file or on file. So you want to load the game up, play through until Fire Eyes Village, save at the end, whether that's from dying at the Raptors or killing the Raptors, go into town, save at the end, create a save file, and then you're going to want to restart. In doing so, you'll be able to skip that intro. Otherwise, that's a lot of time you have to waste. So press start. You're going to want your timer set to minus 6.7 seconds. The time will start when you press start or OK. Be on OK. But if you go into your live split, if you use live split, you want to start your timer at minus... Oh my goodness. Minus 6.7 seconds. Okay? I'm not going to be using a timer for this, but that's just to point out. That'll give you a time start of 0 right when you get control of the boy. Alright. Let's exit out of that. As far as naming the character, there are a couple spots where the boy's name is used. So you want to typically stick to one character names. But for the sake of this, oh, imagine not having space. We'll call this the guide. Alright, as I said, time starts when you press start here or press B, whatever, and you go. Right at the start, hold start. If you hold start, you'll skip the intro, and it'll throw you right into here. Welcome to Secret of Evermore. Congratulations, you've taken your first step into learning how to run the game. You started the run. Okay. This screen we're on right now, you will spend 96% of your time on this screen. I hope you enjoyed the game. You won't enjoy it anymore. Just letting you know. Okay. There is a lot to unpack on this very first screen, and so hopefully... I'm gonna make a safe state. Hopefully this all goes well. We need to grab the petal that's in this gourd up here. We need to kill one flower. And we need to die. And where we die is important. I like cryptic. We also need to talk about what we're eventually going to do against Thraxx and how we're going to use Hardball. But let's get there first. Right out the gate, you're going to want to walk upright to this gourd. Grab it. Now, I'm holding Sniff on the dog to keep the dog away from that flower because it is possible for the dog to start sniffing at the start of the game. The dog is going to do something different every time you start this run. This is typically the flower that people like to kill the most. So if you want to go for this one, go for this one. These flowers can do anywhere from 6 to 10 damage. As far as manipulating them, good luck. The task can't even do that. So you're just kind of hoping that these flowers will get you down to low health by the time you get to the end of the screen. So I'm going to walk around. You saw when I picked this up, I walked down and around. This flower can reach you from down there. They only attack up, down, left, right. He can reach you from here, and if he hits you down here, that's a little slower. Honestly, if he hits you, you take that as a win because you didn't dodge, you took damage, you're trying to get your HP depleted. But I'll take the boy up here. Right around here, I'll let go of Sniff to bring the dog up so that when we get about right... I'll wait for him to attack. Oh, please attack. Thank you. Right here, we can attack together. We also can do, I believe, 6 to 10 damage. I want to think that's right. These flowers have 18 HP. Might be 7 to 10. I don't remember. So you want to hopefully kill them between the dog and yourself in one swing. And continue moving up. Now, as I mentioned, we're walking, we're the boy. You want to move diagonally as much as possible. Because that's your fastest way of movement. Also, while we're moving, the dog, it's very hard to get the dog to die here. The dog has more health than you. I think a little more defense than you. But I do tend to like to keep the dog sniffing back behind a flower. I don't want the dog to accidentally attack a flower after you've already killed one and ruin a chance for you to get hit. That right there is a dodge. You will see a lot of those. They will make you sad. You can't really affect that. Ideally, if you're shooting for a fast time here, you're going to want to hope that they attack quickly. You can hover in front of a flower for a little bit to bait out an attack if they don't attack immediately. We got hit for 10, which is great. We're going to move forward. We're moving diagonally. This is the path that you want to take. We are at 13 HP, and we get to this part of the screen. Hey, Scars. Thank you, thank you. So, this is all well and good. This is the first screen of the game, but you already need to have a decision made for yourself. Thraxx is the very first boss. Thraxx has 600 HP. You're not going to be killing Thraxx by swinging your weapon. You're going to need to use alchemy, which is this game's form of magic spells. And to use alchemy, you need ingredients. 2 types of ingredients. Hardball is the first spell you're going to get. It's the spell you're going to use against Thraxx. You need 1 clay and 1 crystal. I'm going to assume, at the very least, you're going to be attempting to use 16 Hardball. There are things you can do to use more Hardball if 16 wouldn't kill Thraxx, but 16 Hardball gives you about 90 or a little bit higher % chance of killing Thraxx. That's fine. That's perfectly acceptable. The difference between 16 Hardball versus 14 Hardball is right here in this screen. If you want to use 14 Hardball, that's a harder strat in the sense that Thraxx is only going to die 60% of the time, roughly. Maybe a little more, but just roughly 60%. So you're going to kill more runs that way. But you're saving some time from not walking up to here and grabbing these 2 parts clay. So I know if you played this casually, you probably have seen the dog sniffing around. You pick up ingredients on the ground. Right there in this spot, you can pick up 2 parts clay. And that starts your journey to collecting 16 clay and 16 crystal so you can cast 16 Hardball against Thraxx. But we're going to keep track of our clay as we go through this, up through Thraxx. So if you're looking for 16, you have 2 clay right now. If you're looking to do 14, you're not picking up that clay, and instead, you're going to walk up to about right here. Now, super, super easy mode. If you don't want to deal with these flowers, you just walk up to the screen. Start this fight. And then get hit by a raptor once or twice or however long. And that kills your character. On this screen specifically, if your character dies, that brings you into Fire Eyes' village. And that's what you want to see. But we had to go through a cutscene. Alright. We had to reset. So that's an example of the music crashing the game. That's a cutscene, that's text box, that's having a raptor spawn in. It's slower to do that. So instead, you want to actually die to a flower. But if you die on this screen, it's game over. So what we need to do is die and then switch screens. That'll be the kind of normal strat that you'll see people doing. There's various ways to handle getting everything prepared for this. And it's going to call on some of the mechanics we talked about at the start of this guide. So, most of the time you'll get here with 2 hits left to full health. When you're just starting out, you're not going to care too much about your time getting out of this screen. You just want to get out of this screen, right? So what you're going to want to do is take the dog, and the trigger for this is about right here. Okay? And it extends to about right here, we'll say. So you want the dog around that spot. Now, it's hard to get the dog there, but not do a screen transition if you're just trying to walk it. What you can do, though, is something called character switching during an attack. Now, I didn't really have a good opportunity to show this in the practice round, but here you go. I want to show you that if you attack, you see this lunge attack from the dog. You can switch characters during that. However, if you're holding B and try to press... I'm going to hold B and press select. I'm still the dog. I'm still the dog. B is another button you can't be holding while trying to switch characters. So what you need to do is press B and then release it and immediately tap select. And that makes you the boy. But if you get too far away from that, the dog's going to follow you. So the actual button combination you want to go through is tap B, tap select, hold R, or L, whatever you're comfortable to keep the dog sniffing. So you would do B select R, and if you do that, you can control the boy while the dog is in place sniffing. Now we're going to do that to get up into this trigger up here, which is now about right here. The issue is, if you're too close to here, the dog will start to sniff over to these ingredients. So you really want to be at least around right here when you do this jump attack. So I'm going to go ahead and bring the dog up to here, somewhere like that, and I'm going to B select a sniff. And that'll keep the dog in that trigger. You can't see him, but he's there. So the dog's in position. And what we're going to do now is take damage. We're going to take lethal damage. Now, I'm holding R right now. And as I said before, you can't switch characters while you're holding R. So when I take lethal damage, I'm going to release R, and I'm going to tap select. You need to do that quickly, and it's going to take some getting used to. You're going to fail this a few times until you actually get that ingrained in your mind, that you have to press the buttons in that order, and you really can't be holding anything when you are pressing select. Now the reason this works is because you see when we get hit by the flower, the boy has this recoil knockback animation. Not everything gives the boy that or allows the boy to survive long during that, but these flowers do. The game won't kill you until you recover from that animation. So you have that time window to switch to the dog. It's forgiving. It's not that bad to do. So I'm going to take lethal damage, release R, and press select. That'll bring us into this screen. Now, on this screen, you want to press select and you don't want to move. You can see you're the boy. You want to be the boy leading that screen. The reason for that is you don't want to be the dog into this screen because you're going to be coming out of this conversation with the innkeeper and you're going to want to immediately move to one of the gourds. And it's a little awkward if you're the dog to have to switch to the boy and then do that. So try to press select on that screen where we died and be the boy coming into this conversation. All right. Now, text mashing. You can use X, you can use A, you can use B, you can use Y to go through this text. Me personally, I like to mash with A, B, and Y. Where's the map timer? We're not using the map timer. You can use what you want. The more buttons you mash, the better chance that you have to go through text quickly and progress to the next text box as soon as you're capable to. You want to be careful with pressing the Y button, though, because there are going to be either options you want to choose yes to, or you might accidentally go into your menu when text is finished. I'll try to point out when you can and can't mash with Y, but let's go through this. So the boy is talking to the innkeeper. I'm going to mash, and you're going to be mashing all the way through this nonstop, but I don't want to be mashing over me talking. You're going to mash like this, no wild animal. Well, now that's you're both safe in our friendly village. The next screen, he's going to ask you if you want to save your game. In addition to mashing with Y, you need to be careful when you're mashing with B, because there are some options that you don't want to choose yes to, and you actually want to be mashing with Y. On this next text box, we want to be mashing with Y and not B. So in here, I'm going to be mashing with Y and A, and that gets me through saving this game here. You can save if you want to. There's nothing super awful yet to where you would lose the run necessarily, so you don't really need to save the game here, but if you want to, you can. And then now we're past that. I don't want to be mashing with Y anymore, so we just mash with B and A. But you want to get ready to get moving towards the gourd to the left. So immediately you want to walk towards this gourd. Now this guy, he walks straight left. It's possible sometimes he'll get in your way, and you need to be able to anticipate what to do in that situation. And a lot of situations in this game require you to make adjustments on the fly. Enemy placement, NPC movement. You need to be paying attention and knowing what to do in a situation. So like here, if I'm trying to move left, he's in the way. So I'm going to want to get over him. You also want to be careful because the detection range for NPCs to talk with them is larger than what they appear. And you will be very upset if you accidentally talk to this NPC. Like that. I was facing left, and he's still talking to me. So if you can, be up in this corner so to avoid that. So we'll pick up this nectar. We need this for a little bit later. And then walk diagonally down to get out of here. Now here, you don't want to hold up left because you'll instantly go back into the hut. You want to hold left and continue on. We've picked up that nectar. We're moving diagonally down when we can. And we're going into this hut. In this hut, we're going to move upright. You can be... And I like the mash B here. It helps pick stuff up without worrying too much about movement. So when you first walk in, just hold upright, mash B, and then as you're approaching up here, you can press B again to pick up those 18 talents. So we picked up 3 clay, which brings our total for the easy route. Should be 5 clay versus 3 clay. Okay. There is a clay over in that gourd to the left, but we're not going to walk all the way over there. We're going to try to avoid doing too much out of the way walking when we don't have the Jaguar ring. And then when you're coming back out, you want to just hold down there. Okay. Let's make a save state. This is the oil. Now I do have save states, but I'm just being careful with extra ones. Now, when you exit here, hold sniff. We need to get past this guy. And this guy, bless his heart, has a trigger that's right about here. If you run into this trigger... Oh, let's move that. Trigger is right about here. And actually, it's pretty wide, I should say. We need to get past that trigger. If you don't, he'll just kick you back. Now, there's an easy mode and a hard mode here. Easy mode is, you can see the dog is sniffing down here. There's oil here, and you can pick up that oil. And if you do pick up that oil, the dog will no longer be sniffing, right? Okay? And so, with the leashing that I showed you, now that the dog isn't going to be sniffing towards anything, because if that dog gets a whiff of that oil, leashing is going to be near impossible. You can do it, but it's a very hard kind of strat. So what you want to do is you want to go up here to do it. Usually you're leashing from down here, but I'm going to go up here so you can actually see it. You're going to leash, let the dog go, and then switch to the dog. And that lets us get past this trigger. If you accidentally walk back into it, there will be times that you start to leash and the dog starts to sniff anyway. A lot of the time, it's backwards. And you'll see that the guy will still send you backwards. ultimately, the easiest thing you could do is just go meet Fire Eyes in here, and then that guard will be gone. But that adds a lot of time to the run, and it's not something I really suggest. If you can pick up this oil and you can leash, that's something that I would definitely recommend doing. Okay? Consequently, hard mode, when you exit, so you don't need to keep the dog sniffing for the easy way of picking up that oil. You just need the dog down there, pick it up. I guess you could keep him sniffing. So yeah, easy mode, leave the dog sniffing, pick up the oil. You want to leave the dog sniffing because, as I told you, the dog walking is very slow, but the dog will automatically sprint if he's super far away from the boy. Yeah? So if I bring the boy here and let go, the dog will sprint all the way to us. That's fast. And then you can leash. Okay? Okay. If you don't want to pick up the oil, because picking up the oil costs about 2 seconds, whatever, leave the dog sniffing, walk down, and then right about here, you can release sniff. Now, hopefully, this wonderful woman is not blocking your path. But you release sniff, and then you want to grab the dog and move him to leash almost immediately, as quick as you can. Because the longer you wait, the more time he has to sniff that oil, the more sad you're going to be. It can be difficult to do this quickly, but if you're quick enough, you can still get him to leash past there. Let's make a safe state. Okay, cool. That is skipping Fire Eyes guard. And we'll use him again, actually, when we come back. So it's kind of a compounding glitch. If you go talk to Fire Eyes, he's removed, and you kind of lose out on a few things you can do. Doing this skips meeting Fire Eyes the very first time, and it skips you naming the dog. So for the rest of the run, the dog will be the dog. These characters swap to avoid the same frame the dog enters the trigger. Yeah, but that's basically. Well, we'll get into that. We'll get into that. That's coming back. In any case, next screen, we got more to talk about. So you're going to enter the screen as the dog. And I was buffering Y there to go into my menu. You see the dog takes a while to get set before the game actually lets you do anything. Let's talk about this screen. There are 4 flowers that are going to be on your path. I like to call them Bob and Bob's family. Bob's family and Bob love to take swings at you. It's at this point you don't want to take damage. Really. Because there's a lot of stuff that can hit you along the way. The easy way to deal with this is to just kill these flowers and avoid the damage. Each flower will net you 2 talons and 1 experience point, I think. 2 experience points? 2 experience points. That's not going to get you to level very quickly. Your goal is to try to make it to Thraxx with 30 HP and not have to grind. You can grind if you want. If you're able to kill one of the skeletal snails that's on the right side of the screen, that'll get you a fair amount of experience, and you'll probably level up from that. But it'll take time to do that. Ideally, you don't hit anything, and you try to walk past these flowers without taking damage. The 4th flower can be despawned, and we like to despawn that 4th flower because there's a clay behind it, and we don't want to stop to damage it or anything like that. We just want to pick up the clay and go. How you doing, Combo? So right when you come into the screen, you're going to switch to the boy. And you need to be careful because if you press select too early, as I said, the game doesn't give you control of your characters as soon as you come into here. So you want to make sure that you actually switch to the boy and control the boy. And you're going to want to keep the dog sniffing at the entrance of the screen so that the dog doesn't take damage. If the dog dies, the run continues, but everything is super slow. If the boy dies, the run's dead because the game's over. So we're going to keep the dog in the beginning, and we're going to leave him there so he doesn't go after the flower. The hope is the dog doesn't take damage whenever you're off screen. So here, I'm going to walk past this flower, and I'm going to go diagonally down right and then up right. And my goal is to shift the camera down just a little bit. Well, let's go ahead and show the screen and what it looks like. If I didn't want to do anything fancy and I just wanted to walk by everything, just doing this to avoid damage, you're going to see that there's like the skeleton snails start to come in and there's a flower here. And this flower can hit you from all directions. But there's a clay right here that you want to pick up. And then you would just exit the screen. Yeah? That's the easy way to kind of deal with that. The harder way is going to be this movement to try to despawn that flower so you don't have to stop moving and just pick up the clay and leave. It's a little riskier because you're putting yourself more in the path of these flowers and you're just hoping that they don't attack you. Exactly, Don. Hey, Heinz. But I'm going to move down right. And you saw the camera move down a little bit. That's what we want to see. From there, you want to move up right. And hope you don't get hit. And then straight right. When we come to this part, we're going to continue moving right. And then move upright. And that'll despawn that flower every single time, allowing you to pick up the clay and move forward. Let's show that again. Really love to not get hit, but you know, you can't really ask for too much. I didn't go down low enough. You need the camera to shift down. Like that. Right, and then upright. That flower is despawned. You pick up the clay. That puts us at 6 clay versus 4 clay for easy versus hard. And then you exit the screen. We want to get Jaguar Ring. Jaguar Ring is in Jaguar Ring Cave. To get there, we got to fall into a sandpit. Sandpit. Now you can attack while you're in the sandpit. Something, couple frames saved. I don't know. Someone can mention that in the chat. I'm not too familiar with that. There's only one text box here. You don't want to mash with B because you'll attack. You don't want to mash with Y because you're going to go into your menu. So just mash with A and hold up left. And then you'll upright into the cave. But I'm going to make a save state here because this is easy versus hard here again. Easy mode. You're going to talk to the guy. You don't care what the dog's doing. The dog can go do whatever you want to do. Yeah? This guy can save or cost time depending on what your run is. He can go down, right, up, or left. If he goes left, that's the furthest away from the clay gourd, and that costs time. It's also the furthest away from you, so you have further to walk. If he comes straight to you, that's the fastest. So this is the fastest RNG. We like that. He's gonna say, "Hey, you need this ring, my man. Let's buy this ring, huh? I'll give it to you if you buy one thing." You go in here. Why did the dog kill a mosquito? That's just gonna crush my soul. Anyway, you need to buy one petal. We killed the flower at the beginning for 2 talons. We picked up the 18 talons in the gourd, so now we have 20 talons. Buy the petal. To buy, it's wants to choose or highlight second. So B for highlight, B for buy, and then Y to get out of the menu. When you do that, he's like, there you go, thank you. Now from here, we want to talk to him again. We want to sell both petals. Remember, we picked up a petal at the beginning of the game. Sell both petals, and we want to sell the nectar. And the nectar we picked up in the inn in Fire Eyes Village. That gives us 120 talons, and those 120 talons are going to be used pretty soon. But we need 120 talents. From here, you're going to run up, grab the clay, and then exit. You can exit with the dog because the dog sprints faster than the boy. You can exit with the boy. It's up to you if you're not keeping the dog sniffing. So that's the kind of easy way to go about that. The harder way is to leave the dog sniffing. It came to me again. That's interesting. So if I'm keeping the dog sniffing, then I can BBY. We're leaving the dog there. Talk to him again. Sell. Sell. Run up. Grab the clay. That puts us at 7 clay versus 5 clay, depending on your route. Switch to the dog and exit. That gets you out of that screen as fast as possible. From there, you're going to run down. Attack while you're going into the sand pit. Frames, something, time save. Maybe. I don't know. Just bringing that up. From here, there's 2 text boxes. Ideally, you are the dog here because you want to sprint all the way down through here as the dog. The dog is the fastest character at this point. So 2 text boxes. And make save state. Sandpits. So, while we're running through here, there's a couple things you want to pay attention to. Number 1, you keep your fingers crossed that this Skelisnail is nowhere near the boy. If the boy is close to him, he will try to attack. That'll change his stamina to 0, and we've seen what the boy can do whenever he has low stamina. He'll walk in all kinds of crazy directions. We're sprinting with the dog because the dog is fastest. But also, that keeps the boy in a constant sprint while he's following you down to the bottom. And our hope is to get to the bottom and have the boy at a specific gourd pickup and then immediately exit that screen as the dog. And I'll show what that means. But right now, I'm just saying, you want to make sure that this boy is nowhere near that Skelisnail so you won't attack. And this is good. We just need to dodge this Skelisnail. So here's the path I typically take through here. Straight down. Oh, I should mention also sprinting and rolling around corners. There are certain walls that you can roll around. We'll try to hit some of them. I'm probably going to miss a couple. But you can see I'm not rolling here, I'm not rolling here, I'm not rolling here. But there, you can see I rolled around the corner. After 10 years of playing this game, you'll get used to what walls you can do that with. You'll just get used to it in your movement. So you come down here. This is kind of a safe spot if you're wanting to regain your stamina. Stop killing mosquitoes. And then you're going to run down through that little section. And you're going to want to have the dog here. Now, if you're slow with your sprinting, the dog is going to be even higher up and the boy's going to be right around that gourd. So it might be worth it to attack and keep the dog sniffing to make sure he's down there. And we showed this earlier when we were trying to die on the first screen, the attack switch sniff. Practice that. You're going to want to use that. The easy strat would be to not worry about it. But you're going to pick up these 4 crystals and then you're going to exit the screen as the dog. The harder strat would be to get down here, let the boy pick up the crystals. We switch. Keep the dog sniffing. You switch. You pick up the crystals. Switch back to the dog and enter the screen. Welcome to the Bugmuck. This is an awful place. Hey, QB. The flowers, they did some damage. The Skelisnails would hurt if you actually ran into one, which you surely shouldn't. But the tar skulls that are in here and the maggots can really mess you up. There's a lot more enemies around here that are going to be in your way, and you need to be careful. But we'll go through all that. In any case, let's not forget, I just picked up 4 crystals. You need those crystals for Hardball. Remember, Hardball is clay and crystal. So we got 4 crystals there. This screen is important because there's a few different things we need to do. One specifically, manipulation. I want this music. So when you enter this screen, immediately, or close to immediately, I like to let the dog's stamina get back to 100. Run down to here. Now, just to show, if I pick this up, I'm going to get a crystal. Okay? If I try to pick up an ingredient as the dog, nothing happens. I'm pressing B, but he's not even attacking, yeah? Down here, we attack. Here, no attack. So, dog can't pick up the ingredients, but something weird is happening in the sense that he's not doing anything. But I've been pressing B on that with the dog, so if I go with the boy now, I get 3 crystals. Okay. The order you pick up ingredients on some screens affects how many ingredients you get on the next pickup. Now, the dog can't actually pick up ingredients, but you can trick the game into thinking that it was picked up. You don't get the ingredient, but you're adding that modifier to the next ingredient you pick up anyway. This specific spot, if you pick this up, it adds a multiplier or a modifier of 3 to the next ingredient. Do we care about that for crystals? No. What we care about is down here. We got clay. That's 1 clay. We want more than that. We want 3 clay. So, when you enter this screen, you're going to take the dog down through here, hoping that that tar skull doesn't hit you. You're going to press B on that spot, and then when you do that, you're going to switch to the boy. Keep the dog sniffing to keep him away from danger. Okay, you're going to run down. You're going to pick up 3 clay from that. Okay? Now, depending on your route, you're going to continue on, and here's Hardball Cave, right? Right here, 2 crystals. 16 Hardball, you're picking up those 2 crystals. 14 Hardball, you're not picking up those crystals. So, for 14 Hardball route, it's going to look like this. Spin around, grab. For 14 Hardball, you just come in. For 16 Hardball, it's going to look like this. 2 crystals, and in. Okay? That brings you into Hardball Cave. In Hardball Cave, this is where you're going to get your first alchemy spell. There's nothing to really do with the dog. You don't have to keep him sniffing or anything. He's locked up in that position. It's scripted. The reason that we sold the nectar and the 2 petals to get 120 talons was to buy crystal here. So right now, depending on your route, you have 10 or 8 clay and 6 or 4 crystal. So you either have 6 or 4 Hardball right now. He's going to talk to you a little bit. You can master all this. When you equip a spell, you get brought to this menu. Now, if you don't want to equip a spell, you can hold Start or Y. We showed that you can exit out of these menus with Start or Y, and it alternates. Hardball, we do want to equip. So I'm going to press B and then Y as quick as I can to get out of that menu and have it equipped. So he's going to say you need 1 crystal, 1 clay. Do you want to purchase ingredients? Yes. Crystal will always be 1 to the left. Now that might be on the right, but these menus move in the opposite direction that you... I'm not pressing right to go to that crystal, I'm pressing left to go to that crystal. We want to buy 2 packs. When you buy ingredients, you get 5 per purchase. 1, 2, we're at 16 crystal. That's all the crystal we're gonna get up through Thraxx. Would you like to record your progress? If you're just starting out and you just want to finish some runs, save your game. Yeah? That's a good spot to save because things get a little sketchy moving forward up through Thraxx. So from here, we're gonna pick up that clay and then switch to the dog. And you're gonna want to do that quickly so that the dog's not running all over the place. You're gonna pick up that clay. You're gonna make a save state. And we're gonna leave the screen. Not skipping anything, no. So now we're at 11 and 9, 16 or 14. Now, oh my gosh, imagine the audacity. From here, on this screen, we have 1 more clay to pick up. There's more to get later, but this screen just has 1 more clay to pick up. We're going to be using the dog, and we want to move around. I'm trying to hope that Tarskull doesn't hit you. If you're just flying through here, sometimes he's going to get you. He can attack down, he can attack to the right. The hit boxes for these things are insanely large, and so you're just going to get hit sometimes. About 50% of the time, if you get hit twice from a Tarskull, the dog's going to be dead. It just kind of depends on the damage. 18 and 18 is enough to kill you. That's very sad, especially for the tricks you need with the dog. So we're sprinting up here with the dog. The clay that we're going to pick up is to the right of where the dog is right now. The boy's nowhere near it. Easy mode. Bring the boy here. And then see where the maggot is. You're going to pick up that clay as the boy. See where the maggot is. He's on the right side. So we're going to move up to the right here. Run through all this. Cool. Kind of hard mode is bring the dog up there. Bark, switch, sniff to keep the dog up there. Then, because the boy's close to here, pick up the clay. What's nice about this is that the dog is regaining stamina while you're doing this. Pick it up, switch, and then continue sprinting. You can go underneath that maggot sometimes. It kind of depends on your movement and how fast you are. If you're fast, you can go underneath of him. If you're slow, he's got a good chance of hitting you. So grab, go. Okay, we despawn, but let's see if we can not despawn. Alright, well, you keep despawning. That maggot, you can go underneath. It's a little riskier if you're not too familiar with the movement. You can go just above and around that maggot. That's perfectly fine. This next maggot that we're going to be coming to is a pain in the butt, and you need to recognize the situations. If you're fast, right now, I could attack, and I will hit this maggot down. And he's out of our way. We're good to go. That maggot won't always be in that situation. Sometimes. Go under, okay. Sometimes he'll be over here. And if you hit him, you might get lucky enough to get through. In awful times, that maggot will move left. And if he moves left, oh gosh, you're very sad. Because too far left is alright. What you're most worried about is a 1 pixel to the right movement. And I'm trying to show that case. Left is alright. That's not actually blocking you too much. 1 pixel to the right. like that. This is the case where you're stuck. And you'll be stuck like that if you miss and he's like that, or if you hit him down there and he's like that. To avoid that, you can bait out a hit and hope to hit him away. You can do that. Or, if you're feeling a little frisky, you can try to bait the hit without even attacking him. And then just run around. That's a little sketchier if you're not good with the reaction time. And I'm just kind of showing this because you don't want the dog to take damage. That's why I'm kind of hyper-focusing on this. So come down. That's a perfect example of him being in the way. Just get past that maggot in one of those ways. Now, movement-wise, you'll bump into this, so you want to kind of move down around it, but you can just hold right through all of this, and you won't get stuck. And then about here, you'll get stuck on this wall too, so you want to be on the outside of that wall. But you can run straight to the right on that section. You want to enter the big bug maze as the dog. And this is where things get a little tricky. What are you talking about, Scars? After Clay, you can just run with the boy. That's true. That would be an easier thing as well. If you're not familiar with the game and you're running around with the boy, remember that the boy is game over if he dies. So the less damage he takes getting the Thraxx, the safer you might feel. If the dog dies, there's stuff you can do anyway to keep the game running, especially if you're just starting out. It's kind of up to you. But if you do pick up that Clay you just saw me pick up, you could just from there run with the boy all the way around to get it here. Alright, this is going to be the bug maze. Big bug maze. I got 3 strats for you. Easy, hard, super risky. The easy strat is to just run the normal route of the bug maze. You want to take the dog because the dog is the fastest character. You might have to attack that maggot to get out of the way. Try not to take damage. That path right there is the only path to get through this first screen of the bug maze. Use the boy and pick up the 3 clay. You don't need that clay, Scars. You don't need that clay. We got clay coming up here. There's other clay to get. So if you do this easy strat, when you want to move on to harder strats, it'll be easier for you if there's less you have to change. They might waste time, Scars, but that's additional clay you're going to have to learn as you go. What Scars is talking about is if you run in here with the boy is slower moving than the dog, but you can pick up that clay. Where's the other clay? That clay. Actually, well, there's that clay. There's also this clay. And then there's this clay. So there's 4 clay here you can get. They are nice in the sense that you regain your stamina every time you do a pickup, so you can just do a full sprint. What is a little dangerous is the fact that I took damage. You don't really want to take damage while you're here. For the sake of this guide, I'm going to just leave those clay alone and run with the dog. Oh yeah, don't worry about that, Scars. So we'll run up. If you're a little slow and you get hit, you can attack these to get them out of the way. Boy gets hit anyway. You can see it's a little hazardous regardless coming up through here for the boy. But you'll get here. There's clay to pick up along the way. on the other side. And then, for me personally, I would prefer to learn these clay coming up, because if you switch to the new strats I'm about to show you, you don't have to relearn any other clay pickups. But I do appreciate you bringing up those clay down here, because you can grab those 3 clay or 4 clay if you want. Alright, so that's the easy way to get through that first screen. The harder way is to do bridge jumps. And we're going to try to show that right now. If you take a wrong path, you'll at some point break a bridge, which is unfortunate. Also, if you're standing on a trigger for a bridge and you switch to your character like that, the bridge will break and you'll be stuck on the other side. Now, when you play casually, that locks you into some place, and to get back down to the beginning, you have to take this slide. To reset the room, if that happens, you just walk out and come back in. Those bridges are fixed. Oh. Is that not true, or is that the randomizer throwing me off? Now I'm not sure. Okay, maybe they're not fixed. Good to know. Alright, so what you want to do is you want to come up with the dog, and it's easier for me, because I'm going to be sprinting, right? To time it, you can just sprint the whole way as the dog if you want. And then do a couple sprint and go over to where this bridge is, okay? For me personally, I like to walk up until I get perfect stamina and then have a full sprint, and the full sprint leaves me perfectly here. It's up to you. You better know the normal... Yeah, if you do break a bridge, you better know the normal path anyway to get through here, because it's hard to recover otherwise. So, the trigger... Where the heck do I want to put chat? I'll put you guys here. The trigger for this bridge is right... It's a very narrow trigger. It's about right here. Okay? It's a very narrow trigger. It's probably even more narrow than that. Oh gosh. Goofy thing. And we're going to do another attack, switch, sniff. Okay? Just to kind of show this off. So... go ahead and do that again. Let's get back up there. Okay, so that gets the dog across that trigger. He's sniffing, and then you can switch back to him after you release sniff, and that gets you past that trigger, okay? Then from there, you run up over here. You want to be away from that maggot, and then you have another trigger. And this one is like right around here. And you can attack, switch, sniff, and then switch back to the dog. And you'll be past that trigger, which was down here. And then you can just run straight up and be at the top of the screen. This is a little faster than running through the maze normally. But until you get used to those mechanics, I would advise going through this maze normally. Now, in real speed, it will look like this. And you do that. Now you'll notice you didn't hear the dog sniff. The quicker way to go through this is to not hold sniff, but to just switch to the boy, allow a certain frame of time to go, and then switch back to the dog. Switch, switch. Okay? Run over here. Switch, switch. And that puts you there. It's a little harder to do because you have to get used to the timing. And I'll kind of show what the failure mode for that is. So if I run up, and I switch, or I'm just bad at the game, run up and switch, and if I switch too quickly like that, the dog is still on the trigger when I control him, and that breaks the bridge, and we don't want that. Walk into the diagonals first. So you can do that, and that is a good example of a nice little safety way to do this. So there are things you can do to align yourself or to gain a little extra distance. So barking normally with the dog, you go that far, which is nice. But your positioning might make you a little worried. If you bark from this diagonal, it's going to guide you over that bridge. Bark, switch, switch. Okay? And that's safer than, let's say, if we were to be down here. So right here, I'm not going to get guided into that bridge. It's going to lock me at that position, and then when I switch to the dog, I'm breaking the bridge. So that diagonal up there, if it's something you want to go for to be safer, you can use that. Likewise, there's a diagonal here. If that maggot's not in the way, at least. Kill that for now. You can use that diagonal to get up there. Also, I want to mention, if you're running up from here, you see that tar skull up there. If you're running on the left side up here, or even in the center, there's a chance he'll attack you while you're sprinting up with the dog. To avoid that, always sprint up from the right side. If you sprint up from the right side, he'll never go after you, and that'll keep the dog safe. Alright. That's enough time on that screen. So those are the bridge jumps. No, there is one extra thing, like a super, super hard thing you can do. We'll try to show it one time, but it's a at most 2-second time save if done perfectly. What you can do is run up here, switch, hope the maggot isn't there to break through that bridge. And then this is the second one you would do normally. So that's a shorter path to that. The issue is that maggot can very often spawn and block you. So if you get lucky, that maggot won't be there. I don't recommend this. Especially because you run the risk of getting hit anyway. Would be nice to show at once. Oh my goodness. But you can cut the shorter path up to here. And then go up through there. Left side or right side. Sometimes the maggot will despawn and you won't have to worry about it and you get up there. Really not recommended. Stick with going this way if you want to do this harder strat. I'm not going to show the normal path through here again. And then you go up here. The only other thing I'll say is you want to be careful. For that second bridge jump, the boy will sometimes, especially if you're still just getting used to it and you're not as fast as you could be, the boy will be coming up on the bottom left side of the screen. That bridge has a trigger. So if you switch to the boy while he's on that trigger, it'll break it. Now, the good thing is, your run's not dead. The bad thing is, it automatically brings the dog all the way back to the boy. And you won't be able to switch to the dog until the dog is back. So it does cost you some time. So you want to be mindful of where that boy is and switch to the boy and then back to the dog when the boy's in a position that's not going to break that bridge. And I guess I don't want to show that because that'll be something you get used to. We got to move on to the next screen. All right. Screen 2. You'll be entering this screen as the dog. immediately switch to the boy. And then hold sniff, okay? You don't want the dog walking too far up. There's a clay that we're going to pick up, and we want to pick that up and sprint up as quickly as possible. So we're going to switch and sniff and grab the clay. Clay's about right there. That brings us to 13 clay or 11 clay. Remember, we already have all the crystal we're going to need. So we're at 13 or 11 hardball right now. Welcome to the Gandalf maggot. There's a maggot right here. You can't see it, now you can. He hides underneath this bridge. We call him Gandalf maggot because sometimes he just says, "You shall not pass." He's an awful thing. What's kind of mean about our low level is that we miss stuff, yeah? We just miss swinging at that maggot. So if you want to, you can kill him to pass through him. That would be the easiest thing to do. But you run the risk of taking damage because you miss. So you can kill him, 30 HP, and then you'll continue on out through here. The fastest thing to do is to run up, and then when you get up to the maggot, press X to go into the dog's menu. And then go into the action menu. All that time I'm holding sniff. Here's where we're going to change the boy to aggressive, and we need this for something in Act 2. Later in Act 2, we'll actually switch the boy back to all the way defensive, but for now, we need the boy to be aggressive for something later. But this is the only real good time to switch the boy's state. So you're going to hit B 3 times to get to the boy moving left or right. You move him all the way to the aggressive. Now, while you're leaving this menu, you'll leave this menu by pressing Y. You're going to be holding up left and sprinting still. And if you did that right, you'll actually get past that maggot. You'll kind of phase through him and get on the other side. This works most of the time. Not all the time. So that was me doing that, going straight up left. You can do that. Me personally, I like to do it upright. I kind of trick my brain into thinking that the maggot has to turn right, so he's still not coming down as far. It'll work most of the time. It won't work all the time. It's up to you if you want to do it left or right. Whenever you're running diagonally with the boy, you lose, I believe, 1 frame every time you switch from up left to up right or up right to up left. So me, I'm losing a frame when I do that. I feel like I'm getting through him more often, though. I don't know. I don't have the proof for that. Get through that maggot that way, or kill him, the easy strat. And then from here, you're keeping the dog sniffing so he doesn't take damage from anything, but you're exiting the screen to the outside. From here, you're going to be sprinting as the boy. You have an option. In this gourd is a blessed petal. This petal is what you would call a safety petal. Not so much for here, but on your way to Magmar, there's a lot of opportunity to take damage, and if you're feeling a little risky, or if you're trying to do something later in Act 2 before you do Atlas Glitch and you're like a little low in health, you can use this petal. This safety petal will refill you for 40 HP, and it's nice when you're in a bind. So we can pick that up if you want. If not, you'll just run down, back up through here, pick that petal if you want. Doesn't cost that much time to grab. Next clay. Again, leave the dog sniffing here. We want to keep him out of the way of danger. The next clay is about right here. Pick it up. Avoid that maggot. That maggot can be in the top, the middle, or the bottom. Go on either side of him. If he's in the middle, I would say go underneath. That seems a little safer. But get through that maggot without getting hit. Here is the last screen outside. We are going to pick up our 15th or 13th clay and the actual petal that we need for something coming up. If you're not going to do intro skip, I still suggest picking up this pedal because it's a second safety pedal if you're taking too much damage as you go through this run. So we're going to run down through here, pick up this pedal, leave the dog sniffing if you want. You don't have to. But this clay right here is number 15. Then switch to the dog and enter here. So I'm going to make another save state right here. Up. So from here, we talk about intro skip. Intro skip, not required. You can not worry about that at all. If you just want to fight Thraxx, run up, run over, grab the clay, and you'll run into the boss arena. Okay? If you run into the boss arena, the bridge breaks, you're automatically scripted to walk into here, and we're going to fight Thraxx. I'll come back to the intro skip stuff later. Let's talk about Thraxx while we're here in this mode. From this screen, you're automatically entered, and you're standing in this position. You entered as the dog, so you'll stay the dog. From this position, if you press X and navigate to Hardball, you'll be able to target Thraxx's heart. Okay? Now, we need to talk about Thraxx and how damage values work here. And Dot, correct me if I'm missing something here. Thraxx has 600 HP. And the way his heart works is special compared to every other enemy in the game except for Coleoptera. You can hold the menu button just while entering the dog. Good. So you can buffer X to go right into the boys menu. Every time that Thraxx gets hit, he'll do 1 recoil damage of 5 towards the character that is selected at the time. Now there is a little bit of a frame delay between that, so you can damage Thraxx and then switch characters quickly to manipulate which character takes that damage, but we'll talk about that later. In any case, you want to do 8 Hardball versus 8 Hardball if you're going for the 16 Hardball route against Thraxx. If you're doing the 14 Hardball, then you'll want to do 7 and 7 or 6 and 8. And I'll explain why. So let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now you're going to see 212, and the dog got hit for 25 damage. Now what does that 25 damage mean? We cast 8 Hardball, and I said whenever Thraxx takes damage, you get hit for 5 recoil. So that should be 40 damage, but we only got hit for 25. So whenever Thraxx does get hit, you will always get hit for 5, and then there's a chance that additional hits will give you another 5, but only a chance. And if you do get those chances, the next hits will do bonus damage. I believe I'm describing that right, Dot. Now, bonus damage says the next time Thraxx takes damage, it'll do 1 times the attack, or 2 times the attack, or 9 times the attack, or 10 times the attack. There's a big disparity between 1 times or 2 times and 9 times versus 10 times. So what you're hoping for is the 9 times and 10 times more often than not. So we got hit for 25, which means we had our standard 5 plus 4 additional hits for bonus damage coming up on the next attack. Now, I didn't see how much damage Thraxx did, but you got to understand that with those 8 Hardball casts, Hardball is now at level 0 with 80 experience. And then that means that in my next set of 8 casts, we'll have a couple at level 0, and then the rest will be level 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So you're going to have bonus damage from the previous cast. But also, you're having stronger Hardball being used from being level 1. So at 16 Hardball, as I said, 90% or slightly higher chance of Thraxx actually dying. Cool. So that's kind of what you're going to be doing. You're going to start the fight, cast 8 Hardball, and then run off to the corner, away from stuff, and cast the final 8 Hardball. Now, if you want, you can move back to the center when Thraxx dies, so that the dog doesn't have too far to walk. And yeah. Now, we're not animation canceling, because if you animation cancel, you get no bonus damage. Animation canceling not only gets rid of the animations, but it also counts all of those hits as one hit. That is the big draw. And you don't want to do that for Thraxx. You want Thraxx to hit as much as possible to do the bonus damage. Yeah, thank you, Dot, because I was just getting to that. You can kill Thraxx with 15 hits and 0 damage. Okay, interesting to know. Now, but even before we get to the intro skip, there's something you need to keep in mind. And that is who's taking the damage here. You could be at low HP. And if you're low HP, if you're just the dog the entire time, if you don't do any character switching, the dog will take the brunt of the damage and the dog can die. If the dog dies, okay, let's say you're only at 4 HP when you come into here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 190. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That wasn't even enough to kill Thraxx. My goodness. But let's say you do go in, kill Thraxx. The maggots die, and then Thraxx dies, and you get all the way up to 66 HP as the boy, but the dog gets no experience. The dog is super important for the second half of the run. Without the dog being alive, and without the dog having a lot of HP, there is a very, very high chance of the dog dying, and that will actually just destroy your time. So, how do we deal with that? We deal with that by having the boy take the brunt of the damage. And actually having the boy reach 0 HP. So we go into this fight again. You want to have the dog cast, be the dog, and hold X the buffer, go into the boy's menu. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Switch to the boy, run into the corner. Let the boy take the damage. And he'll either die or he won't die. So that will also get you to level up. These maggots will die. Whatever. What I want to show is the case of the boy dying. The Thraxx fight is another instance of where there's a knockback effect for the boy, and then he'll die once he recovers from that. Let's see if we can actually take lethal damage here. Okay, that should do it. Alright, one more time into this fight. You come here, the boy only has 18 HP. If you do intro skip, the boy will always be healed to 30 HP. But just for this demonstration, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, because you remember, you only need 5 additional hits of bonus damage, and that'll do 30 damage for the original 5 to kill a boy. Switch to the boy. You take 20 damage. So the boy takes the damage, but you want to switch to the dog and go into the boy's menu. So the boy hasn't recovered from that recoil yet, which is fine. If I'm the dog and I go into the boy's menu and get him to cast again, 8. The boy is alive at 0 HP. When Thraxx dies, the boy will level up. And those maggots dying continue to level up. So you get enough experience from Thraxx to gain multiple levels, but you can't gain multiple levels from one enemy in the game. So you actually need to kill things to go to the next level until you're back at your normal level and normal experience total. So that's Thraxx. And then once Thraxx is dead, you get the Spider Claw. You split whenever you want to split. The community loves to be divided in a good, funny way on when to split on your timer. You can look at splits for other runs to see when you want to have your splits. Some people split at the end of the fanfare for killing Thraxx. Some people split when the fanfare starts. That's difficult sometimes because the screen is faded out or white and you can't actually see what's going on the screen. But once you do that, interact with this cocoon, you'll start talking to Strongheart. This is a long conversation. You've already had the fanfare. That costs a little bit of time. He'll give you 10 wax and 10 oil for rescuing him. That could be important. Just to show... Oop, that's not where you show it. We have 10 wax, 10 oil in our inventory. Cool. Let's remember that. And that is Thraxx. The easy way. Now, one more thing to show. If you're going for 14 Hardball, that clay I just picked up is my 14th clay. So that'll be my 14th Hardball. We need as much bonus damage on our final cast of Hardball against Thraxx as possible, right? We want to do as much as we can. So imagine I only have 14 Hardball here, right? I'm going to cast 7 or 6 Hardball. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now I have a lesser chance of killing him. It did 220 some damage. That's great. That's a good roll for only 6 Hardball. I think you'll notice that in some of these other attempts when I did 8 Hardball here, I did just as much. So this was a good high roll for Hardball. It's only 6. And it was enough to get all 6 bonus damage to do 30 damage to kill the boy. We're going to zombie boy again and have him cast before he actually dies. The final 8 for the 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's your death. That's 14 Hardball. That's not always going to kill Thraxx. That's a good lucky kill there, though. So you can do that, and that's all of Thraxx in a nutshell. You pick up all these ingredients for Hardball, you kill Thraxx, easy game, yeah? But let's say you want to save a little bit of time. Let's say you've done your runs, and you're looking for your first big time saves you can do. Enter intro skip and outro skip. And now this is going to be a whole thing to talk about. It's very technical, and it's one of the most technical tricks in the game. So I don't recommend doing this when you're first starting out. It's a lot to learn, it's a lot to go through, but let's get into it. Like we were before, you want to run up, and I like to hit that maggot all the way up there. Some people like to just run up a little bit and attack with the dog. pick your poison. It's however you want to do it. What you do want is to have that dog hit that maggot. For me, in my case, if you're just going to try to despawn it completely, then just have the dog a little higher up on that bridge. And I'll try to show that too. You pick up this clay, and you're going to sprint over, and with the boy having not max stamina, you're going to switch to the dog and press X, and that's very quick. And because there's an enemy near the dog, the boy is going to leash. He's going to go somewhere. Now, he's walking left right now. That's great. Sometimes he'll walk up. That's not going to do anything. Sometimes he'll walk back right. That's not going to do anything. Sometimes he'll walk up left. That's still great. Not yet, GPKs, but we figured something out to try to go for that. But that's for later. So the boy's walking left right now. And we're going to put a pedal on, take the dog, sprint up. So what does that pedal do? That pedal keeps the boy in position on the trigger for exiting the screen. And I can show that trigger once we actually get to there again. But I want to kind of just show what all of intro skip is. Let's actually, we can go through that again. So sometimes you can just go like that, leave the dog sniffing there, pick up this clay, switch to the dog, and press X to get into the boy's menu. He leash left again, pedal, run up. Okay, you want to get to that spot. Now, I was never always good at consistently getting that maggot to despawn. I like to do that, just to put the dog high enough and not worry about it. He walks left again. I wish I could show you a failure mode, my gosh. We're going to pedal, run up, and then this is where muscle memory is going to help. We've got our action grid that you can see, and we've got a cursor on around the menu selection, right? So here, we're going to do that buffered movement I showed at the beginning of this guide. I'm going to hold A, and I'm going to tap Y, hold up, and hold Y. And that's going to make us sprint upwards. And when we do that, we're moving upwards towards the trigger to go into the next screen. Now, what happens in Thraxx's screen? You walk up, the game forces you to walk up, and when you get to a certain point, you touch a trigger for the bridge breaks, and that makes you walk further into the fight to fight Thraxx. With intro skip, instead of walking up, you can trick the game into making you walk left, and I'll show you how that works. But first, let's continue moving upwards. Now, there are a couple different positions that you're going to be. You might have the best eyes in the world, and you can see where the dog is and know where he needs to be physically from the dog's point of view. I don't use that. I use these brackets around the action menu and where that action bar is to see what's happening. So I see two little blue dots above the border of the action. And if you can see that, that's great. Those two blue dots mean you're not far enough yet. Those two brackets being above means you're far enough. Okay? Now I want to show a couple different modes. Okay, here, the boy walks straight up. He's not far enough to go into the trigger. The trigger is a little bit further to the left. It's going to be hard to show that because he's the camera's going to be moving all over the place. When this happens, you need to switch back to the boy and try again. So I'm going to come out of the menu, and then he accidentally leashed over there. Pain in the butt, boy. Let's do a failure. Okay, so there he failed. Switch back, try again. This is not far enough. You want to pay attention to the boy's ear. That's definitely far enough. If his ear, like the edge of his ear is touching the sprite of that entrance, that'll be fine. This is more than enough. So we're going to use this pedal, keep him here. I'm going to make a save state, intro position. So let's try some different modes here. So buffer up, waiting for the bracket. You get the double dots again. That's not far enough. Those brackets, that works. Those brackets, that works. Those brackets, again, different, that works. I think there's only one more. I don't know if I'll be able to show it. There's one more successful case that works. But because the boy's on that trigger, we know that with seeing those brackets right there, that if I come out of this menu, we're going to hit the screen transition to go up to fight Thraxx. So, let's switch to the boy. I don't have anything held. I'm going to tap Y and hold select. What that does is it tells the game you're going up into Thraxx's room, but it forces you to walk left because you're switching to the boy, and the boy entered a screen by moving left. So now the game has forced us to walk to the left, meaning the bridge is not broken. That is intro skip. So we're not dealing with Thraxx's cry, the camera moving, and all that. Now Thraxx is on a timer, a 30-second timer. After the first 30 seconds, he'll do an automatic knockback for 5 damage. After the next 30 seconds, he does acid rain on your characters. We're not going to see any of that, hopefully. Right now, because the boy walked left, he's locked in position. So you need the dog. And we're going to try to do another bridge jump over this bridge to not break it, because we want to use this bridge for outro skip. Now, intro skip by itself saves a little bit of time, but it is a lot to do. You can just break this bridge if you want. Start the fight. Well, no, you don't want to break the bridge. That'll ruin stuff. You can jump over this bridge, kill Thraxx, and then not worry about this bridge ever again, and not do outro skip. That's fine. Outro skip is its own thing to deal with. Outro skip does save additional time, though. So, let's go ahead and load this. We need to jump over this bridge, and we need a certain position for that. I'm going to switch to the dog. You can see the dog's back feet, and see the pebble to the right, or what I like to call pebble, to the right of the dog's back feet. This is about the position you want to be when you do your jump. So if I jump switch again, you can switch to the dog. Now, I will say, this has a particularly large window. So if you're not too comfortable with the switch and then switch, you definitely want to try sniffing to make sure you have the dog there held and then switch. Because that bridge trigger is pretty large. So you do that. Switch, run up into here. At some point along the way, the boy's going to run diagonally up. You need Hardball to hit Thraxx, so you're just going to catch the boy. At some point, you need him to do your 8 or your 6, depending on how many Hardball you're doing, or 7. You're either going to do 14 or you're going to do 16. So we're going to do 16 just to show this off. You can do 14 if you want. It's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're going to be the boy, because we want the boy to take the brunt of this damage. And if he's going to take lethal damage, then we're going to do Zombie Boy. But we'll have the boy take the damage. 308. He's going to die. Switch to the dog. Then use the boy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This will be 8. Don't pay attention to the stuff on the screen. That's just the effective save states on the console. So, at this point, you can say, forget outro skip. We're just killing Thraxx. Cool. Whatever. You've already seen what happens. He dies, stuff happens, you talk to Strongheart, he gives you the skull, the spider claw, the 10 wax, 10 oil, and then you can leave. If you want to do outro skip, we're going to use that bridge again. So I'm going to cast this 8th one, and I'm going to run down, and right as the hardball are getting to the heart, I'm going to sprint straight down to this bridge, okay? The hope is that you time it properly to where you hit the bridge trigger, and then Thraxx dies. When Thraxx dies, he's going to take damage, and you're going to take recoil damage. That recoil damage is going to knock you out of the game's control from touching that bridge, and give you another chance to kind of move around. So let me kind of show what that looks like. So Thraxx dies. I hit the trigger. We get hit, and we can move around now. Okay? He's dying, but we're scrolling up and down because of that. And we can move around like that. Now, typically, the game locks you on that rib cage. But I'm moving around during this cutscene. Yeah, and that's a failure mode. We can talk about that. But that's... I gotta be careful with the music here. I'm not trying to break the game. So those 2 dots weren't good enough, but this is super high, and that's perfectly fine. Intro skip. Run up. Grab the boy right about here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Switch to the boy. Take the damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now I'm going to cast my 8 again. I'm going to show what the benefit of intro skip is. Now, as Dot said, we can show this failure. If you touch this trigger too soon, which I guess that didn't even do, that'll be hard to show, but you can accidentally cancel that damage. And if you are too late, then you're not gonna hit that trigger, and then it's just gonna be the normal ending anyway. So you wanna hit that trigger and then have Thraxx die, and then if you do nothing else, you'll be in this position, locked on this rib cage. And I wanna emphasize that here's where you're gonna be doing buffering. You're gonna listen for the last explosion on Thraxx. Okay, so he's about to explode. The instant that Thraxx disappears from this buffering, the cocoon appears. And that's also the instant that you can sprint up as the dog. Right here. And interact with that. And if you're fast enough, you can start mashing during the fanfare. The boy gets the spider claw, but you're still mashing through text, and you're able to skip stuff. That saves roughly 8 seconds in your run right there. So you can use that, and I'll show that. In real time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Also, you want to kind of run up. If you take too long, the game will make the dog walk, and the more the dog has to walk up, the slower it takes for Thraxx to start blowing up. So now I'm waiting for a sound. So that was right with the sound, but a little early, probably 1 frame too early. You buffer it. Cocoon's there. Talk. Mash. You need to mash through these boxes fast. If you don't go fast enough through these text boxes, then the fanfare will happen, and then you'll be locked on those text boxes. Don't mash with Y on the last text box, because you'll end up going into your menu, and then you leave. So that's intro and outro skip. Very technical. If you have questions while I'm going through this, please ask so I can hammer something home even better. But let's talk about bufferless outro skip real quick. Now, you won't always get the opportunity to do this. You need to be a little lucky on how Thraxx dies. But let's see if we can show this off. So same intro skip again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But what's different this time is we're going to use... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're going to use the dog's bark to change our position. So like I said, the game grabs you at some point, walks you up, and you end up getting locked onto the rib cage. But if we can make ourselves not be on the rib cage, then we can be at the cocoon even quicker. Alright, Dad, I'll catch you later. We're gonna run down, hit this, dies, we're gonna run up, and if we bark at the right time, and we didn't catch it, if you bark at the right time, you'll be in motion while the game cuts off when it's controlling you, right? And so you'll skip that, and that'll actually put you further up. But I'm gonna try to get that situation quickly. And I know this is a lot to talk about for just the first 6 minutes of the game, but... these are the more technical things to worry about. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that last time we barked too early, which means we had a long time, and we couldn't really calculate that. After playing for a while, you get a feel for how much time you have, but that's still going to vary depending on when Thraxx dies. There you go. Okay, so we were able to bark. It wasn't too much further, but it was high enough to where we're above this ribcage. So we might still be stuck on it, but we can sprint up. Now, you can buffer here if you want, but if you really want to go bufferless and not worry about wasting time by going into your menu and out of your menu, because that does cost time, you can just press B audibly. But here, now, I can interact with that. To do the whole intro buffer, or the outro skip again. But let's see if we can do that just audibly. I don't want to change the sound while I'm here because it might throw it off. Okay, I'll give this one more shot. Alright. Casting. 1, 2, 3, There. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I do want that. But you can hopefully tell that the timing is different every time. But it is worth showing just because it is something cool to go for. Oh gosh. Oh, that's a dead. Alright, now I gotta be careful about music. Okay. That's one thing I also didn't mention. You want to get the boy positioned behind one of these claws so he won't get knocked back all the way like that. 340, my gosh. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's see. And that time I didn't have any time to get up there. Couple more shots. Important to show. Eight. Okay. I'm not going to get a chance to show it. But if you are able to get inside that rib cage, the timing is right after the explosion. That's tight, and you're not doing it with buffers, so it is going to be a tight thing. But you can do that without buffers. I'll just say that. In any case, let's do one with actual outro skip proper, and we'll move on. Not giving me much time at all. But okay, Thraxx is dead. We broke the bridge before he died. Buffer. Talk, mash. Don't mash with Y. Mash with A and B. Get position. And then we're going to exit the screen. And you're done with Thraxx. GG's. That's your first big obstacle of the run. Alright. So from here, we're going to go to Acid Rain Guy. We need to look at positioning a little bit. I guess I should have scrolled down for this. Talked about Hardball, bonus damage. So yeah, one more thing about the bonus damage for Thraxx. If I cast 8 Hardball first, if we're doing the 14 Hardball route, let's say that all 8 hit for bonus damage, and I got hit for 40. I only am casting 6 Hardball at the end. So that's wasted bonus damage for Hardball that I don't have to cast. Whereas if I cast 6, and all 6 happen, that's the chance for bonus damage on 6 of the next 8 anyway. So you would think, okay, maybe do 7 and 7. But you want to hopefully cast as much bonus damage on level 1 Hardball and not as much on level 0 Hardball. So my suggestion, if you're going to do 14 Hardball, do 6 and 8 or do 7 and 7. Definitely don't do 8 and 6. Alright. With that, we did outro bridge. Let's do outside Big Bug Maze movement. There's going to be 3 maggots here. If you want to run straight left, you can. Sometimes that maggot will actually be up there and you need to adjust and come down below it. If you do go down below that maggot, come back up. And the reason for that is while you're still sprinting left, you're going to run left. This maggot will never hit you as long as you're up in this height. You're going to get past this guy. The third maggot is right to the left of the screen. If I'm already down... That's not a good example. If I'm already down, he's going to hit me. Sometimes. I'm trying to think of what a failure mode is for this. Okay, so that time you need to adjust. He's not behaving. In any case, if you're running left, sometimes if you don't make that maggot turn down, he's going to attack right and it'll hit you. So your best course of action is to run left here across the top, and then once you hit this, come down. And that forces the maggot to look down, and you'll be past the maggot before his attack even hits you. So as a dog, run left. Avoid that maggot, come down. And then come up here. This screen, you're able to roll off a couple walls here. You're going to run straight right as the dog. Hope the mosquito is not in your way. If the mosquito flies left, he will be in your path, and either you'll go through him because he misses, or you'll get stuck. He'll gain a hitbox that blocks you, and you just need to wait for him to get out of the way or attack him, whatever. As you can see, I've got 39 HP right now. So like I mentioned, the boy... Oh, I didn't even mention that. Okay, so because you do intro skip and outro skip, you get all that experience from Thraxx, but one enemy can't make you level up more than once. And so we only have 39 HP and 45 HP. That's enough experience to gain a couple more levels, but we actually can't level up. So, easy route, if you want, if there's a mosquito in your way, or if you're just looking to heal, I'm going to lose my mind. This mosquito is in the Matrix. There you go. One mosquito, which gives 1 experience, is enough to make you level up here, because you just need to kill another enemy to gain some more experience. So if you're low on HP, you have a safety pedal, or you kill a mosquito along the way for an easy level up. Okay? But the hope is that that mosquito is not there. The maggot turns down, you run around. You're going to run left, he's here, he blocks you. And then the worst thing possible, which I don't think I've ever seen but once in my life, and that's terrible, is he drops a pedal. You don't want that. Hi, Turbo. Bless you, sir. Thank you for the 16 bits. So you're going to roll up this wall right about here. Okay, you're sprinting up as the dog the whole time. From here, you're going to have to go diagonally, and then a little diagonally here. Now, from this point, you can just sprint straight up, and you'll roll all the way up. And then from here, we're going to talk to Acid Rain guy. Let's make a save state. You're going to enter this screen as the dog. And this guy's going to give you Acid Rain Dispel. You don't want Acid Rain Dispel. It is the weakest damaging move in the game aside from Slow Burn. We have no use for it. So we're going to mash through this. When he gives you the spell, it's going to bring you to the Spell Equip menu. Hold Start. This is where the animation canceling actually takes place. Not animation. This is where the alternating between Y and Start begins in your run. This very first one, as long as you've done everything the same up until this point, is Start. So that you won't see the spell screen. So here's Acid Rain. I'm going to hold Start, and you didn't even see the Spell Equip screen. If you held Y instead, it would pop up real quick and then disappear. So that saves a little bit of time. Would you like to purchase ingredients? Yes. You either did 16 hardball or you did 14 hardball. We're going to use that in a moment. But at the very least, regardless of route, you're going to purchase 40 clay and 40 crystal. You have just enough money for that. You do have enough for an extra pack of clay, which you don't want to buy. You want to keep these 30 talons. You should have 30. If a mosquito dies, you'll have 31. You'll get 40 clay, 40 crystal. That gives you 40 hardball. Would you like to record your progress? You can save here if you want. There's a couple save points along the way. If you want to, if you're just starting out, you can save here, and that's fine. Don't worry about it. And so you can save if you want. Why not? And then this guy is going to walk in one of a couple directions. If he walks down, your heart is sad because the dog can't fit underneath of him. You're trying to get the dog off the screen as fast as possible. Normally. Let's talk about super safety route. And I'm going to actually do this. Make safe state. Leaving. If you want to be super, super safe and you want the dog to stay alive, you can leave the screen as the boy. Pick up this biscuit. This is a safety biscuit that you can add into your route for any chance that the dog dies. As I mentioned, later in the run, after you get out of bounds, you use the dog heavily. And the dog is sprinting all the time. If the dog is dead, the dog cannot sprint. And so, the safety biscuit will save your run. If you don't want to deal with it because you're losing a little bit of time for leaving that screen with the boy to be the boy, to grab it, and then switching to the dog, that biscuit's also going to be in your inventory. So that might mess your inventory up a little bit. But you can grab that safety biscuit to keep yourself alive. I'm actually not going to keep that as we move forward here because I don't want the menus to be kind of messed up from that. But just know, you can grab that biscuit. It's not actually that much of a time waste, and that'll keep you alive in certain difficult parts in the run. There are other things you can do to kind of help the dog get more HP, and we'll talk about that. But that's kind of it as far as safety biscuits. All right, so we're going to leave here as the dog, and now you need to make a decision. You did either 14 hardball or 16 hardball. The next major boss is the last boss in Act 1. He's a huge run killer. If you're just starting out, or if you just want to get consistent runs out of Act 1, you want to cast all 40 hardball on Magmar. And we've got a lot to talk about Magmar, but right now you need to decide if you're going to do the easy 40 hardball against Magmar, which is slower, but guarantees a kill. It adds a heat wave. So you do need to be mindful of that. It costs roughly 8 seconds or so. Maybe 7 or 8 seconds. And if you're not at full HP, it's a little scary. You do have a safety pedal, which we can use at some point. And you can do that. So if you do want to do all 40 hardball against Magmar at the expense of time, don't do anything else on this screen aside from grabbing that safety biscuit if you want to. You're going to take the dog and you're going to run off this screen. If you want to do something that's faster, but doesn't guarantee a Magmar kill, what you can do is precast some hardball here on a Skelisnail, because here is the quickest place to do it. And that will not only level you up because you killed another enemy, but it will also make hardball a little bit stronger for when you do get the Magmar. The way Magmar works, since we're talking about it, he will at most only do 2 heat waves in the entire fight. If you're playing casually, he only ever does 2 heat waves. He does a lot of other nasty stuff, but that's it as far as heat waves. To avoid any heat waves during the fight, he'll still cast one at the end of the fight, but to avoid any heat waves during the fight, your first 2 sets of hardball damage need to be less than 250 total. And then to kill him, your second set need to be more than 750 damage total, but that also includes the call beads. And we'll go through that. But to hit those numbers, hardball needs to be grinded up a little bit. So, easy strat, run off this screen, whatever. Harder strat, you're going to want to precast hardball so that hardball has been cast a total of 21 times, including what you did for Thraxx. So, what did we did? We did 16 hardball on Thraxx, right? That means we're going to cast 5 hardball on this skeleton now coming up. If you did 14 hardball, you're going to cast 7 to get up to 21 total. So we're going to run left here. We're going to run past this guy. And if you're running faster, you'll be further away from your character. It just depends on your movement. And you're going to do however many you're missing up to 21. So we did 16 hardball. We're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That kills the Skelisnail. And levels you up, but it also gets hardball to a higher level. Okay, so I'm going to make another save state. So that's that screen. If you do the precasting, that assumes you're going for the riskier Magmar kill. I'm not going to have both cases for Magmar, but we'll still talk about it once we get there. From this screen, you need to get back into Fire Eyes' village, but you have bushes in your way, so you have to switch back to the boy. Now you need to watch this Skelisnail. If this Skelisnail moves up at all, he'll block you. And then that's really difficult to deal with. So be wary of that. You should be able to hit him left if he's even there in the first place. Leaving the screen with the dog is faster than the previous one. Which one, Scars? The one where we were precasting or the one with Acid Rain? So we hit him out of the way, run down with the boy, switch to the dog about here. The precast one. It depends on what you want to do. Because you're precasting, the dog does sprint faster. I will say, granted, the dog takes longer for you to get control of him when he enters the screen. Leaving after ring the dog. Well, that's just to keep the dog collected, because you do have to switch to the dog to precast anyway. So it'll be close. It shouldn't matter that much. I think it's just standard for people to run out of that screen with the dog because they already have him. It is technically faster just from the Acid Rain screen to leave with the boy. But because of the next screen and having to get all the way to the other end and precasting, the dog does gain more time back. Oh, but yeah, see, that's hard to do efficiently, Scars. That strat specifically is hard to do efficiently for people. But to each their own for getting through there. I'm not gonna, like I said, this is not a guide to do perfect movement on every single screen. I don't want to get in the weeds. I'm already streaming for almost 3 hours now. I don't want to make this a 7-hour guide. We're gonna move forward with that. About at this part of the screen, you're gonna switch to the dog to sprint. Hopefully, this flower down here, dear old Bob, is despawned. I don't have a consistent way for despawning him, but if you come out to the middle and you spawn enough Skelisnails, you'll get out of the, you'll despawn, and he won't be in your way. So we're gonna switch. He's not out of the way. You get hit. It's sad, but you want to run. You want to not take damage as best you can, and you want to get to this part of the screen. So let's try that again. Down. Hopefully he doesn't attack. You don't want to get hit. Okay, we didn't take any damage, whatever. You want to get to this screen so that we can do a nice little trick on the next screen. So Fire Eyes guard is still there. Okay, the flags for Thraxx and Fire Eyes are completely separate, so even though you killed Thraxx, that guard is still there from not talking to Fire Eyes. I actually don't know, and we could... So when you come back through here, the boy will say, let's go talk to Fire Eyes. You'll have this cutscene if you would just walk into Fire Eyes' side. So this is the cutscene that you skipped in the beginning of the game. You can see how long this is taking. So skipping past that guard, you really want to do that. Now, easiest thing you can do, it's going to cost you a bunch of time. Have this cutscene in the beginning of the game. Meet her, go through the whole cutscene where she teaches you Flash. You name the dog. And then when you come back, you just have the normal cutscene with her. But since we skipped that, and we went straight to Thraxx, when we come back, you still have the cutscene out front. But she's talking to us like we already beat Thraxx. So we're skipping the initial conversation with her, regardless. So that's the easiest thing you can do coming back from Thraxx. Just run past the guard. You don't have to do any fancy shenanigans. You just run into here, have that cutscene with her outside, but then you're having a cutscene here that you're supposed to, that we need to have. Because she won't let, nothing will let you go north of the village until you have this specific cutscene. That's a little slow. So what you can do is use this guard and do a frame-perfect character swap right when he's about to talk to you. And let me show you what that accomplishes. So I'm going to buffer AY left, and that makes me go into the running animation and frame perfectly get into my menu. I need to do 2 more buffers sprinting to the left. 1 and 2. So when I come out of this menu, the dog is on the trigger for hitting the trigger for this guard. So coming out of this menu, I'm going to press Y and hold select. That switches us to the boy, and as long as we don't press any other face button, we can move around as the boy. So I don't have any dots, fancy overlays to talk about scripts, what are loaded in the game or whatnot. But right now we have a script loaded for stepping on that trigger. We're going to load a script. We're going to come up here and walk into this entrance. And what that does is load a script to walk into that hut. Then we're going to walk down here, touch this bottom of the screen. That loads a script to walk down. And then we're going to walk into here. And when that loads a script to do Fire Eyes cutscene. So once we're inside here, we can press A or whatever. And that gives you a black screen. There's another text box open that the game needs you to clear. So we can press A to clear that. And that does 3 things. It puts you in that first hut we entered. It makes you walk down. And it initiates the Fire Eyes cutscene. Now that hut specifically, because all of these huts are on the same screen. You just are camera locked the Fire Eyes hut. So that hut specifically is right above Fire Eyes' screen. And then when we walk down, we're in the wall. And that makes the pathing to here faster. If I had just gone to that hut and then in the Fire Eyes' screen, or if I just go straight to Fire Eyes' screen, we still have this interaction. But if I just walk into the hut, if I just go to Fire Eyes, we have that interaction outside. If I just go to this hut, and then to Fire Eyes, we're going to be on that other screen. And the game is going to take a long time trying to figure out how to path the boy and the dog down to Fire Eyes. We're still waiting. We're still waiting. Why, yes, we're still waiting. So the fastest way to get through this is to buffer your 3. 1, 2, 3. Avoid the NPCs, walk diagonally. In, mash to get through the text box you can't see. The game is trying to figure out where to put you, and then it puts you down here. That is a little faster than just going straight from the first hut to Fire Eyes' hut. So now we're talking to Fire Eyes. So you're just gonna mash A, Y, and B through this. And she'll give you 6 call beads. So these call beads are very nice. I described it earlier, but these call beads are going to go off of how strong Hardball is. Eventually it'll go off how strong Crush or Sting is. But right now we need them to do major damage off of Hardball's level. So she brings you out here. She shows off why they call her Fire Eyes. And then now we're going to go pick up a spell. So we are the boy now running through here. You're going to go up right, up left. You're going to run out of sprint right around here. So then you're going to start doing your mashing of A. And then down here is Defend Guy's secret area. You can go here early, but those call beads don't spawn until after you talk to Fire Eyes anyway. The prizes are different. But Defend Guy doesn't show up until after you kill Thraxx. So we're going to come in here and we're going to hold R the whole time to keep the dog sniffing. You don't have to if you don't want to, but it saves a little bit of time. So hold R, run up, grab this and that gourd. You want to grab those gourds as quickly as possible if you're leaving the dog sniffing, because the dog will likely want to sniff towards those pretty quick, and that gets him away from the entrance. So you grab those as soon as possible and then talk to the guy. If the guy walks some other direction, like if he walks straight down past the gourd at the bottom, then grab all 3 gourds and then talk to the guy. You just want to try to optimize your pathing here. But I'm going to talk to him. He'll give us Defend. I'm still holding R. We're going to equip Defend because we need Defend for Atlas Glitch. And then we're going to sprint down, grab this Ash, switch to the dog. Now if you were quick enough, if you switch to the dog, it'll automatically screen transition because the dog he's set on the trigger anyway. But again, in real time, it's Clay. And that Clay is specifically for making sure the dog doesn't sniff. It doesn't cost too much time to grab that. So you don't necessarily need that Clay, but you do need the call bead. And you do need this Ash. This Ash is for your alchemy spells that you don't have anywhere else that you really want to pick up Ash. So here's the quickest way to grab the Ash, and then you exit. We take the dog, we sprint as fast as we can. Got to go a little diagonal sometimes, but bring the boy over here. Switch to the boy, and now Flowers of Sadness. Casually, you have the Mammoth Graveyard, you have Levitate Guy, you have Salabog in the Swamp, and then you have Volcano. Speedrun-wise, we skip the Volcano, or we skip to the Volcano immediately. So we're going to take the boy up here and just go into the Volcano. So let's show it, talk about why it works. Keep the dog sniffing. You need the dog down at this corner to force camera movement. I'm going to run up. You can bait these flowers. This is the safest thing to do. If you're just running and learning to run, remember, you're only going to have like 48 HP or so. Bait out these flowers, attacking, run past them, and then get close to this rock. So you can see this rock. You need Levitate to get past this rock normally. But with the use of camera magic and the sprites that are on the screen, you can press X to go to the dog, and then when you press Y, you'll come out of your menu and make the camera come all the way back to the boy. So if you press X, go to the dog, and then when you come out of this, hold up and Y. So we'll just tap Y, hold up. You'll go into the Volcano. Pretty cool, yeah? That skips all the rest of Act 1. Now, if you want to be risky and you're just pushing for time, you're going to hope you don't get grabbed. It's completely RNG. Sometimes those flowers won't even attack. Sometimes you'll be able to dodge. Sometimes they'll attack in ways that you're not at that spot, and that's fine. Sometimes they'll both grab you and you'll die. It really is just RNG. Welcome back, Dot. Hey, Colin. Ain't that the truth? Now, you can be further away. So if I press X here, you can sprint upright and you'll still get there. It's not really a difference in the timing because you still have to make that movement to here. But that will get you into the volcano. That's the rock skip. Yay for rock skip. I found that. Okay, who cares? Moving on. Now, you're in the volcano. We need to do more rock skips. We also need to pick up this lovely little call bead. Okay, so this call bead's in a hidden area. This will be call bead number 8. Fire Eyes gives you 6. Defend Guy has one in his room for 7. This is number 8. You need all 8. Grab all 8. Switch to the dog. And now we're going to attempt to do this rock skip. So this rock skip coming up is the hardest one to do in the game. It's a nightmare. I can't give you every single detail of everything, but I'm going to try to walk through what to do, what not to do. First of all, if you really, really, really want to guarantee that it works, you can take the dog all the way up here. He'll probably take damage. Put him over here. Get him super far away so that when you come up here and you switch, you can just walk through that rock. Okay? That is awful. You run the risk of both characters getting hit. You don't want to do that, but that does guarantee that it'll work. Ideally, you enter here as a dog. You walk down to right about where this is. If you go too much further, the dog is going to do a screen transition. You want to do your bark switch sniff to keep the dog down there onto the trigger. Not that you need the trigger, but that keeps him as low as possible. You're going to run up. You, depending on what these Vipers are doing, you want to run up and get to this rock ASAP. So, like, right now, I'm not going to be able... Okay, it let me do it. I can't really explain why it works every time and why it doesn't work every time. Some of it is having the dog as far as possible so the camera has as much movement as possible. Some of it is what enemies despawn, what enemies don't despawn. I will say a high failure mode is whenever you let one of these Vipers go all the way down. And that'll happen specifically if a Viper is rolling. I can't make it fail, people. Okay, so that might have worked. Also, if you go too fast, that other Viper on the left is going to despawn, and he might not always let you through. Yeah, so that left one can really cause issues. Please show me a failure mode so I can describe that. Okay, there you go. People, I'm just too good at it. If they're both up here, it really shouldn't work. I don't know. Okay, whatever. In any case, this is the movement to go about it. Okay, that guy, he's all the way down there. This will not work. I give up. I give up. It's impossible to fail it. You'll always get this trick 100% of the time. That shouldn't work. But it does. Okay. Anyway, that's the kind of movement you want. If you go too fast, you might get stuck. You might not. Just practice that movement. And then run through. I'm keeping the dog sniffing the entire time. Okay? You also need the dog low enough that he's not going to sniff an ingredient that's high up. It's like a wax or ash or something like that. If the dog walks up too far, then you're not moving the camera and it's going to fail. Also, just to prove the point, just as an example, if you're too high, I give up. I give up. I give up. It's impossible to fail this trick. Okay, there we go. Finally, it won't let me through. As much as I try, it's not letting me through. Specifically, that happens when the Viper likes to move down. If you do get through, keep the dog sniffing. Right here, if you're running up left, this Viper will never hit you as long as you continue moving up left. He's either going to be rolling and you'll miss him, or he's going to attack, but you'll already be past him. So just keep running up left here, and he'll never hit you. Get to this rock, and then you're going to switch, do the same thing again. Camera, and roll up. Sometimes you'll get lucky, and you'll get through this Viper. Most of the time, you won't. So, ideally, what you want to do... Okay, now you're going to fail when you go too fast. Ideally, what you want to do... Just run up left. Fine. Come up a little bit, and then while the screen is scrolling up, hit X again. Give you a little more time to get past that Viper. Final one. Okay? This gets you into the sewer screen. Alright. Two different strats here. If you're just starting out, switch to the dog and run through here as the dog. The dog is faster. Make sure you're running in cardinal directions. Woohoo! You might have to do a little down left there to not get pulled in there. But this is the path right here to get into this screen. This screen is the switch to open up the gate to Magmar. The super, super easy thing to do, come here with the dog, just run on it with the boy or the dog, and then you can save at this guy up here if you want. This Viper here is not an enemy. If you attack him, he'll let you save. Slightly faster thing to do is bark switch here. That puts the dog up there. Keep him sniffing. You can step on this. And if you want to save, you can talk to this guy. Cost some time, but you can save. Magmar will kill you. He will kill you. Not because you don't do enough damage, but because he rolls into you, or he hits you, or you softlock. Anything can happen. So you can save here if you want. And then either after you hit the switch or you save, switch to the dog. And that'll put you here. Then you'll run up into here. Fall into here. And then if you're still on like an easier route, especially if the boy doesn't have a lot of HP, go into the boy's menu. You've got your safety pedal. You can either kill a mosquito to level up again. I think you get one more level up from the... You might be 66, actually. You can get up to 66 HP. But you can either kill a mosquito, or you can use a safety pedal. And then when you enter this screen, that automatically applies the healing, so you don't have to wait for that. You can just go into that screen, you'll get the 40 HP. But that's kind of the easier way to go through this. Mainly, I would suggest doing that. When you're just starting out, run through this as the dog, step on the switch, then go through it all with the dog. If you want to save out 1.5 seconds, what you can do instead is take the boy. And while the boy is a little slower here, you're going to be able to skip the transition between the screens. So coming up on this screen, I'm going to buffer up left and A, and I'm going to go into the pipe. This is a hard strat. You don't have to do this strat. It's very risky. If you fail it, you lose a bunch of time. 66 HP is what you were getting earlier during the guide. It just depends on what enemies you kill. If I killed 2 more mosquitoes, I would have 66 HP. If I killed anything else, I actually wouldn't level up because I have enough experience for 66 HP. You just can't level up more than once from an enemy. It doesn't really matter at this point. But yeah, so on this next screen, I'm going to buffer up, left, and A, and that's going to get me to the pipe. As soon as I start the screen transition, I'm going to switch to the dog and run left. And if I do that fast enough, that's going to make the dog step on the trigger while the screen transition is happening. From there, I'm going to buffer down, right, and A. And I'm going to do that until I see the dog's stamina start to change. As soon as I see that stamina start to change, I'm going to hold right for a few moments and then upright. And what that movement does is it makes us avoid all the water off screen from the pipes and forces us to go up towards Magmar's entrance. No scars? I gotta get good. So let's kind of walk through that. We're gonna go into here, buffer up, left, and A. Switch, buffering down, right, and A. Right, upright. So that avoids everything on the main pipe screen. That's spitting us out, and it gives us the movement to not get hung up on any corners and put us into this screen. So I'll show that one more time just for the inputs. But like I said, it's very risky. You have to be quick with it. If you're not quick with it, you're doing all of this blind basically because the screen's black. So it's easy to miss that switch. You can sometimes adjust depending on how quick you are on the screen transition. Down, right, right, upright. That puts us here. You run up with the dog. Then you safety heal if you need to. If not, you're going to just run into here with the boy. With the dog, sorry. All right. Welcome to Magmar. Immediately sprint up. You want to get the camera as high as possible here so it has less to scroll talking to your twin. This is where your route is going to diverge from whether you were doing 14 hardball or 16, well, sorry, with whether you were going to be doing all 40 hardball on Magmar or if you were going to be doing 32 hardball on Magmar. Yes, this is very much, you need to be good at multicasting here because there's going to be, at the end of the fight, a 16 cast within one cast. So I highly recommend practicing that if you can, especially if you have the practice ROM. It makes it very easy to practice that. If you're using all 40 hardball, you're going to do 5 waves of 8. And on the 5th wave of 8, you're going to add in 8 storm call beat spells. If you're only doing 32, which is what I'm going to be showing here, you're going to do 4. And then on the 4th wave, you're going to do your 8 storm call beat spells. So let's talk about that. Let's go through this. So Magmar is going to spawn in one of 4 locations. As the camera is right now, if he spawns on the right side, you won't be able to target him at the start of the fight. Especially if you're doing 40 hardball against Magmar to guarantee the kill as an easier strat. It's very, very tight timing-wise. Anything more than that, he'll jump back into the lava and heal, and you're just out of luck. Especially because anything that you cast on him while he's jumping back, I believe he's invincible during that and doesn't count. Alright, so I'm going to show you the position of where to be for Magmar. Take the dog, run up here to get the boy up here. I like to do that. Move the camera about right here. So this, you can see the bubble on the left side of the screen. I'm about in the center of that bubble, and I've got some space on the right side. We wanted to move the camera a little bit to the right because when he spawns, if he spawns all the way on the left, the game's a little more forgiving on targeting there than it is on the right side. I think it's a little off center. So you're gonna wait for a bubble. Now when you get through this game a bunch, you play it a bunch, you're gonna get used to the timing for this, but at the very least, you wanna begin your casting before he actually pops out of the lava. So listen for the bubbles. Okay, you hear that? That's the bubble sound, he's about to spawn. You can grab it even earlier than that, it's just hard to kind of judge the timing on it. And any menuing that you do before that is just wasted time. So he's on the left side. Ideally during the fight, you want to keep the boy as close to Magmar as possible in a way that he's not going to attack Magmar. We're going to try to do these 8 casts of Hardball, but make them all count as one hit against Magmar. So we don't want 8 different projectiles hitting him individually, because that's just going to force a heat wave and random interactions with him rolling out of nowhere. We don't want that. In addition, with the boy hitting Magmar, that counts as a hit and can do additional damage to lead to a heat wave. You don't want that. You also want to be a little careful, because if Magmar does roll and you are low HP, if he rolls into the boy, he's going to do mid-30s worth of damage. So it's easy to die to Magmar from that. Haha, man. Score. So, we got the early menu here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm going to run down right. I'm going to try to track when the Hardball hit Magmar, but haven't caused damage yet. And that's when I want to go into my inventory. There, you heard the hit from all 8. You want to make sure all 8 visibly hit it as well. You don't want to shortchange it, because if you animation cancel before they all hit, you're not going to be able to cast all 8 on the next set. So I'm down here. I'm going into my action menu, and at this point, we're going to hold start again to get out of the menu super fast. So you never see the menu. Now, I can't see Magmar. I can still target Magmar. So we're going to do another 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This will be 8. This is where you need to be careful, because Magmar's first attack is he lands and then spits fire at you. Now, you can dodge that by running with the dog, and a lot of the time the boy will be safe because he's casting. You can interrupt it by being quick enough with your second wave of Hardball, but a lot of the time he's still going to get 1 or 2 fireballs out, so you want to be dodging that, hopefully. The closer the boy is to Magmar also helps with kind of cutting that out. Heat wave triggers is a previous, yes, and I had mentioned that. Heat wave triggers if the previous hit lowered Magmar's HP beneath 750 or 500 for the first time. Okay, yeah. So I said something similar to that. The first 2 waves have to be less than 250 damage. The last 2 waves have to be more than 750 damage. But what Dot is saying is correct. You're just trying to avoid doing too much damage early on in the fight. So I'm going to run up left here, hope that we don't get hit with a fireball. But we're going to dodge. So we were able to dodge. The Hardball hasn't dealt damage to him yet, so we're going back into our menu. This time, we're going to hit Y. Hold Y to get out. We still took damage. Unfortunate. But that's okay. We were able to animation cancel anyway, so that doesn't affect too much. Now we're going to do another 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're going to hit start. Okay. Now, if you were doing the 40 Hardball, you would do another 8 right now by itself. Because we're doing the harder 32 Hardball, this is where I'm going to do all 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then we're gonna go up to Call Beads. You're gonna do Storm because I can't do Flare. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now I'm gonna just assume Magmar's not gonna die here because we had some low rolls on the damage. It's fine. Couple things to keep in mind. As I mentioned earlier, if you cast 9 of a certain type of spell, the game will soft lock. I'm casting 8 Storm. The damage is going to be enough to make him do Heat Wave here. The goal is to be able to cancel that before he soft locks you. There are a couple ways to make it impossible to cancel that. One, you take damage as the dog. Now, he spit upwards in the air just now. Those fireballs are going to be coming down soon. I might want to move out of the way right now to avoid that happening. Another thing that can happen is that the dog, if you're mashing too fast, you're going to bark, and you can't go into any menus while you're barking. And the boy's casting, so you can't really use him for that. So I'm just going to show you soft lock. He's heat waving while Storm is still alive on the screen. You can see a little bit of cloud on his head. So that's the soft lock. That's why you want to animation cancel there. Okay. So let's do this fight again. Let's do it with maybe a different spawn position. You will lose a lot of runs here because of a low roll if you're using the 32 hardball strat with the precast. The 41's guaranteed, but I believe you get Heat Wave on the 4th set of casts. Well, we don't want to mess the dog. We don't need the dog to change anymore, Scars. The dog can stay at defense at the middle for the entire run. We don't need the dog to be anything different because of what out of bounds skips. So we go up here. Okay, so now he's there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, go in, start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Y. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Start. Okay, so this is great. He's super close, and I was able to make sure the boy didn't attack Magmar. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 5, 6, 7, 8. So everything has hit him. Now I'm going to press Y when I go into this menu, and that should be dead Magmar. Unfortunately, we're dead. Except, so usually you he won't roll into you. Heat Wave does like 30 some damage to you as long as your dog is also alive because it's a multi-target spell. If the dog is not alive, then it could roll high up to 66 damage, I think, and one-shot you. Because we got hit there from the roll and the Heat Wave, what you can do is use your safety pedal. Oh no, I guess I already died. Okay. If you're quick enough, I was trying to show it, but I wasn't quick enough to do that. You can use that safety pedal real quick to hit even while you have 0 HP. Oh my gosh, you can't do that, Scars. That's too much of a reaction thing. To look at your count. Well, okay, so here's the thing. We are going to change how the boy behaves, but not yet, because we need the boy to be aggressive to go across Blimp's Ravine. So we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Don't worry, people. Alright, one more time. Maybe even a third different spawn here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So you see, this is as far right as he will spawn, and I had to move the camera. I think if I was even a pixel further to the left, I wouldn't be able to target him. So you do need to move the camera this far. This is also his worst spawn because he travels the furthest to the left, making it the most dangerous to avoid fireballs because of timing. You want to run down here, start 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Y. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And he died. That's a psycho high roll. You only usually see that roll. Alright, center. You want to center your camera as a small time save. And then walk the boy up here to move the camera as high as possible. And there's your Magmar. Congratulations, O Runner of Evermore. You're out of Act 1. Your 0.01% chance finally came through and you're out of Act 1. But yeah. As I mentioned, a dog attack makes it very hard to cancel that last set of animation in time, and you'll usually just soft lock. Alright, so now you get a little bit of a break. I'm going to use this moment. I will be right back while we're going through this cutscene. You can't do anything during this. Be right back. Oh, okie dokie. Yeah, that's also true, Dot. You will see a heat wave against Magmar, regardless. He usually ends with a heat wave when he dies. But that doesn't affect anything time-wise. Alright. Welcome to Act 2. If you thought all the technicality was gone, you're wrong. But there's a lot of stuff you don't have to do. So I'm still going to be going through some strats that are optional, some strats you need to do. This is where you get the biggest glitches of the game. So you wash up on this beach, you no longer have the dog. You master this text, and then we're going to sprint to the right. Let's make a save state, because, my gosh, we got through Magmar. Okay. Right at the beginning here, you've got this early dog strat. It is optional. The whole grasp that you need to have in your mind of Act 2, at least in the beginning, is the market timer. Once you enter Nobilia, you start a 14-minute timer. And during that 14-minute timer, you are free to do whatever the heck you want to do because you're not losing any time, kind of. So we use that time, that 14-minute timer, to get Atlas Glitch, to farm, to just do whatever we need to do to prepare for the rest of the game. There are things that will affect that timer and slow it down, and we'll talk about that. But one of the things that you might want to do is do the whole blimp cutscene while that timer is going on. If you don't want to do that kind of strat coming up, you'll be conceding about 1:20, something like that. So it is a pretty hefty time save. But I do want to show all the easy strats. Avoid that Mad Monk. And then you can just fall into the pit. I think you could even just talk to Blimp if you wanted to go into that screen transition. Whatever is safer to do. But when you do this, it'll start the whole transition to the dog. You're walking in the palace, whatever. But you haven't started the market timer yet. And that's a huge time save if you can get away with skipping over this ravine. So, let's go ahead and leash the boy. Okay, so that Mad Monk's in a bad spot. This, there's a weird glitch, and I don't really understand how this works specifically, but a lot of these screens, the game likes to put the dog in one of the corners, mainly the top left corner of the screen, just as like holding him in position. Even though we don't have the dog right now, if I go into this cave and then back into this cave, I can switch to the dog for some reason. I'm stuck in the corner, but I can switch to the dog. So, we can use that and try to grab the dog. Oh no, Scars. Now, to grab the dog, we need to activate a trigger and switch to the dog so that the game thinks we're moving with the dog. The closest thing for that, slash the only thing really for that, is this cave right here. So you have to go in and then back out to come back down here. That gives us access to the dog. Now, what you can do is run up against this edge, come over to the center-ish. You can roll up against it, but you want to, if you just first start doing this, come to the center. And then you want to buffer 2 sprint up. 1, 2. So now when I come out of this, I'll switch to the dog. So I'm going to tap Y, hold select. That makes the dog do this transition up through the cave, and that gives me control of the dog. Now I'm going to take this dog and run up. And I do not like this part, so I'm going to see if we can get a good example of bad stuff that can happen. So we're going to run away from these enemies. There will be times where you run with the dog and one of these rogues one-shots the boy. I weep for you. It will happen. I'm sorry. What you want is to have an enemy at the very least just at the bottom of the screen. It can be anywhere, but as long as you can have the enemy on your screen somewhere and have the dog down there, that will help you leash the boy in a direction. Yes, I want to kind of show the top left prison here. So you take the boy, attack. He should walk somewhere. You want him to leash across this ravine. Now, the boy can leash straight up. He can leash up left. He can leash up right. All 3 will get you across the ravine. However, if he goes up left and he gets into this position, it is nightmare fuel. Because if you try to go right, you'll fall into the ravine. And if you try to go upright, you'll fall into the ravine. Now, you can guarantee that you won't. And Dot, I forget what the button is. We might be able to... Oh, did I just break it? Crap. Hang on. I might have just busted it. Yeah, okay. 1 second. Let me close this. We gotta fix save state to SNES now. pressed make save state too fast. Alright, so that does that. I believe it's here. Input viewer should still work if I load that. Okay. Now let's load the save state again. I don't think I have to shut off the... Okay. There we go. Act 2, Prison Ravine. So let's see. If you get stuck in this position, if you tap left and then hold upright, that should be fine. If I tap upright, you might be fine. It kind of just depends where he's at. If you tap up, okay. So that's not a good example of it failing. But if I tap, if I'm too far to the right, you will fall down. So your best bet is to hold left into that rock and then go upright. But that's if he goes up left. I don't think there's a single runner that wants to deal with that. Is it faster to go there? Maybe, because it's closer. To just go here. But what you want to do is attack with the boy just like that. As long as there's an enemy close to the bottom of the screen, the boy will leash in some direction, wait until he gets all the way over, and then switch back to him, and that puts you in the Desert of Doom. Now, there are certain situations where he only half leashes, and I'm not going to show that. It is possible to get out of that, but so what will happen is he'll be in the ravine but walking around. If you go too high, you'll activate the trigger. So you need to be in that spot and kind of still move around with the dog near enemies until he walks himself out. It's a little bit of a time waste and it's hard to recover from it, but hopefully you don't experience that too much. In any case, let's start. In any case, welcome to the Desert of Doom. We only have 57 HP. Something you need to realize about the desert. After a certain amount of time, you're going to take 5 damage as an environmental damage effect. That sucks. In the desert, you have Oasis. An Oasis will heal you when you run into the middle of it to full HP. You can do that as much as you need to. The desert is just a couple screens that are patched together a bajillion times, okay? And because of that, and because the developers were so kind as to leave warps in, we can use warps to get across the desert. Now, casually, you ran all the way through this desert, and it was a nightmare. For the speedrun, I really wouldn't suggest doing that, even as an easy strat. I would say, please learn the at least the forward desert skip, and I'll show what that is. So when you come up into the desert, it doesn't matter how you get to it really, but you want to go in large diagonals. For me personally, I like to come up to this skull right here. If I'm running diagonally up left from here, I know I'll do the warp. But this rock right here, you see this pair right here are identical rocks. This rock right here, if you run diagonally that way, up left, around that corner, or run upright around this corner, you do have to be sprinting. You will warp into the desert. And as long as you continue to sprint, you'll end up at Nobilia. Now specifically, if I run up and then immediately switch to upright and keep sprinting, I will end up in town. Now I stopped because I want to make a save state here. It's important I make a save state here. But you will just go into town if you switch to sprinting upright. And don't worry about the camera. So this will be Nobilia's start. And this is where insanity begins as far as what you want to do. Now, you need to decide a couple things at this point. Number one, you need to decide if you're going to do the standard current route or if you want to do the Psycho Extreme route of what I just came up with last night to get through this at a slightly risky but very fast pace. We're going to show the standard route first, and then we're going to show the risky route. I think both warrant being shown. You also need to decide if, for Act 3, you're going to come back through the Dark Forest with wings, or if you're going to come back through the Dark Forest running out of bounds. That's going to be a difference of 2 wings. And I say that because it might just be up to your comfort level. I don't know. And all that's going to affect how much money and what you spend money on. So let's go through the standard route and see what we can do. So as soon as I enter here, the 14-minute timer starts. Things that slow down the timer. Lag. Any menuing, like the timer's not running right now because I'm in my menu. Screen transitions slow it down. Text that has options waste 8 frames per time you have options in a text. Pickups cost a frame if I pick up an ingredient or something. And purchasing is another kind of menu that you're losing time on. So we're going to try to minimize as much of that as possible. Ideally, your 14-minute timer never goes above 15 minutes. But for your first runs, it might. And that's okay. You'll get that time down. Also, this is going to involve going backwards through the desert. And while the forward desert skip was very easy to do, the reverse desert skip isn't. It's kind of hard to do, and it's hard to get it consistent because of the precise placement you have to have. So I will offer as an easy strat, if you want, after we purchase some stuff, you can buy an Amulet of Annihilation, and it pains me to say that, but you can buy an Amulet of Annihilation and ride the boat back down all the way to the bottom of the desert. You can do that, and it won't cost you too much time, but you might lose some time on leveling or trying Atlas Glitch, stuff like that. It's up to you. In any case, what you're going to do when you first get in here is run over here, talk to this lady. She's going to give you jewels for your talents at exchange rate of 2-to-1. You will have 472 or 473, depending on if a mosquito died, whatever. Then you're going to come into this room. This room is where you're going to get Atlas. And Atlas is the main show for this Atlas glitch. So we're going to equip it. And then we're going to buy an Atlas medallion because we need that to cast Atlas. Now Atlas takes an Ash, same as Defend. So we did need to pick up that Ash gourd from the Defend guy. Make sure I'm on my item screen again. You're going to come over to this guy. And you're going to buy at least 2 wings. If you're going to use wings to go backwards through the Dark Forest and you don't want to deal with going out of bounds in the Dark Forest, which is faster by about 3 seconds, then you can buy 2 more wings. I will buy these extra wings just to show that, and we'll use this specific example to show both once we get to there. But you also want to buy a Pixie Dust. So 4 wings and a Pixie Dust, or 2 wings and a Pixie Dust. It's up to you. 2 wings and Pixie Dust is about 3 seconds faster than 4 wings and Pixie Dust. Then we're going to run over here. Also, keep in mind, if you want to ride the boat down, you need 15 rice if you say no to him once. So this is the amulet guy. The rice vendor is up there. You could buy... It's 3 rice per... Or 3 jewels per rice. So you could buy... It might be difficult to buy enough rice to buy an amulet for the ride down. But that is an easy strat. I don't recommend it. I recommend trying to do reverse desert skip. And I'll show that now. So, okay. We're going to go here. We're going to go through reverse desert skip. From here, you're going to sprint straight down. Obviously diagonally, but try to avoid getting hit by spiders. You're going to come down past that little graveyard skulls. You're going to see these dunes, this like collection of dunes wrapping around. And you should come to this set of rock. This might look familiar. Here's that rock and this rock. We were warping up from the rock on the left. We're warping down from this rock on the right. Ah, that's true, Dot. So there is an inn in Nobilia, and you can safety save coming down. And for the easy strat, I would recommend that. I would recommend saving at that inn. Its entrance is right when you come back into the main market square from after getting Atlas in the wings. If you're having difficulty with this, definitely save first to make sure you get through this. Okay, so this rock, what you need to do is sprint down right around the left side or down left around the right side, in towards the center of it. And if you do that and continue to hold that directional down while sprinting, you'll warp down to the bottom of the desert. Otherwise, it's a very long sprint to the bottom and it'll be a nightmare. So you need to be sprinting the whole time. If you miss, the desert kind of breaks the rock once you miss. And so, oh, I didn't even, let me do it. Oh, what the heck? Okay, so the spider just warped. If you miss, you will have to go up off screen and come back to fix the rock. You want to avoid taking damage like that. I do have this safety pedal, so we'll go ahead and use that. That's another reason to have the safety pedal if you need to use it. If it's not working coming from the left side, you can try from the right side until you get it. So let's just kind of walk through that again. You're running over here. Because I do want to get it from the left side too. Thank you, Zandaro. Hello, hello. Yeah, this skip is annoying. It's hard to get consistent. So, yeah, definitely save your game, and I'll point this in out before you go to attempt it if you're looking to just learn the run. Atlas. Get that. 4 and 1. Oh, was he now? And then right inside here, this entrance right there in that door is the inn. So you can go there, you can save, and then come back out here to attempt to do this. So we're going to run down. To this rock. Try to get it. If you fail, try again. It's a sharp, sharp diagonal around the corner, and it's hard to describe until you actually, you need to do it a few times to really get a handle for it. It needs to be one continuous sprint, no mashing. If you can get it while mashing, it's just because that tiny window was the correct window, but I highly recommend having it as one continuous sprint. Try to avoid the spiders. And yeah, try to find your own favorite side. Right side seems a little easier for me, but I would always try the left side anyway. But yeah, once you do that, continue sprinting in the same direction you were, and just as long as you're going down. And then you'll come to this screen, and then you fall into the ravine. So this activates the blip cutscene that we were trying to skip before, and we can do all this anyway, but during the market timer. So right now, the market timer is still progressing. So here, sprinting, sprinting, come up like that, and run in here with the dog. This will start this cutscene. Market timer still progressing. Alright. So, this is Blimp. We didn't meet Blimp in Act 1, but now we're talking to Blimp. The market timer is not progressing on this screen. Regardless of whether you want to use Sting or use Crush, for the standard route, you're going to equip Crush. Because most of the time, you're going to use Crush. Press Y to back out of that. Do you want to purchase ingredients? No. Now, walk into here. If you want to be careful. And save your game. Because we're about to do Atlas Glitch. And it's going to get hairy. So run up, back into the desert. Let's also bring up this what I was talking about. Alright, 2 or 4 wings, pixie dust, reverse desert skip. If you don't want to do the desert skip, buy the rice and the amulet. You might not have enough money, actually, if you buy all 4 wings. So I think that's like, really, don't try to do the reverse desert skip. Yeah, okay, that's another thing to point out. That save right there is your final save of the game. Any other save past that is pointless because you'll mess up your Atlas glitch. I think you still have the strength, but you won't have the invincibility. Both sides of the rock, avoid the spiders. You want to do it quickly because even if you don't take damage from the spiders, the desert's going to be whittling you down. You only have so much HP to do this. Blimp conversation, equip crush, don't buy ingredients, Atlas glitch. Okay. Now, I have 57 HP. That's not a lot of HP. We do want to grind a little bit off spiders. So I'm going to do that. Now, if you really are just starting out, and you run over to this rock, you can grab 2 spiders. And you want to try to kill these, group them together. We're looking to kill enough to get to 75 HP. Now, I myself, I like to have a little more. It's up to you. If you get hit later with Plague to do Atlas Glitch on the second hit, your HP is a little iffy. So it's up to you if you want to have 75 HP or you want to grind on like 4 more spiders, 3 or 4 more spiders to hit 84 HP. It's up to you. But make sure you're healed. Grab these spiders. Bring them over here. Don't try to get poison from spiders far away because that lessens your time. Now I'm going to make a save state. Atlas for poison. And I have a video that Dot made to show this, but I just want to kind of go through the glitch once before we show that. So right now I'm looking to get poison. And because I'm at 75 HP, I get hit really hard. Okay, so I got poison, and now I'm running out of here. You heal. Be sure you're at full HP. So now we have poison as a status effect. Evermore loses its mind when you have 5 status effects. So we just got poison. We're looking to get plagued or confounded from a Mad Monk. And if we get that, we can do Pixie Dust, Defend, and Atlas. With 5 of those, when we die, because we are attempting to die here, Pixie Dust will revive us. That's the whole point of Pixie Dust. With 5 of those status effects, we'll remove our hitbox from the game once we die. So that nothing can outright hit us. The desert will still do 5 damage. There are certain scripted things that will still hit us, but enemies can no longer damage us. Okay? The way that Poison interacts with Atlas, also Defend, but Defend doesn't matter because we have invincibility anyway. The way that Poison interacts with Atlas is we're actually going to lose so much strength from a death that we're going to underflow our strength to have over 65,000. That's going to make us do 999 damage every time we do a non-full power swing with our weapon. Unless we crit, and then we'll do some random amount between 1 and 998, I guess. But this requires us getting Confound and Plagued from this Mad Monk. So the Spider, someone correct me, it's a 1 in 8 or a 1 in 4 chance of getting poison. It's probably on a wiki. So you shouldn't spend too long, hopefully, trying to get poison from a spider. Heal up, then come back down here. You're on the timer. You need to die with everything cast on you before poison wears off, but a long time after your latest poison tick. I thought it was 1/8 too. Some people say 1/4, but I'm pretty sure it's 1/8 as well. Mad Monk, 1/8 chance to do Confound, 1/8 chance to do Plague. So every Mad Monk hit has a 1 in 4 chance to give you a status effect that you want. So we're going to run down. Now, Mad Monk is kind of weird. Mad Monk only attacks down or only attacks up. So you don't want to come in from the side. You want to come in from whatever direction they're facing to take damage. You also want to avoid these rogues because these rogues are psycho and they will hit you for a lot. So come down to the Monk. Try to take damage. Usually only have 2 shots at this. Okay, so we didn't get hit with Confound or Plague. Run back out. If you still have a safety pedal, technically, as long as you were super, super quick, you could heal with that pedal and bring your HP back up. But not only does that cost a little bit of time in your menu, you also, it's very risky to still have poison stored up. So that was first try Atlas. We didn't get it. First try Atlas was a failure, so we have screen transition in and out. Every attempt at Atlas will cost you about 3 to 3.5 seconds, somewhere in there, because of the screen transitions. Let's try again. Nothing. There's Confound. So you can get Confounded or Plagued. Confounded just changes your controls. That's the one you really want to see more. Plague damages you like poison, but Plague never runs out. You can die and get a good Atlas glitch from Plague damage. If poison kills you, Atlas glitch fails. So now that we have Confound, we have 2 status effects. We want to do Pixie Dust, and in this order, you want to do Defend, and you want to do Atlas. Now you want to pay attention to when your last poison tick was. You don't want to die immediately from a poison tick. So let's see the next one. I could die now and it'd be fine. There's our poison tick. Let's try to die a little bit after that poison tick. And when you do that, you see we have 65,448 strength. And while that's an insane amount of strength, that's actually a little high. Because we do want to use some of this time during the market timer to grind. If you grind too much and this attack value is too high, you'll actually roll back over. And that's terrifying. Because if you roll back over to 0 strength, you're not going to do any damage. So I'm actually not going to keep this value. And this would be a good point to show Dot's video. Let me mute the game. Bring up Dot's video and kind of show. So on this video Dot made for us, you see this bar at the top, and this bar will show you when's good and when's bad to do poison. So as soon as he gets poison, this counter starts in the game, okay? And poison ticks every 8 damage. At the yellow is when you don't want to take damage, because that's right after a poison tick. You'll see at the end of this 8, and I'll try to really show this, but and I'm sorry, I've got like the script loading on top of the poison, but you see the character gets poisoned here, He's going to heal, run down. He takes 5 damage from a poison tick. He's going to run down to the monk. So I paused right here. This is right before the monk's about to hit him. He's missing another 5 damage. In this video specifically, he gets a poison tick, okay? You can see that the 8, the timer is right at that 8. And then it says he gets hits for 27. He actually gets hit for 22, and that 5 from the poison actually adds to that. So he gets hit for 27 here. It's useful, Dot. I appreciate it. So you can see this red bar is still counting up. It's in this yellow zone. You don't want to die in this yellow zone because that's going to give you an awful strength value. You want to die when it's green, okay? So he got hit for 27, well 22 plus the 5 from poison. He gets plagued here, so that's another 22 damage from the plague. And now would be a perfect time to die, but he's got to put his stuff in. So you do Pixie Dust. You do Defend. You don't want to die. And he does Atlas. So right there was a... poison tick? That might have been the poison tick. I'm not sure. That bar is a little confusing because you're in your menu while that bar is still counting, so I'm not really sure if that's still going. But he's going to die while that bar was in one of those green zones after the last poison tick. And if you do that properly, I think he goes into his menu here, you get 65,203. That's a great value, okay? So he actually dies. You see where that green bar is. He dies right before that last poison tick is about to happen. Okay? That's far enough away from the previous poison tick, second-wise, that's going to give you a great strength value. So that's what we're hoping to accomplish here, and hopefully that's clear. And Dot, I appreciate you making that video. Alright. So let's go back to this. Let's try to get a better one. Now, in this normal standard route, you're not super rushed. You're only super rushed if you're really, really pushing to hit level 16 before the end of the market timer, and I'll explain what's so good about level 16 in a second. But if it takes a while for these spiders to poison you, don't worry, it's done that for multiple people. Also, even though the monk has a high chance to give you a status effect, don't feel bad if you don't see it after so many attempts. There's been people in the chat that haven't had it after 10 attempts, so there's that. 3 spiders is a little excess and a little dangerous. I would really only try to work with 2. Alright, let's see if we can do a better one here. So you run down, Mad Monk, hope for the best, Sadness. You go up, you try to get poisoned again. I'm just going to reload the state for the sake of keeping this a little speedy. Let's make a save state. So run out. We just got pinged by the desert. That's all right. There's that. We just took a poison tick. So now we got confounded. We're gonna pixie dust. We're going to defend. We're going to Atlas. And we're going to try to die. So that should be better. And there you go. 65,228 strength. We will never be able to level up high enough to overflow, so we don't have to worry about that. So that's great. Atlas good. Spelled that wrong. And now we are going to try to do something that's a little interesting. You have a choice. You have Crush already equipped. You could be using Sting. It's up to you. You have Atlas, right? We have this strength. I'll show what this strength does, but this strength doesn't do anything for us in terms of Aquagoth. Aquagoth, you have to damage with Alchemy because we can't do full power attacks and do high damage. Full power attacks from us at this point only do 1 damage. So, we need Crush or we need Sting. Now, Blimp offers both sets of ingredients for Crush. As far as Sting, we don't have access to Vinegar to buy. Unless you'd want to just get Sting, but that's way more of a time waste to go buy Vinegar than it is just to use Crush. Crush is a slower casting spell than Sting. So Sting is nice. But I need to introduce you to the Infinite Flag Glitch. And before we get that, let me just mention here on the Avoid Ravine note I have. When you take lethal damage, you want to make sure you're not near the ravine, because if a rogue hits you upwards when you die, you're going to trigger falling into the ravine, and that's going to negate all of your Atlas glitching stuff. So don't fall into the ravine from taking lethal damage. But yeah, let's talk about Infinite Flag Glitch. Right here we have a Limestone pickup. Right here we have a Vinegar pickup. And right here we have a Wax pickup. It's up to you what you want to do it with. Most people will try to do it on the Limestone and Wax pickups, because most of the time, if you're going to get it, you're just lucky. And you're going to just use Crush. If you're really, really risky, you could try it on the Vinegar spot, so you can go into Blimps and buy water. But ideally, what we're trying to do is to avoid buying as much ingredients as possible to save time. So Infinite Flag Glitch. There's a temporary variable in the game that when you pick up something, it stores the numerical value of what you picked up. That doesn't get cleared. That variable doesn't get cleared right away. So if you're quick, and let's say kill an enemy, and that enemy happens to drop 75 jewels, you can pick up those 75 jewels, and then quickly pick up an ingredient to pick up 75 of that ingredient as well. Dot, remind me what the chance is of a drop happening, but the chance when a drop does happen, of that drop being 75 jewels, is 3 out of 14 for these enemies. There's a 1 out of 14 chance of it being Wings, and a 10 out of 14 chance of it being Nectar. I don't know who named it, because it makes no sense to me. It's not an infinite flag, but they call it IFG. Whatever. So what you can do, and I really doubt I'm going to see it here, is you can try to bait these enemies over here, and if they drop something, pick it up, and then quickly turn around and pick that ingredient up. Now, I'm not going to try to make that happen, but you would typically try to bait that here for the Wax or the Limestone. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You have to go grind anyway. So we're going to leave up through here, now that we have that, and we're going to go get money to go buy our Crush ingredients. Now, experience-wise, Bone Buzzards give you the most by far. You get 300 experience per Bone Buzzard kill. That's insane for this stage of the game. Money-wise, Mad Monks give you the most at 60 jewels, but that's a lot of screen transitions to respawn them. In the Desert of Doom, every spawn point gives you 10 enemies. And that means you can kill 10 tumbleweeds for 40 jewels each, or 10 bone buzzards for 40 jewels each. Spiders give you 18 jewels. So, what you could do, what the old route was to kind of go in this circle from this oasis down here. Spider spawns there, usually. Come around, brings you back to the oasis. Come around in the circle. Where the heck are the enemies? And you could kill stuff like that. What we're actually going to want to do is forward desert skip. Now, again, if you're not comfortable with reverse desert skip as a solo character, then don't do this if it's going to take you too much time to come back. So just go around in a circle killing these enemies, not straying too far away from that oasis so you don't accidentally warp somewhere in the desert and then have to sprint so far back down. But if you are comfortable, you're going to want to warp forward. Kind of run over here to the bone buzzards. And shout outs to Mr. Freet here for showing that you can kill 3 of these quickly. So I'm at the top of the screen where the village is now. I'm going to come down here, kill this, and then I'm going to warp forward to the top of the screen again. And I'm going to kill this bone buzzard and this bone buzzard. Anything I see, really, because money is money. Again, we're trying to afford ingredients to buy limestone and crush. And we're going to try to level up till we have about 129 HP. I forget what level that is. Well, it depends. If you're bad at the reverse desert skip, Dot, the having to do it twice can cost a bunch of time, especially if you're having bad Atlas luck. But yeah, ideally you hit level 16 between both grinding sessions, because we're going to have 2 grinding sessions. If not, that's alright. But we're going to keep grinding this. And I'm actually going to grind this because I should have enough time to do it. My desert's being really weird right now. We're going to try to hit level 16. Right now, we're going to try to hit level 13, I think. Okay, so level 12. So right about now is when you have enough money to afford the ingredients. So if you're tight on time, you can go back down, you can buy the wax and limestone. We have more stuff to pick up because the less time you spend in the purchase menu, the better. So you want to pick up as much wax and limestone as you can. So I call level 2. Eventually we'll have killed 10 of each of these enemies and they won't spawn anymore. That might be it. So now we're going to run back over here. You can see the desert is hitting us even though these other enemies can't kill us. And we're going to warp back down. So we tried the IFG, the infinite flag glitch. It didn't work for anything, which is fine. That's not run ending. We're going to try it one more time. And then for this standard route, this is your last chance for it. But again, even if we don't get it, you have to be super, super quick. Oh my gosh. Okay, so Let's make a save state, because you never know. I'll make a save state here. So, let's see what this is. That's Nectar. Okay, so I was too slow there. That's just showing how fast you need to be. Oh, I'm messing my stuff up. Okay, Nectar both times. Again, so this is a global kind of variable. And I'm looking for one of the jewels. There you go. 75 jewels, 75 wax. So that's awesome. That saves a bunch of time because that means I don't need to buy any wax whatsoever. I only need to buy limestone when I go to Blimp's Cave. I'm so glad I could show that. So when something like that happens, that saves you some time. Really awesome. The current world record at the time of this guide actually has that happen twice. Once with limestone, once with wax. So he never actually even has to go into Blimp's Cave. Huge time save. That's how it looks like when you make a task? Yeah. So you can also be super risky and try to do that with Sting up top with the vinegar. And let's talk about that. So for Crush, you need wax and limestone. You do it from those two spots. Whatever you don't end up with, you go into Blimp's Cave at this point after your second try and buy what you can. For Sting, if you get the vinegar, then you have to go into Blimp's Cave, buy a minimum of 90 water, and then you have to run up through the desert to Sting guy, equip Sting, and I'll show you how to get the Sting guy, and then continue your grind, and you're good to go. But I just want to show what this looks like without any IFG, because there's an optimal order of picking up ingredients, and you need to pay attention to this if you're trying to save time. So, remember way back when we had the dog touch a crystal pickup so we could pick up 3 clay back in Act 1? We're going to do that kind of here, but with just the boy. So, the most optimal way to pick up ingredients here, right now we have 10 wax and no limestone. We're going to grab this bone. We're going to grab this wax. That makes it's 4 wax instead of a normal 1 wax. So that's 4 wax. We're going to pick up this, which makes it 3 wax. So that's 7 wax. Then we're going to come up here. We're going to pick up the vinegar. This 3 wax. That vinegar affects that wax. So that's 10 wax total. Come over here. 2 parts limestone and 3 parts limestone. So that gets us all the way up to 5 limestone and 20 wax. Now for the rest of the game, you need a minimum to feel safe of 50 wax and 50 limestone. Can you get away with 45 and 45? Yes. Is that going to be consistent and helpful? No. I definitely recommend getting 50-50. You can buy even more if you want, but you really don't need any more. You really just need 50 and 50. So I need to buy up to 50 and 50 from Blimp. So as quickly as you can, don't equip. Now you want to purchase 50 and 50. Get out, don't save. Get out of here as quick as possible. It calls loot. When you loot, it calls the RNG. Okay. But that's affecting off some variable, right? So the timing of... Does that make sense? The timing of when you do pick it up is using a variable that affects what that's going to be. That's what I was going to say. So the timing of when you pick that up is when it affects it. Anyway, let's say you were crazy and you wanted to go for Sting. My current PB has a Sting IFG. We got that, so you actually have to go buy the 90 water, And then when you get in here, this is your way to get to the sting guy. It's basically straight upright, and then until you hit an oasis, and then from that oasis, straight up. So let's go through that. So straight upright. Now, if you have Crush, you're not doing this. You're going back up the Bone Buzzards, and you're trying to grind up to level 16. But if you get Sting, you're going to come all the way up here. You want to stay relatively between the large rocks here. If you go too far left or right, you're going to accidentally wrap the screen around on the desert and lose Sting Guy. So there's Sting Guy. You talk to him. You equip Sting. And then you have Sting. Now, I'm not going to pick up Sting, but I will use the practice ROM when we get to certain spots to show those fights with Sting. People, I think this might be a 7-hour video. You see, okay, so we just hit for 2. That means we crit against that one Bone Buzzard. Now, while you're running, you're used to, if you have more than one run, you're going to have a market timer split. And that's going to kind of give you a reference as to how fast you need to be moving. Oh gosh, okay, you may be careful. So that's a good example right there of if you move too far in one direction, the screen wrapping around. So we warped to the other side accidentally. You want to be careful because when I'm warping up, I'm holding upright. You can accidentally go into town if you do that. Now, the assumption is you do hit level 16. If you don't, that is perfectly fine. It's got nothing to do with hardly anything. The whole reason to hit level 16, and I'm not going to go too much into the accuracy table, but if you hit level 16, by the time you get the Dark Toaster all the way in the boss rush, and if you buy the J-Disc item, okay, there's level 16. You'll actually have a little bit of increased hit percent against the Dark Toaster Dog. Dark Toaster Dog has the highest evasion of anything you're going to face. And so the more you hit that, the faster your run's going to be. So I hit level 16. I'm going to try to buy... You gotta make a choice. You're gonna go easy, you're gonna go hard. Easy, you don't worry about the J-Disc, especially if you're not level 16, there's no sense in getting it. Buy 30 rice, buy the Amulet of Annihilation. If you want to buy the J-Disc because you've hit level 16 and you want a little boost to your hit percent, yeah, you'll be level 21 and it makes it a little difficult to hit that because of that. If you do want it though, because you got level 16, then you're going to buy 50 rice. Come here and buy 5 spice. Wait, how much did we... Okay, so I only bought 40 rice. You'll buy this Amulet of Annihilation. You need this for Act 3. Do not forget to buy that. That is important. You do need it. You'll come down here. You'll buy 5 beads for jewels. Come up here. You'll buy 3 chickens. Oh. Is it actually 60? It might be 60 then. Okay. Change that. Get this. Then you get the J disc. So this will bump up your accuracy every set of 4 levels, I think. And that's pretty useful to have. Now, this market timer is coming to an end soon. There's 2 different kinds of cutscene RNG situations here. When we enter the screen from this side, the boy's either going to walk straight right to the center, or he's going to walk down and around. What that does is affect the camera, and so that actually changes timing for this. So it's up to you how you want to play it. You can also get a little close to the screen here if you want to shave off a couple frames. But when you enter here, you're either going to have the fastest time possible and he walks right, or the slowest time possible and he walks down. If you don't want to chance it and you just want to go for a good average, you can enter from here and he'll walk down, but it's a medium speed between the two. So this will give you an average, maybe slightly better than average. Whereas this will either give you the fastest or the slowest. It's up to you what you want to do. Make save state, market done, normal. Yeah, so the time loss, what Dot's talking about, it costs you 0.8 seconds to go through all that buying because you lose 8 frames per purchase, basically. But the time you save from not missing could be more than that. All right, so that's the standard market route. And that leads us into Vigor. Cool. Recently, I came up with a new market route. And we'll, I'm not going to go through everything with that. I'm going to go to the new market route right now. And then we'll see how we bring it together. So let's get into this. So the hard market route, which I do not suggest if you are not familiar with this run or the mechanics, is this. You want to exchange your money. You're going to get 473 jewels. Or 472. You're going to come in. You're going to buy the Atlas. Or get the Atlas and you're going to buy the Atlas Medallion. You're going to buy 2 wings. And 1 pixie dust. And then you're gonna leave, like you would normally. Da 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 da. No saving here, because this is all hard, difficult route, and you are really strapped for time. So this is a new market timer, 15 minutes. I'm gonna make a save state here that is new market route. So here, I'm going to sprint in a way that does not get me hit from anything, hopefully. And I'm going to go down left from here. You can kind of watch that path from how I got here. Hopefully nothing hits me, because if something hits me, you really don't have enough HP at this point to survive going through the desert. And yeah, so we're going to go through this new route. It's trying to avoid going into Blimp's cave at all. It's kind of guaranteeing IFG, basically, with a little bit slower because you still have to purchase ingredients, but you're trying to gain money to buy the ingredients for Crush right when you meet Blimp the first time. You have to believe. not. You have to believe. Alright. So, you want to gather these tumbleweeds. In a way that they both line up on you, because it makes them far less likely to run away from you. Now, because you're such a low level, this is going to be a slower start to killing him. Once you level up, you'll actually be able to do a little more damage to him. So that's 1. Oh, please. 2. So you're going to grab a tumbleweed. You're going to come up. Oh my gosh. Grab another tumbleweed. I need that other one to come back. I'm not used to seeing both those spiders there. Okay, there comes the tumbleweed. You're going to come over here to this rock. I didn't show, but okay, that rock over there. Come down to about here, and then come down. And this lets you fight 3 at a time. So I've killed 3 so far. And anytime you get low on, or 2 so far. Anytime you get low on HP, you can just heal in the Oasis. That's 4, 5. Grab 1, grab 2. Run left to rock, C3. Run right. About here. So that was 5 we killed. Hey, Brood. What was that? 6, 7. 8. Grab those 2. That spider makes those not spawn. That's a pain. There's the 3rd one. That was 9, 10. 11. Okay, you get 3. Oh my gosh! Avoid the dunes to avoid that happening. They'll run away when you do that. Hopefully they come back. Spider spawning can kind of throw that off. Okay, sometimes I guess you can just grab 4. Should be 14, right? As long as you get consistent with this movement and never have them run away, you should be able to make this happen. So you might not necessarily want to pick that up. It is nice because they could drop 45 jewels. I got 17. And we'll check our money after this. This is a faster way, but it's very difficult. This will save you time for sure. So total we need 1260 joules. I think that's 20. One, 22, 23. Oh no, come back. I don't want to lose that. I don't want to lose that one. This will be 27 when they're all dead. Yeah, this does require you to have good movement around and HP management. So that's 27. Be 28, 29, and I don't know if I'll actually grab. Okay, there it is. There's number 30. Crap. So this will be the last of these. Now, if you wanted to be risky for later against Sterling, you don't need... That's 30. I still need a little bit. You can get away with 28. And I think one spider. We're 28. 28 and one spider will get you enough to always kill Aquagoth and most of the time kill Sterling, as long as you don't crit. But it only gets you like a couple casts against Sterling. I'm trying to go for 30 here and 3 spiders. I don't think anything else is going to spawn. So let's try to grab 3 spiders. Now this is tight on time, so ideally, if you're really pushing, you're hoping you don't crit on Sterling, you would only go for 28 tumbleweeds. But I'm just kind of showing what you could do if you just wanted to do this. Okay, so that's enough money. That should be... Oh, I killed more than I had to. Interesting. Oh, I know why. Okay, so we warp back up here just so we can come down. To reverse desert skip. And that brings us into this. So the market timer's still going on, and it's going to be tight. You kind of do need, like, first or second try Atlas to have any kind of hope for this. So you bring the dog through here. Also, note, while you're doing this, regardless of route, if the dog died while you were trying to leash the boy over the ravine, that's okay. The dog will get his HP back after Vigor, the next boss fight. The only downside is you're going to be walking into this palace from here, which is a little slower. But it's during the market timer, so who cares? It's not actually costing you time. So here, now, you are going to equip Crush. And then you're going to buy 25 wax and 40 limestone. 2, 3, 4, 5. So that you have up to 35 wax. And you're going to buy 40 limestone. And that's all the money you really have for it, okay? So I guess I didn't have to kill the 3 spiders? Maybe kind of, sort of. I'm not sure. Stop it, Dot. Alright, so that gives you that. Now, with the remaining time you have, and I'm going to make save state, new market, Atlas, try. You need to get Poison and Atlas Glitch super quick. It might be longer, Doc. There's so much new stuff to talk about. Now, you'll notice your HP is higher. That could be a curse or a blessing, depending on how you look at it for Atlas Glitch. But one thing to note, there is no need to buy the J disc here because you're not going to get anywhere near level 16. There's our Confound, Pixie Dust, Defend. We'll check our stats. I'm not too sure about that. That was weird. Yeah, that didn't work. Alright. I think getting plagued again overwrote something. That wasn't good. That's like another good point to bring up. You don't typically want to go for the Mad Monk is to kill. I know I showed you that video that Dot did for that, but that can cause issues like we just saw. Or we could have just like mixed the poison time in with dying. It could have been that too. So I loaded that save state again, so we can try Atlas again. Because I want to see how much time is left after that. There's our Confound. Defend. Atlas. Okay. Check our stat again. Beautiful numbers. Now, because I'm up against the clock, and I need money, I am rushing. So we have Atlas Glitch, we have all our crush ingredients. I don't have a high level, but that's kind of the risk of doing this strat. You can, if you want, run over here real quick to kill 2 Bone Buzzards. Because I don't really know how much time is left. And when you get in here, you need enough money to buy that. So that skips going into Blim's Cave and saves some time. But you gotta kill stuff super quick. So you need 1260 in total. You have 147 when you buy the 2 wings and the pixie dust. So 1260 minus 147 divided by you need actually 1380 for an additional limestone. So that's 1233, which is 30.8. So you kill 30, roughly 30. I guess. I had extra money, I don't know why. But you kill the 30 tumbleweeds for sure. Now, things went well. We do have some time here, right? So I was able to do all that and still have my crush. Now, the whole reason for buying... Oh, shoot. Okay. So, you would normally be done. Let me go back, because I forgot something. The whole other purpose, and I'm sorry about that, you want to do this. So imagine that I wasn't actually there yet. I showed you in the other route, but you want to pick these up after you get Atlas Glitch while you're on this screen, so you don't have to do any other screen transitions. So this is the same ingredient route we did for the normal strat. And what that gives you is 45 crush. We have 45 limestone and 45 wax. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Okay. That's why you kill... It might be 4 spiders. It might be 4 spiders in. Because I killed 3. Sorry. Okay, it's 4 spiders. It's 30 tumbleweeds and 4 spiders. Sorry, I just came up with this yesterday, so I'm trying to work that all out. So, with Blimp, you would have picked up 45 limestone. 45 limestone, 25 wax. So that gives you 45 crush at 50 limestone and 45 wax. I'm doing that because it's too much time to grind even more money for wax. But in the Coliseum... So I would have picked all that up. I would have had all that from Blimp anyway. In the Coliseum... I think this is fine, right? This is the same kind of thing. We're just lower level. That's fine. Well, no, so Lonk, I'm completely getting rid of Sting. I'm not even trying to do IFG for that anymore because you can just outright fake IFG both crush ingredients by grinding enough. So I'm not even going to talk about that old Sting thing I came up with. I'm going to stick with this from now on. I know crush is slower, but it's a guaranteed double IFG basically, at the expense of, excuse me, having to still purchase the ingredients. So, you come into the Coliseum once you go into the marketplace. As I mentioned, you've got different RNG for whatever cutscene you're on. Don't save here because there's no sense in it. In this screen, there's a couple pickups we need. And this is kind of where the routes come back together, okay? Here, you're going to pick both these up so the dog doesn't go sniffing after him. You're going to go into this hidden section. In this hidden section, depending on what you're doing, if you're using Crush, so you have old route, new route. If you're using Crush, either way, it's the same between the two routes. If you're using Sting, it's different. But either way, you're going to pick up these 2 call beads because you can use call beads. These call beads are useful if you're using Crush against Aquagoth, or if you're using Sting, they're useful against Sterling as a source of damage. If you're using Crush, where you can just outright buy 50 and 50 like you did in the old route, then also just get these 2 call beads. If you're doing this new strat, and you bought to have enough for 45 Crush and 50 Limestone, wax and wax. You get 2 free wax there. That's 2 additional cast of Crush, which gets you 47 Crush to use. And I think that nets you... That gets you a total of 5 Crush against Sterling instead of 3. Which will do, like, enough damage to make you feel comfortable if you end up critting against Sterling. As far as positioning, position about right here. You don't need to buffer. It doesn't need to be exact. I'm just trying to show the exact position. I'm going to move the camera over. Oh my gosh, please. Okay, it might have been on the one I was. You want to have the boy right here. You also want to have the dog about right here, if possible. For this door, walk straight up. Don't sprint. Walk straight up. That's only one of the times you want to just walk straight up, because it takes less time for the boy to reposition himself and look down. And now we get to Vigor, or Vigor, however you want to pronounce it. This fight could softlock if you're not careful, and because I don't want to have to do this fight too many times, I'm not going to softlock it on purpose. When he throws his arms in the air to cheer, or to call on the crowd to throw stuff at you, you don't want to kill him, because you're going to have a sound bug, and you could potentially softlock. For some emulator people, that doesn't actually softlock you. But for console people, that could softlock you. And that is true. If you are late getting back to the market timer, you can buy the Amulet of Annihilation after. Those market people are there again after that. So, for this fight, I'm going to show you what you could do super fast and what you could do super slow. Easy strat, you're just going to run around him, wait for him to set up, and hit him from behind. You need to hit him twice, ideally, to kill him. And yeah, buying that stuff afterwards does cost time, but it is available to you if you forget or run out of time. The faster way to kill him is that right at the start of this fight, and I might have been too late for it already from having to menu here, you want to run up behind him and then just tap down. You need to be as high as possible, tap down, and swing. If you press down too hard and move down too far, you're only going to do a small amount of damage to him because his hitbox is so large around his chariot. So you turn around real quick and swing. Depending on how you do this, he's either going to get knocked down or turn around quick like that, whatever. Your second hit would be not too quick, but a little bit after. If you swing too quick, he could softlock. And if you swing too late, you're just going to miss. So you can hit him anytime here, especially if you miss and you just want to hit him. Whatever you do, just don't hit him. Now, don't kill him here, because you got the crowd sound, the chariot sound coming back, you'll have a sound bug and die. But you can kill him again after that. It's fine. He's got 1,050 HP, I believe, so nothing special. I would be shocked if it took more than 2 hits just because of how the crits work and how unlikely they are. But that's Vigor. There's not too much to tell there. Alright. So here we have a little introduction to the big baddie, communicating with his cronies. And now we're kind of wrapping up Act 2. I mean, that was very technical, very high level stuff. Low level stuff. But that's kind of a breeze for a little bit. Now, we need to worry about precasting. So regardless of whether you're doing Sting or you're doing Crush, you're going to want to precast before Aquagoth, because Aquagoth can cast spells that really cost a bunch of time. And Aquagoth makes a decision after he's been hit. And so the less times that you hit him, the less decisions, or chance for a decision he makes to actually do an attack. He can Confound, he can do Corrosion, he can do Storm. Because of that, you also only want to be able to cast waves of 7 against Aquagoth, because if you cast 8 and he does one of those with Crush or Sting, you're going to softlock. Hi, Kevin. So, again, if you forgot to buy the amulet, you can get it now. We are going to take the doggo with us, now that we have doggo. And we're going to leave the dog sniffing. Now we need to precast 14 Crush. Okay? If it was Sting, we would precast Sting. I believe. Yeah. Here we're going to precast 14 Crush. The hard route is to do it while you're in the desert. The easy route is to do it on any enemy in the desert or in Blimp's room. You can do it anywhere. The good thing about doing it in the desert is that you don't have lag because you're going to get the enemies off screen while you're running. So I'm going to leave the dog sniffing there because we no longer have to do a difficult reverse desert skip. We have a very easy desert skip now going reverse. But you need the dog to stay up here sniffing. So we're going to come down here. We're going to get the spider pretty close to up above the screen. And then we're going to switch to the dog real quick and press X to get to the boys menu. Okay. Here, we're going to do 7 and 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Switch back and run off screen. There's no lag, and those crush are hitting that spider. I don't care so much about the spider dying. If I get too far off screen, the spider's not going to even be there anymore, so we won't get experience. And we'll do it again here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You're going to run off. And then here is your rock where you would normally reverse desert skip. You can try it once if you want, but if you miss it, that's okay. You just need to be here or lower. And if you are, while you're still holding the dog with sniff, you're just going to switch to the dog and sprint up. Switch, sprint up. And that will take you to here. Easy, easy. Now that locks the dog here in this position. So you need to sprint with the boy here. Now, I did mention the dog has 72 HP. That's not a ton. I don't believe we have a safety biscuit with us right now, but you would if you were going with a safety biscuit, have a safety biscuit in case he died. To avoid that, you can waste a little bit of time killing a couple enemies. Also, since it's not really a good time to do it while you're precasting up in the desert, here, go into your dog's menu and switch the boy all the way to defensive. This is going to save time in Gomi's tower. It could keep you safe against Sterling, and it's going to save a bunch of time against Coleoptera later in the run. So if you want, you kill those enemies. It doesn't cost too much time. If this Mad Monk is here or closer to the center of that screen, kill this Mad Monk. And this Rogue if he's there too, because you don't want the dog to get plagued, and you don't want the dog to die anyway. So kill that. And then we're going to move forward. And now, dearest Dot. This is the out of bounds. So we did practice having the dog sniffing while sprinting, right? We did that in the early. This is where you're actually going to use that. Easy strat. Grab the ethanol that's up here so that the dog doesn't have anything to sniff. Okay? You're going to take the dog. You'll notice that if you walk too close to here, he'll automatically jump across. The whole basis of Out of Bounds is that whole jumping across animation is full of scripts and things that the game has to go through. It gives the dog no clip, and then at the end, it takes away no clip. Our goal is to give the dog no clip and then screen transition so that the game never gives or takes away no clip again from the dog. So we need to do a frame perfect screen transition and switch to the dog. So if you grab that ethanol from up there, this dog has nothing to sniff to, and that'll keep the dog here. But you need to be on the trigger. So we're going to bark, sniff, switch. Sorry, bark, switch, sniff. And that makes sure that the dog is on this trigger. So I'm currently the boy, but if I switch to the dog, it's going to automatically jump, okay? So put him here. You're going to come down. You will find your own visual cue for this. I have my own visual cue. Ideally, you're sprinting for this. You can do it while walking. You'll have a different visual cue, but I'm going to be sprinting for this. You're going to want the boy pretty close to the screen transition. If you see where my sword is, at the tip of the sword, if you come down, you're going to see a big solitary pebble or rock, okay? Bigger than the smaller one that sits down to its left. I'm going to be sprinting, and I want my sprinting foot to be past that rock. So you see, now my foot is even with that rock. So even or past. I misspoke. Even or past. You want to be even or past that rock. And that'll be the trigger. So now I'm past it. I'm going to release everything. I'm going to tap while I hold select. And that begins the animation to jump over there. But the game never takes away no clip from the dog. So just kind of showing it without grabbing the ethanol. Need to be fast so the dog doesn't have time. That was on the frame to switch, so that was just a little too greedy. One more buffer over because I can see the edge of the rock. Let go, tap, switch. That's not important at all for this dot. That gives you out of bounds, no clip for the dog, and we are going to be using that moving forward. Amazing. Thank you, Dot, for this wonderful glitch. All right. As far as running around, careful not to touch this bridge, because if you jump across this bridge, normally with the dog, you'll lose your no clip again. So you don't want to do that. Also, avoid this spider. So when you're running across, as long as you're kind of running diagonal, it's the same kind of speed. Don't get hit. Just run through here. No need for the Megator, Ruins, or Pyramid. Avoid the Dancing Fool. You're just going to be entering here. Now you're going to go up left and up right for this screen transition. Up right, up left to hit that. And we're going to Aquagoth. Just like that. All right, so this screen is one giant screen. It has screen transitions, but you don't actually need to go through them. The whole thing is one giant screen. Unfortunately, it's slower to run through the whole screen than it is to just go through the screen transitions, because every screen transition refills your stamina. So we're going to hit 3 screen transitions. You want to avoid the Oglins best you can, and you need to react to how they spawn, because they might spawn in different spots or move differently. And your goal is to not get hit or die with the dog, because if you have to walk through this, your life is sad. So lucky dodge there. That was very bad positioning for those Oglins. But that's room 2. You won't get hit here. Make sure you're running diagonally up. And then, now, we're at Aquagoth. So, Sting or Crush, you precast 14. Cool. If you're using Crush, and this is the example we're going to show, Crush has a long animation once you cast it, because these fists have to go up off the screen and then down to the enemy. You can mitigate some of this timing by making the camera have the boss really close to the top of the screen. So, when we get in here, avoiding tentacles and damage, we're going to run just enough to move the boy up, like that, and you should be able to target Aquagoth. The boy cannot target Aquagoth when you first get in. He has to walk up a little bit. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and we're going to continue moving up, right, trying to. Now for Crush, you want to animation cancel so that all these Crush count as one hit. Remember, you only want to cast 7 at a time. Now you're going to do 4 waves of 7, and on the 4th wave, you're going to cast 2 Flare with that. But you can't animation cancel Crush until the fists actually hit the enemy. So I'm making sure he's all the way up there and having the Crush land like that. And I'm going in, and I'm thinking of pressing start again. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Switch to start. So that was start, Y, start for the alternating order. And then this will be with Y. But this will be the final cast against Aquagoth, and you have to kind of decide what you want to do. You can just instantly animation cancel this one as well, but the boy's going to have to target or path his way up to the bucket to get out, and the AI is going to set that. And sometimes that can take a long time. So instead, what I'm going to do is cast all this and then run with the boy to where the bucket's going to be after this fight. And when I do that, then I can animation cancel. If there's time left, there might not be, whatever. What's super important is that you are in control of the boy when the boss dies. If you're in control of the dog, when you come out of this from the well, the boy is going to walk off and cost you about 5 seconds of just running off from bad pathing because the game can't handle you being the dog there. So be sure you are the boy when this boss dies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2. Switch to the boy, run up, try to get as close to here as possible. That will kill Aquagoth. So it's 14 precast, 28 actual cast, plus the 2 flare, which is 42. And we have 5 crush left over for Sterling. Also, if that Oglin spawns, you're not actually going to be locked here. So when the boss dies, you're going to want to sprint up to move the camera here as fast as possible. And then come back down to here. If the Oglin doesn't spawn, then you're locked there anyway, you can't really affect it. So that's how you fight Aquagoth with Crush. Let's go over it with Sting. I'm going to let this guy talk. We'll make a save state, and then we'll switch to the practice ROM. But yeah, welcome to Act 3. At least in my opinion, the hardest stuff is done. You did Atlas Glitch. You did all that for Out of Bounds. You got out of Act 1. Now your run can continue. It's not too bad. Act 3. But let's switch real quick to the practice ROM so I can show that. Oh. What you doing, Aquagoth? Elgato. You scared me. Go ahead and give ourselves what we need. I'm gonna spawn Thraxx, sure. And we are going to give ourselves Sting instead. So assuming you went the Sting route, very rare, but just to show it, you would have precast 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 against the spider running through the desert or on the Mad Monk and Rogue, depending if you just want to cast it somewhere. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that when you get the Aquagoth, you're only going to do 4 waves of 7. Which we're going to just... I don't know why I did it that way. Aquagoth. So here, again, you're going to run up as the dog. Until he comes up, and you should be able to target. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now, Sting is an instant cash. That's why it's faster than Crush because of that. So with this, you're going to try to move the dog up to get the boy kind of further up the screen. A little risky on how you go through this. We also got really lucky in the previous fight with Crush that Aquagoth didn't do anything. He might cast something. That's why we're still casting 7 at a time. You want to be careful because when you are out of bounds as the dog, the game doesn't know how to path the boy to the dog. I don't think even tries to either. So the boy's not going to do anything, especially with the boy being fully defensive right now. So we're going to cast this and then instantly cancel it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Cancel with Y. After start on the first one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Cancel with start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This should be the final 7. When you cast this 7th one, it's up to you again if you want to switch to the boy and run up or just instantly animation cancel it. I'm going to switch. And then cancel. If you do that, if you hadn't already switched the boy to defensive, this would be the time to do it. Again, make sure you're the dog. Back out. Oh, did he not die? That was 7, right? Alright, that's news to me. Apparently 28, not always enough. It will typically kill, but if you low roll a bunch, that's not always going to be enough. That's good to know. So, you could cast one of your call beads, maybe. You'll have one call bead and 1 or 2 extra Sting for Sterling. Up to you. But that's Aquagoth for Sting. And again, didn't cast anything, so that's pretty great. But let's go back to the actual run. Hey, Sliva, thank you for the raid. Sorry for the alerts being off, but welcome in, everybody. We're just continuing the guide right now. Alright. Just gonna load this up so the music's kind of weird. So back in Act 3, up to you which character you want to use. I tend to run here with the boy, because the boy's faster just out of the gate here, but then I'll switch to the dog. If for whatever reason you forgot to buy an Amulet of Annihilation, and you just now realized it, you do need one to continue the run. There's a couple hidden ones in Ivor Tower and outside Ivor Tower. So once you enter this screen, switch to the dog. If you forgot, come here, and you can open this chest by doing a character switch. And to do that, get in front of the chest, tap Y, then you're gonna YBY, and then tap Y and hold select. And that'll give you... Oh, that's an Atlas Medallion. Hang on. Maybe it's this chest. Nope. Guessed wrong again. Where the heck is it? Did I just completely skip it? What the heck? Where's my chest? Is this? Oh, okay. There's the Amulet of Annihilation. So there's your Amulet of Annihilation. If you need to grab that. So again, you run up here. That's the aura, so the amulet's right down here. The downside is it's a little sketchy because these enemies can still hurt the dog. But assuming you did buy it, you're just going to run into here, switch to the dog. Avoid the enemies, continue to run diagonally. Try not to take damage. And welcome to Ivorkeep. Alright, so from here, we are going to take the dog up to here. I like to put the dog there. You can leave it wherever you want. It's not that much of a difference. But you're going to run to this vendor, you're going to purchase a ticket, and then switch to the dog and run left. And now from here, you're going to switch to the boy, and you're going to attempt to react to the NPCs, because you need to get to the top of the screen, sprinting as efficiently as possible. So you're going to run the widest diagonals you can, but if an NPC is going to be in your way, adjust to it like that. Or adjust to that. Now we're going to try something called Lemon Skip. Alright, so from here, normally what you can do, like easy strat-wise, you can just run up to this guy. It starts a cutscene. It's not too long. It's a couple seconds. When he's done talking, then you go and talk to him. You'll give him the ticket, and it starts the whole marathon of mashing you have to go through in this cutscene. If you want to save a little bit of time, you do something called Lemon Skip, where you avoid that. You run around. So this column right here, you can walk up safely. And back behind, you can walk safely. And you can talk to this guy. And if you talk to him and give him the ticket, that skips the opening sequence. If you want to be super, super greedy, bring the dog up here and come down. So that the dog doesn't have too far to go, and it just puts the dog there. Not super necessary, minimal time gain, but you can do that if you want. That's Lemon Skip. That skips that whole introduction. You guys were joking about this taking too long, but I think the majority of the description is gone. I think the only thing that's really left that's going to take a little bit of time is the Dark Forest, but we'll see. Alright, so for this, you're mashing. There's not too much you can do. Let me scroll this down. Now, what you can do to save your hand, so you're not mashing the entire time, these later showcases that he's doing, I don't have to mash here. He's going to look, wait, now mash. When he's done talking here, he's got a long way to walk. There's no need to mash here. Save your hand. And this will show you Pig Dog. And this will start the pig race. Now, what's coming up is Banquet Skip. And this is the kind of thing where you're doing a speed run. You need to do Banquet Skip. If you fail it, there's recovery, but if you can't recover, then your run is basically dead. I'm not going to show what you have to do if that happens, because it's a lot of story that it's not worth going through in the speed run. I would assume so too, Sliver, but there's a couple. There's a lot of easy versus hard strat, and there's a lot more stuff introduced because of Out of Bounds, even though the run's shorter. So I don't know. Maybe I'm just talking super, super slow. In any case, we're coming up on Banquet Skip. Banquet Skip saves you from having to do the dog maze, and it saves you from having to do the prison and all that sewer goodness and talking to the queen. So I'm gonna make a save state. Banquet Skip. So once you get to this screen, I think it's 2 text boxes. You want to sprint down, down right, or down left. Usually it helps to tap A twice, but just hold down right. And as long as you do that right, you're going to bust out the Banquet. Now, we used to do this back in the old run, and you would enter back into the screen and just run to the right to the chessboard. Come to find out, you can actually get the dog here. So what you want to do is, after Banquet Skip, you want to run up here, and as soon as I touch this staircase, it's going to force the dog to come to me, because these staircases have a script to bring both characters together if they're too far apart. So I'm going to touch that, and now the dog is going to try to path here. Fastest possible time is 4 seconds. Slowest possible time that I've seen is about 9.5 seconds. So there's a huge difference in time there. Good luck on the RNG. With that, you take the dog, and you run into here. Cool. Let's show what happens if you fail. So let's say I forget and I'm just mashing, not paying attention, and I sprint up. That's going to change the boy's position here. So that when this guy starts talking, you can still exit the screen during that. Just make sure you mash A to clear the text boxes. And eventually that'll get you out through here. And so that kind of saves you from having to be stuck with Banquet Skip. If you don't move at all, you will be locked into this chair, and you really can't do anything. You'll be stuck. You'll have to go through the dog maze and the sewer and the prison and all that, and it's a huge time loss. So don't do that. So Banquet Skip, make sure you're holding down right. Mash. Run over here. Your sprint, if you only mash once, will run out around here. Run up. Hope for a 4-second delay. That's a really good delay. Run over. Come here as the dog. Now, this is an example of a screen that has multiple screens on one template. So what you can do is just run through this darkness onto the other side of the building. If you don't, if you just run into the building because you're not thinking about it, that will lock the camera so that you can't see where you're going when you come back out if you wanted to take this shortcut anyway. I'm not going to show that because I want to continue on with this. But what you want to do is just, run, when you come into here, run down to skip all those entrances over there. And you'll come out the other side. Make a save state. And you'll be at the chessboard. And then from here, you don't have a HUD. So the dog, if I remember, only had like 13 HP, something like that. So you want to be careful. The boy's locked over there. The way we're going to get the boy is by going right there in that position. That starts the FootKnight fight. So now the game's going to path the boy to you, and we're going to fight FootKnight. At the very start of this fight, you want to switch to the boy and hit up with the sword. Ideally, you kill FootKnight right at this area, because the stairs are going to spawn next to here. And you're good to go. Some other things can happen, one of which is you miss, especially if you're low level. You'll miss, and then FootKnight's going to swing at you and then run off somewhere, and you got to go chase him. You don't want that to happen. But like I said, ideally, you come down a little bit, turn it face up, and swing up. And then run real quick. And if you're quick enough, you can get a, after the second hit, well, actually, if you hit him up, if you're quick enough, you can hit him without a knockback so that your third hit will meet. And I'm going to try to show that, and that kills him as fast as possible. Like that. So that's a really good fight. That kills him as fast as possible. That puts you right around these stairs. That's what you're looking for in that fight. Now, switch to the dog. You're going to be going through here. You want to run straight down, kind of stay away from that bone buzzard, and then run a little right and then down right. As I mentioned all the way at the beginning with the poodle. The poodle runs fastest straight down, so you want to do as much straight down as possible. And then if you have to, a little right and down right. You're trying to get to this entrance as fast as possible without taking damage. You do regain your HP. You also get your HUD back here. I'm going to make a save state with this music being okay. And welcome to the Dark Forest. Now, this is an out-of-bounds category. I would say the easiest route you could do is take the normal path through the Dark Forest. That's about 1:50, roughly, slower than if you were going out of bounds. So for this guide, I'm only going to show the out of bounds in the Dark Forest. There are maps for Dark Forest where you could take your path. What you're doing is looking for this, what are these guys called? Greebles? Something like that. In the tree. If you're on that screen, you're going the right way. And so the easiest strat, I guess I should show this. If you don't want to do out of bounds whatsoever, then I suggest leaving the dog sniffing completely and running with the boy. And this is the path you'll take, and I'm only going to show this path once. I hope I even remember this path. If the dog dies on this easy route, then it's okay, because you're not using him to move, and you'll get your HP back from the bad boy fight. But ideally, you're skipping that. So you can see we have all these long paths and long screen transitions. Okay, I'm still going the right way. It's been a while. No, this way, right? Yeah. Down. Around. Back up. Hey, back up. Sorry, Slivo. But thank you for the bit. The bits, I should say. Come down. Right here. And then you're bad boys. Oh yeah, Decapit. So, what you can do with bad boys, which is nice, because... Where the heck you going? You have out of bounds dog. You can position the dog over here while this fight's going on, and you can kill bad boys. And that lets you save a little bit of movement through the screen. You want to move while they're trying to spawn. This also gives you the Crusader Sword. Switch to the dog, exit the screen. Now, we'll continue on. This will be the path to Timberdrake. Again, you don't need the dog to be alive for this. And again, this is the easiest thing to do, but I highly recommend not doing this because this is such a time loss. Come down here. Further down. Come up here. Cut into that corner. Again, you want to take wide diagonals. Practice this movement if you're doing this. And then you come across Timberdrake. If the dog is alive, keep him sniffing, because he'll be towards the center of the screen, closer to the exit on the right side than the boy. You kill Timberdrake, and you get the lance. So that's the easiest way to get here. The hardest way to get here, which is the fastest way by a lot, is the out of bounds route. So shout outs to Dot and Slivu for talking about the code in this and how stuff is all interconnected. How do I want to do this? I'll do speedrun plus unlock the items. I think that's the best way to do it. Speedrun you're going to want to go for is this out of bounds route. So you're going to beat the dog, and in this practice ROM, the camera is not locked. So I'm going to show you this route as the camera's not locked, and then I'm going to go back to the game and show that to you with the camera locked to see what you'll actually see. Because a lot of this movement is going to be off screen, and you won't actually be able to see your characters, which might sound scary, but the pathing isn't too bad. Alright, so as soon as you enter the Dark Forest, you want to avoid enemies and run straight down on this first screen. And you're going to notice coordinates on the screen. Not that it's important to know for like the science behind it, but every time you go down a screen, you increment the coordinate by 10. Anytime you go right, you increment by 1. Consequently, anytime you go up, you decrement by 10. Anytime you go left, you decrement by 1. This is screen 4. We're trying to get to 146. So we're going to go right twice and down 14 times. So we go down. We come up and around. We go right. We go straight down. And I'll show more of this as we go. We go right and upright to hit that transition. Right and upright to hit this transition. Right and upright to hit this transition. Left and up left to hit this one. Left and up left. And I'm incrementing by 10 every time. Right and tight up. Right and tight up. Left and up left. Left and up left. Left and up left. Straight down. Left and up left. And what that does is bring you straight to Timberdrake. So I'm going to let the dog sniff. Now you're going to have a sword here, not a spear, but that is way faster to get to Timberdrake. And we'll talk about what happens when you do that in the run. Force actually only has 5 rooms in that one map. So let's go back in there just for now, just to kind of show this off. So you can see when I enter somewhere, you have this wide screen. So I've got a left exit, I've got a right exit, I've got this down exit. Okay, I accidentally went down. You've got a down exit, you've got an up exit, you've got a right exit, you've got a left exit, a right exit, a left exit, a down exit. There's a bunch of different of these screens kind of wrapped into one tile, if I can call it a tile, that you can use to decrement, increment your value, okay? So that was, if you need to watch that, go back and watch that. That was the path through the Dark Forest to Timberdrake. We need to see that the way that you'll actually see it in the run. So let's go back to the game. Now, another good benefit of buying the wings is that if you screw this up and you have extra wings, you can just wings back to the entrance of the Dark Forest and try again and still save yourself some time, as long as the dog is still alive. Okay, so you're going to enter this screen as the dog. You have the cutscene. Let's do the Dark Forest. So same directions, just with the camera locked. So first one, you're going straight down. Here you're going left, up, and then up right. Straight right. Straight down. Now here's where it gets a little tricky. I'm going to go right and upright, but the next 2 screens, I'm not going to be able to see my character. So I'm going to hold right going into those screens until I see the stamina start to drain. And as soon as I see the stamina start to drain, I'm going to hold upright. So we're going to go up, right, upright. I'm going to hold right, upright, right, upright. And then from here, I'm going to go left, up, left. Left, up, left. Again, with the stamina dropping. And then that brings us to here. Yeah, 2 left, up, lefts. From here, we're going to do a tight right and up. Tight right and up. And then left and up, left. Left and up, left once the stamina drops. A third left and up, left. Straight down. And a final left and up, left. Again, keep the dog sniffing. You'll have the sword here. So that keeps the dog far over there, so you can use the dog to go up there. Easy side, you don't have to keep the dog sniffing. You can even just run with the boy if you want, because he's going to get the lance here. Now, I didn't mention this before, I don't think, but with the lance, the boy runs the fastest than with any other weapon. So you want to keep the lance on the boy as much as possible. But that was Timberdrake, and that was forward out of bounds Dark Forest. From here, we don't have to do any of this ebb and keep stuff yet. We're going to go straight through this barrier towards Gomi's tower. The next major flag progression is killing Mungola. Make a save state. Gomi. Gomi. So let's go up Gomi's tower and deal with the biggest RNG boss in this game. At least for me. Gomi. So, easy, hard route. I haven't given up on you. There are still optional strats here. For Gomi's tower, the easy strat is to go straight into the door. Avoid that dragon. You'll see I'm waiting. It can cost up to 6 seconds of just waiting for the game to path the boy straight up to you. You go into this door, you start scrolling to the top. Okay. You can do that, or you can do a character switch on a trigger. So I'm going to run up. I'm going to get in line with this. And then I'm going to do a 1 sprint down. If you're a little higher, you can do a couple sprints down. It's basically the dog's shadow. It might be hard to see here. Maybe a little easier for you than it is for me. But you need almost all of the shadow to be past that door for you to know you're on the trigger. And then from this, you let go of everything, tap Y, hold select. And that'll force the boy to automatically go to the door. And that saves you 5-6 seconds. This is a good little strat. From here, you want to be the dog, because if you don't switch to the dog, you're the boy right now from that switch. If you don't switch to the dog more than likely just starts walking down to who knows what. And that can cause some damage. He gets hit. You don't want that. Because, ideally, you're not going to get the level up for killing Sterling. But, again, we have easy, we have hard strat. Okay? Let's go over to easy strat for Sterling. Easy strat, you're going to kill him with 4 spear attacks. So you're going to run over, hope you don't miss, hope he doesn't grab you. Now, obviously, sadness right there, huh? Sterling has a very awkward hitbox, or detection box. If you get too close to him, he'll grab you. While he's doing that, he's invincible and makes you sad. Now you have Atlas Glitch, so he's really not going to do too much damage to you, but it's a huge time loss to have to run back up here every time. So you're going to kind of see where he's at, bait out a hit, 2, 3, and a 4th hit kills him. What this does is it starts this cutscene with Gomi. You get Lightning Storm. It's a lot of conversation. You have the whole cutscene flying over to the sewer. You have to go through the sewer. And I guess we might as well show that too, huh? When you do that, you have to have the cutscene you missed with the Queen once you get out of the sewer. And then you can fight Mungola. So this is if you don't want to use any crush whatsoever. Okay, also for Lightning Storm, hold start. That'll clear out the spell equip menu. Rip Hypnotize, yeah. Rip the good strats. We don't really have... I mean, we do have the call beads for it if you use Sting. But... that's really not... I mean... That's a very niche case. Record, no. Switch to the dog. You're going to want to run with the flow. Avoid that. With the flow. Up. Come into here. So this is the easiest strat. It's the slowest strat by a bit. The hardest strat does save a bunch of time. It's just a little scary. But not too much to handle as long as you have good positioning. And we'll show that after this. I mean, yeah, if you have enough, but I'm not trying to go through a situation that nobody's going to do, does. Alright, so we're going to have this conversation. She talks, and then you're going to run straight left into the Mungola fight. Just to show it for completion's sake. Run left with the dog, straight into there, and that starts the Mungola fight. You can do that for safety. I don't like that because it will waste a bunch of time. So let's see what you can do to save time. We take the boy again. Okay, so that's 3 hits. You need the boy far enough away if you're using Crush. If you're using Sting, you can be a little closer, but you want to be careful. Now, we have the boy on defensive, so the boy's not going to go crazy walking after Sterling, which is great. But you need to make sure, once you're out of these menus, that Sterling doesn't come grab you. Because if he grabs you during this, again, he's going to be invincible, and your damage is going to be negated. We did 3 hits and 999, I believe. Which means we did 2,997 damage. He only has 3,200 HP. So we can use Crush. 1, 2, 3. And then a Wings. To kill Sterling. That sets up the flag for Mungola to appear. And just to kind of prove it, I guess. So that's the first use of Wings and why you buy them all the way in Act 2. So if I run all the way up here, we will hopefully see that our dearest Sterling is no more. Because he died. Even though the screen was faded out, he dead. Now, you'll actually be able to see him die a little bit if you're too slow casting the Wings, or if you're using Sting, Sting happens quicker than Crush does. But yeah, so we killed Sterling. Those Wings bring us down here. So coming out of that fight, hold just down and sprint, so you're here, and then go back into here. Now, you've got 2 choices. We didn't fight the bad boys in this path. We skipped straight to Timberdrake. So you can either do more out of bounds to get back to the chessboard, or you can use Wings to fight the bad boys. And I'll kind of show you both. So if you're sick and tired of going out of bounds and you don't like this off-screen stuff, but you did do it coming up here, the bad boys are still alive. So what you can do is come down here. Use the Wings. Why do I only have 1 Wings? Did I not? I guess I did use the other thing. Okay. In any case, use the Wings. Oh my goodness. You hope for not too many misses. You position the dog over here. So many dodges. you kill the bad boys. And this is going to do two things. One, it's going to equip the Crusader Sword on you, which you don't want. So right now, you want to switch back to your spear. And then you're switch to the dog. And while you're here, you're going to go into your boys menu again. And you're going to use your third wings. Now, this is the other route. I don't have it. You use the wings here, and that puts you back at the entrance of the Dark Forest. So that's how you can get through there. That's plenty fast. That's fine. But it's about 3 seconds faster if you don't use those wings. And if you only bought 2 wings in Nobilia, you can't do that anyway. The 2 wings are for Sterling and then Coleoptera. If you only bought 2 wings in Nobilia, you have to go out of bounds coming back. If you bought 4, then you have those extra wings to go out of bounds. Here comes the faster way through the Dark Forest backwards. So again, let's go ahead and show it in the practice ROM, and then we'll show it what you'll actually see. What's up, Wise? Alright, so let's give us normal speed run. Unlock items. And then I guess Timberdrake, yeah. So I'm just doing this fight. You go fight Sterling, you kill Sterling the way you're going to kill Sterling with the wings, and then you come back. I should say, if you are using Sting, it's the same kind of setup. You need to be able to use enough Crush or Sting to kill. 3 Sting is about 500 to 600 damage, to keep that in mind, and 3 Crush is closer to like 350, something like that, 400. So you're going to enter here. After you do that, you're going to come down here. And now let's go backwards to the Dark Forest. So we're going to go left into up left. Running against that wall, do the transition. From here, you're going to go left, down left to hit that transition. You're going to go... I need this over here because, my gosh, I can't keep looking back and forth. You're going to go straight down. You're going to go straight down. You're going to go straight down again. You're going to go up. Remember to avoid these dragons. You're going to go left, down left. You're going to go... Oh, and this is, by the way, the one-up guy, so high one-up guy. You're going to go down left. You're going to go down. You're going to go up left. You're going to go left, then down. Straight down. And then you're going to go down. And down. Up. Left, down, left. Down. Left. And then up. And this will put you back at the entrance. And that pathing, assuming you don't get hit by any dragons, but you're also, if you're fighting the bad boys, assuming you're actually hitting and not missing a bunch, that'll save 3 seconds. It could. I don't know. I haven't looked at Hundo for this yet. I was mainly interested in getting this all set up for any percent. I ain't making a guide for all the different categories. No, no, no. Alright, so let's reset the music. Alright, so from... I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. That'll fix the music. Sorry. Alright. So from here. Left into up left. Left, down left. Down. 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 Up. Left, down left. Down left. Down, up left, left, then down, 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 up. Left, down, left. Down, left, and up. And there you go. That brings you to here. Welcome back to the world of the chessboard. Now from here, you need to get to the top. This is a little sketchier than what it was before. I guess you could... There is a good diagonal path. Not really sure what it is. That could be pretty close to great. That's about as good as you're going to get, actually. And welcome back to the chessboard. Don't die. You only have 30 HP. A little scary. Must have got hit from something. So avoid these. Now, I do believe this bridge would be down. Especially when you enter back. That bridge would be down, but I went into the sewer to fix the music, so that bridge was up. That doesn't affect anything. You're gonna just come into here. Remember to run around the building. Run down here. Straight up left here. To the door. And then you're going to go straight up left into the Mungola fight, but I need to make a save state. And welcome to Mungola. Mungola spawns when Sterling is dead. You're hopefully saving a bunch of time by going backwards through the Dark Forest. Now we need to talk about two different strats here. You have your easy strat and your hard strat. Easy strat saves you, or easy strat costs you about 50 seconds. Hard strat saves you those 50 seconds. Easy strat for this, you switch to the boy. Try to kill these guys. And then just wail on Mungola. That kills everything. It's super quick. But it gives you this fanfare. It forces you to walk down here. Also, if you let the dog run off, he might do goofy stuff like that. We have this cutscene. King gives you 10,000 gold coins, which we don't care about, at least not in this category. We have this cutscene. And then you have the throne room, which has its own RNG set to where all three of these characters can individually walk all the way around the throne room super slow. It's RNG, it's a giant time loss, but when you're first starting and you're not that comfortable with the controls, that's kind of what you want to do, right? That's like your standard, or has been the standard up until a few months ago. And that brings you here. Also trashes the castle. The harder strat is to leave the room just as Mungola dies. So the developers did not remove some triggers when boss fights start. So after you kill both those puppets is the best time to do this. You want to take the dog, and you want to put the dog into here. So I can just show, if I walk out, you can leave the fight. And then when you walk back in, the fight starts back up. Okay? We want to have the dog on that trigger so that right when Mungola dies, we switch to the dog and exit the room. So let's kill these enemies. Luckily, dog will probably level up from this. Take the dog. Now I'll know if I'm on this trigger or not if the dog disappears. If I see the dog at all, the dog's not on the trigger. So I need to be able to bark until he's disappeared. Then we're going to kill these. We're going to run up to Mungola. We're going to attack him. There is a failure mode for this. It's very unlikely, but you can kind of pay attention to the damage you're doing. You don't want too many crits here. Mungola has, was it 5,000 HP? Which means you need to do 6 hits. Or 6,000 HP. You need to do 6 hits to kill Mungola at 6,000 HP. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. And then on the final hit, you want to buffer your attack. So I'm still holding R to sniff. I'm going to come out, and I'm going to go into my menu. I'm going to Y, B, Y. So Y, tap Y, hold B, hold Y. Like that. Hopefully that shows up okay on the input tracker. So now I'm in the attacking motion. On the next frame, I'm going to do lethal damage to Mungola. I don't think you can actually miss against Mungola, or at the very least, he's got a very high chance to get hit. So I'm going to release Sniff. I'm going to tap Y, hold select. And if I see a level up notification, I know I killed Mungola. Boom. And we exit the screen. So Mongola's dead. To prove it to you, we'll walk back in here. There's a hole in the ground for where the queen would have fallen, but it's just giving me the puppet show. Okay? Because the story has the triggers all kind of goofed up. That saves all those cutscenes. And allows you to continue on with your path. So, regardless, if you did the old way, you would start here with your character. The new way, you were up there and you come down. Either way, you want to hit this entrance right here. Up, right, to right, into here. Again, you're going to go right. And then into here. We're going to go to the chessboard again. Now from here, we need to avoid that entrance. Also avoid taking damage because it'll slow you down. And then enter here. That drawbridge is down once Mongola's dead. But the trigger's also active once Mongola's dead. You can't actually do that unless you step in the sewer, but especially after Mungola, you can come in here. Switch to the boy here and sprint with the spear. That's your fastest method of getting through the screen. It's worth switching to the boy there. Then down right to start these cutscenes. Oh no, I didn't. Yeah. So, because you're out of bounds, and because the dog can sometimes pick up certain things, the energy core is underneath the chessboard. And we skipped the cutscene like you would normally have with it, but it is there. If you touch it or get close to it, you might have a cutscene with it. It loses a couple seconds, but whatever, life goes on. Do not pick up the energy core. What we're going to do for the end of this game, since we didn't even get Diamond Eyes in this new route, is pick up a couple gauges and grab the wheel. If you grab that energy core, which you can do as the dog, Tinker will only talk to you about energy core stuff, and you won't be able to progress up to Act 4. So do not pick up the energy core, period. It's not worth it. Don't do it. Alright, we're mashing through the text here. Mungola. Okay. She'll give you call beads. You don't really have a use for the call beads. Now from here, it's your choice if you want to switch to the dog to run into that fight and then switch to the boy during the fight, or if you want to just take the boy into there. I tend to like to take the dog into here because you have to wait for the Mad Monk to spawn. Anyway, it's up to you. But let's make a save state just in case. So you assume the dog's over here. Take the dog just down right into here. You have this glass fight. You're hoping for minimal misses. There is a very rare situation I will talk about. I'm not going to show because it's super rare. If one of those dancing fools drops something, you can pick up frame perfectly that drop during the animation of your fanfare, or right before it. And if you do that, that allows you to move during these text boxes. If that happens, run off to the side of the screen and mash your A button or A and B button to get through text, and that'll help you screen transition faster and save some seconds. It's very rare, but it has happened before. After you kill, run over here with the boy and keep your fingers crossed. Welcome to Cutscene RNG. Where's the dog going? That's a bad puppy. That's a bad, bad puppy. All right, so the dog can do a couple things. Previously, he'd either come straight down those stairs to you, or he'd walk around like he just did, and that cost about 5 seconds. 4 or 5 seconds. It's a time loss you can't really help. Because of the introduction of Out of Bounds, sometimes the dog can actually walk down left off screen and get caught for a while before coming back, or he can walk up left off screen, get caught before coming back. That's time loss. It's scary, so fingers crossed on your RNG for that, okay? Okay. Meet Tinker. Tinker's going to give us the Windwalker eventually, but first he has to talk to us about the evil queen that, coincidentally, we already defeated. Story flags. Very important, and I need you to focus on this. You will soft lock your game if after this conversation, you exit to the right where the Windwalker is. For whatever reason, the way the flags are set up, and the way we've been doing this Out of Bounds, if you exit to the left, or if you exit to the right first, the Windwalker will not spawn. And he'll just talk to you, and then there's nothing for you to ride. So after this cutscene, and after you're done talking to Tinker, you have to exit the screen to the left first, and then come back right. So mash Y on that and that. He'll talk. Take the boy. Exit down here. Then come back. Now up to you if you want to run with the boy or run with the dog. The dog's not as affected by these stairs because you can run around them. But the boy does move faster than the poodle dog. It's up to you. And then when you come in here, Tinker spawns with the Windwalker, because now you're caught back up with the story now. And we're going to take this Windwalker to go grab a gauge. And then a second gauge. And then the wheel. But we're almost there, folks. We're almost at the end of the game. You've done so well to make it this far. You beat Sterling, hopefully, without losing too much time. I didn't actually talk too much about Sterling's softlock potential. Maybe we can talk about that while Tinker's talking. If Sterling picks you up and drops you like he did that one time I showed, he's going to sit in place until he casts magic. If for whatever reason you kill him while he's sitting in place like that, you'll soft lock after he's picked you up. He needs to cast a magic and get that out. So what you can do to knock him out of that is if he hasn't one hit left, you can hit him to like move him, and then he'll start flying again. If he only has one hit left, the only thing you can do is wait for him to cast magic. Once he does that, then he'll start moving again, and then you can do your crush or your sting or your fourth and final hit to kill him. It's up to you. Sorry, I skipped that. All right. Let us get in the Windwalker. So to get in the Windwalker, you just need to run into it. Ideally, because we're going to be using the Windwalker in Act 1, you have the Act 1 dog as close to the loading spot as possible. And I'll show you where that is when we get there. As far as piloting this thing, you can't move it until you're set in place. So let me go ahead and land again. And we'll come back up. So yeah, right where the dog is right here is about the loading position. You want him to hit there. Doggo, you're killing me. Because the Act 1 doggo is going to walk really slow getting there. So I'm going to hold down left and B, and you're going to see that nothing happens. You can't move until you're set in this position. So once you're in this position, we need to go to Act 1, but we need to go towards the swamp. So I'm going to hold down left and B, and then down after you've kind of straightened up parallel with where Tinker is. So you'll land here. This will be the upper part of Act 1 that we haven't even seen yet in the run. And you'll switch to the dog and run to the exit. From here, you're going to run to this exit around those flowers not to get grabbed. And then from here, straight up. And then once you run out of stamina, kind of move up here. The dog can, like the energy core, which you never want to touch as a dog, you can actually grab this gourd without having to do a character swap with the inputs. So I'm going to just tap B and then hold select. And that'll switch me to the boy. And if you have any luck whatsoever, he's already on the trigger. If not, you're just going to hold right to exit. So that gets us the gauge. We are going to run up with the boy. You're going to run around the Windwalker because you don't want to touch the wing because the dog is super far away from the loading spot. You want to run around that, get the dog there, and then run into it so the Act 1 dog has the least amount of space to travel. Hey, Sid. Thank you for the raid. Hope you're doing well. From here, wait till you're set again, and land back at Tinker. From here, you should be able to just hold up left and sprint with the boy. Also, leave the dog sniffing once you get in here. If you don't want to, that's fine. It's not that much, it's just a little bit of a time save. Go to where Tinker is, talk to him, you'll give him the gauge. Do you want to purchase? No. Do you want to record? No. Press Y, switch back to the dog, exit. Because Act 3 Poodle Dog moves pretty fast from walking, you can go ahead and touch the Windwalker with the Poodle Dog. That's as fast as it's going to be anyway. Again, down left and B until you evened out, and then just straight down. Ah, cool. And then you'll be the dog coming into the screen. Again, you're going to go pick up the gauge. Avoid these flowers. Run straight up. Then diagonal. And you'll be here. Now, this is going to be a little different. And I'm going to make a save state because why not? Once I pick this up, I need to be careful. While this music, this fanfare is playing, if you accidentally step on one of these volcano plates, you could softlock your game with a sound bug. I don't know how likely it is, just be careful not to touch one of those. From here, we need to get the Coleoptera. And I would say there's an easy and a hard route, but honestly, there's just one route. You can run all the way down through the Mammoth Graveyard, avoiding the boss fight, going through Fire Eyes Village and all that, but it's really not the best way. And there's a much easier way to get there. And let's load up the practice ROM so I can show this to you, just so you know what you're actually looking at. You. So from here, you get the gauge like we just got, and then you're going to run down, avoid that flower and avoid that pressure plate. For the most part, you could probably just kind of come down diagonally and then here, and that should keep you safe. And we're going to go into this cave right here, okay? All these caves are connected. I pulled up the the practice ROM so you could see. So this cave is the Jaguar Ring Cave. This cave is both the Raptor Cave and also an item selling girl cave. This is Hardball Cave. This is the Volcano Cave to the left of the volcano where Levitate guy is. And then this is Act 2 Drain Cave. They're all connected, all on the screen. So what you can do is when you enter this cave, just go straight right. Sprint and straight right as the dog. And that hits the trigger to come out of Hardball Cave. And that brings you here to the Bugmuck, where Coleoptera is to grab the wheel. Let's go back to the game. Because again, that's with the camera unlocked. Let's see what you're actually going to be seeing. So you come here, straight right with the dog. That brings you out to here. Now, you can enter the Bugmuck from any one of these arms. This one will bring you the closest to the top. There is no Z layer with out of bounds dogs, so you can just come to here. And so now we're going to go fight Coleoptera. This is why you have the other pair of wings. Excuse me. This is also the major reason that you set the boy to defensive. And I actually haven't done this before, so I'm interested to see how much time this is actually going to save. So we're going to run into this fight. What's kind of scary about this is the fact that the developers didn't actually remove the exit for this fight. So if you were... Okay, so first, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Coleoptera has 3 different actions. She'll cast Storm, or Lightning Storm, one of the two. She'll cast Flash, and then she'll cast Electrobolt. That Electrobolt actually is strong enough to pierce your invincibility, to do a flat 70 damage. You'll never see it. If you just want to kill Coleoptera, you'll run up with the boy, and you'll hit her over and over. Okay, sometimes you get knocked out, sometimes you won't. I will point out, her ribcage, if you do get knocked out of her ribcage, unlike Thrax's ribcage, where I didn't say it, but you have to hit his ribcage 3 times for him to open it, at least towards the beginning of the fight. For Coleoptera, that doesn't affect anything. You just need to run up against it, and you'll get put in. Hitting it does nothing. So you can continue to do damage, and then eventually Coleoptera will die. That's not the fastest way to handle this. A, the boy gets knocked back every time, which costs time to recover from it. B, it's better to, well, I guess that's kind of it. You're getting hit as the boy, and the dog's gonna die. So what you want to actually do, I guess it is, you don't want the boy to take the recoil damage. So what you can do is use the dog instead. Okay? But the dog is out of bounds, so there's no border blocking him. So at the start of the fight, you want to get out of center. And the reason you want to get out of center is because if you take recoil damage and get knocked out, you go back into the fight again. And while you don't have to go through the intro scene of it again, that does cost time, especially if you've done a bunch of damage to her, and that all gets reset. So, you're going to take the dog. You are going to run to the left. This is the harder strat. If you just want to kill her straight out with the lance, you can do that. That's fine. The hardest strat, take the dog, run over, attack, switch to the boy, keep the dog sniffing. Go into your boy's menu, use the wings. This will keep the dog alive, and that's important for something towards the end of the fight. But for now, use the wings, run, and then you can stop sniffing. You don't need, because the dog is going to be out of bounds and it's not going to come running towards you. You're going to attack, but switch to the dog during the attack. It's very tight input. It's tap B, press select. If you're fast enough with it, and then run up with the dog to here, because that dog takes a long time to walk himself up there. So the dog being alive means we can sprint up there. If we didn't use the wings on the dog, then the dog would be dead, would have to walk all the way up there. It costs some time. Because we moved the boy to defensive, the boy never moved out of that rib cage. Oh, I didn't. But that's a good point, because this is the first time we actually use it for such a case. Okay, good point. Thank you, Dot. Wings are a beautiful thing. Way back in the day, before we had Atlas Glitch for invincibility, we had wings, and that was how people survived the boss rush. If you use wings, the game, if you're in like a dungeon, will take you to the beginning of the dungeon. But there's some screens, like a boss fight, most boss fights, if you use wings, they don't work, and the game just says it didn't work. But it still does something. It takes away the game's ability to detect you as an entity, and so you actually won't take damage from anything. Thus, if you use wings in this fight, Storm and Flash, I'm not actually sure about that with wings with Electrobolt, but Storm and Flash won't damage the dog. This keeps the dog alive. If you were playing with one of the routes and you had high enough level, it would be possible to chance that the dog wouldn't die from a low roll Storm and then the boy tanking some of the hits. But it's easy enough just to have the extra pair of wings, use the wings, and then you're good to go. So the Coleoptera dead, and you're using the dog, because you're going to switch to the dog and bring him from the bottom all the way up here. You can be the dog or the boy. You'll probably be the dog coming up to here. But you can interact with that cocoon as the dog. That gives you the wheel. And now you can run to the Windwalker. Now what's special about Act 1 is that the Windwalker is simultaneously at both screens. Technically not, but it will spawn at both screens. So you're going to run back to this Windwalker screen in the path that I'm showing you. And if you do that, you'll make it to this Windwalker. And that's faster than doing any more out-of-bounds shenanigans to go through that. Alright, we are nearing the end, folks. It's the very same room and code. Oh, is it? It's just different stuff put in here depending on how far you are in the game. Alright. So, I'm going to show you one of two things you can do. Easy mode, hard mode. It's called landing skip. If you don't want to do it, that's the easy route. Either way, when you get in here as a dog, I'm right up next to this wing. Don't run into this Windwalker. You want to run up to here, switch to the boy, and then switch and run into it as the boy. That makes the dog not have to walk very far. From here, you can do landing skip or not. If you didn't want to do landing skip, just come here, land the Tinker. And then when you enter here, it'll start the whole cutscene for the rocket. However, if you do want to do landing skip, you're going to come up here, and I'll bring up the menu if I can, the map. You want to, for whatever reason, trash your Windwalker. They left a warp in. I believe if you enter the corner of the map at a specific angle while you're trying to land, it'll warp you to Tinker's platform. The angle for that is as such. From this landing spot, you're going to hold upright and B until you line up to a certain point, and I'll show that. Right about here. Now, what is this spot? This spot is parallel. This is how I line it up. Parallel with the edge of the desert right here. This is the spot you want to be in. So it's not actually the corner of the map, but it's going to be the edge of the map from here. So while here, I'm going to hold B and still hold up. So I switch from upright to up at that point. And that trashes your Windwalker. This is the default room. Okay. A fire pit connected to nothing. Interesting. That I didn't know. So in one motion, when we upright into up, once we're parallel with that desert, and you're holding B the whole time. Now, if you fail this, just go back and land at Tinkers. It's going to be way too hard to try to reposition yourself to do this. Also, some of you will do this. It has happened to some of us before. Do not do landing skip after the first gauge when you come back to turn it into Tinker. Because when you do this, you trash the Windwalker. There is no more Windwalker. It is gone forever. So if you don't have all the rocket parts, you've soft-locked yourself from continuing the game. This is just a nice time save to skip the animation of landing. I think that's it. Yeah. So once you enter here, that's good RNG. Sometimes the characters might walk up separately. Ideally, you get that RNG I just got to where they both approach there. Tinker's going to take your parts, and you're going to blast off the space. And we are going to Act 4. Congratulations, people. You survived, Sterling. You survived all those out-of-bounds forest shenanigans. You're going to Act 4. You're basically done. Except we've got the most aggravating trick in the world coming over. Now, for this this countdown, you can mash through the buttons to get through that faster. While we're flying through space, let me just point out, you can't grab 3 gauges. I don't actually know if you could grab 3, but if you do, he won't take a 3rd gauge. So that's why we fight Coleoptera, to get another key item. The game doesn't care most of the time what key item you give it, just that you're giving it a key item to get the rocket parts. So 2 gauges, 1 wheel. This stupid screen. From here, you have an easy and you have a hard route. Easy route, take the dog, run straight up, get to here. You're going to be waiting for about 10 seconds, I would say, for the game to path the boy up to you. It's the safest thing you can do, but it is a bit of a time loss. Alternatively, what you can do is you want to be the dog. And you want to avoid any tentacle while staying in bounds, like that, to get the boy to you, and then go into here. Now, you could do it as the boy, but the issue with that is that the dog might go out of bounds from being hit. And if he gets hit, he might not come back to you. It all depends. As such. So that could be a little troublesome. So the safe but hardest way to get through this is to take the dog through here. Keep him inbound so the boy can track. But stay far enough away from the boy. So the boy is sprinting the entire time. And then get into here so the boy doesn't have to walk very far either. Now, for this screen, you're going to just speed the dog. Welcome to Toaster Dog, by the way. Fastest sprint. Love him. Love Toaster Dog. And you just need to stay inbound so that the boy continues to sprint towards you. Once you get to here, enter here, come here, and you're about to get into the final boss. So, welcome to what we call Saturn Skip. If you remember, in the guide, back when we picked up the extra Amulet of Annihilation, we did a frame-perfect character switch and grab. I pressed, in one frame, I pressed B, went back into my menu, and then switched to the boy, and it was counting as the boy picking up a chest. But we were the dog. We're going to do that same thing, and this is where Saturn Skip comes from. Saturn, wonderful player, found this. Now, because we are on the normal floor, these things actually won't hurt us because the game thinks we are on the normal floor. Stay away from those things, though. So, from here, you're going to go down right to here. This is the final boss chamber. There's 3 different ways to get in here. It's up to you how you want to do it. My personal favorite from back in the day was the mash. It's especially easier on console when you have less input lag. What you're basically going to do is hold select and mash B. And if you're fast enough, you're gonna have the boy absolutely wreck you. Alright, as long as you don't move the boy when you come in here, that shouldn't happen. And you should fall into here like that. So that's one way to do that. A second way to do that, which is the most popular method, is to double buffer. So I'm going to go into my menu. Also, I should mention, when you are trying this in either of the methods, if I'm pressing B and nothing's happening, that means I'm in a good spot. If I'm attacking as the dog, I'm not in a good spot to do this. So I'm pressing B, nothing's happening, I know I'm in a good spot. Go into your menu. I'm going to YBY to initiate a B input. And then I'm going to initiate a character switch. Y into select, and that'll put me in there as well. The riskiest thing that I think you can do, although it's probably just as risky as mashing, depending if you're fast enough with it, is to do, if you've ever done like Link to the Past item dashing, it's kind of like that, where you press Y and B at the exact same time, and I have a hard time doing this, but if you can use 2 fingers, you can do 1 thumb. And I can't really do it that well, but you can simultaneously press YB to get in there and then press select. Yes, there's your good way. But for nostalgia's sake, I like to do it that way. That's super fast if you're fast enough for it. And that brings you to the boss rush. The last 5 minutes or so of your run. You're almost there, folks. We're almost there. Alright. Strap yourself in, breathe. We got a very difficult trick to do right now. So shout out to EvoWell. He ruined our lives for introducing this. Back in the day, you would take the dog and you would be able to run up against this wall because you didn't have out of bounds, and if you just was able to sprint the whole time, you would outlast the timer for these fans and speakers. And when they ran out, the boy would run up to you, you'd switch to the boy, and you kill all these things with the with your Atlas glitch. Good to go. Because we have out of bounds, we can't run up against the wall anymore. And that makes these continually operate until they run out, and then we run through the wall. And so if we try to go back, it starts another cycle. That's a pain in the butt. So there's a couple things to do. Let's talk about the easy, non-difficult, but really sufferable thing to do is using the intended way the game gave you to continue. You want to put the dog, if you're going to do this with the bombs, you're going to put the dog out of bounds because you don't want him taking damage. You want the dog to be alive at least for a little bit of this. Because a dead dog follows you around and that can generate lag in this fight. You want to stand in this second row. This won't work in the top row. I'm not sure if it works in the bottom row, but it's kind of hard to do in the bottom row. I think it won't because you're too far away. You want to stand in the second row and block these bombs to position them to where you want to go. Now, I guess it's the fans are the ones that you're worried about the most. I actually forget if it's the fans or the speakers. We'll see. Now keep in mind, you have to hit these bombs while you're at max power. Otherwise, you'll just kill them because of Atlas Glitch. So this is very tedious. It's time consuming. So you get that. Let's see if I kill this speaker. If I kill this speaker, so if you focus on the speakers, you can actually walk up here from the side or above and finish off the remainder of these fans if you focus on the speakers while you're hitting those bombs up. You don't have to. You can use the bombs to kill these fans, but if you kill all the speakers, you can take the dog to run up there around the trigger box for the fans, stand on here, get the boy to come up there by himself, switch to the boy, and then finish him off. From that, you're going to open up all of these switches, and that'll start the actual fight. The issue is that that's super slow and a pain in the butt. Instead, what you can do is try to outlast the timer. Now, I don't know if you have a biscuit still. If you do have a safety biscuit, that's good, because if you didn't die in the Dark Forest, you sure as heck might die here trying to do this. 2 bomb hits will kill the dog. You don't want that. Oh, excuse me. So let's pay attention. First of all, if I try to walk up here, 4. Non-stop, that fan timer is about 4 seconds. If I try to come from above, that speaker timer is about 2 seconds. For me personally, I feel I would do much better in a 2-second window than a 4-second window of trying to outlast the timer. So I'm suggesting that you do this next trick that we're going to show you from above. What you're going to try to do, I don't know if you can see it or not, underneath the dog, at the top of these stairs, there is a black line or dark colored line running across the top stair. That's the top of the detection box for these speakers. Also, the bottom of the stairs is the detection box for the speakers. We need to stay within that range for 2 seconds. Worst case scenario, you can start buffering immediately. You're in a hold A. Make sure you, when you come from above, you press your menu so you're above that bottom step and below the top stair. And I'm going to run diagonally to keep me in here. Now, the issue is that A, if you're not super fast, you might release, lag too much and coming back to it. Or the other issue is that that's 2 seconds at 1 frame increments. 60 frames a second is 120 inputs or buffers, right? Is it working out like that? That's way too much. Way too many. So what you're gonna have to practice is the really hard way is sprinting in that window and then finishing with some buffers. So I'm gonna come down in here with, I'm gonna walk into it and then turn around real quick with a sprint, try to outlast this, and right towards the end of the 2 seconds, which you'll get from muscle memory, start buffering. Oh, shoot, that was a lie. Let's do that again. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. So from there, that was perfect. That kept me up here. You switch to the boy, you start hacking away on stuff. It's not always gonna be like that. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Now I went below the stairs, so that reset their timer. Now I was going up right diagonally. I don't know if you could tell. If you go back and watch the video, you might be able to see. For this last sprint right here, I actually went a little further than the other one. So I know that was my last one. They're no longer blowing me back. Try it again. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm running up right. You're trying to come down. Okay, so now you can also, if you get too high, you can start sprinting right or left, and that'll let you know if you're there or not, but I'm just going straight right, so I'm not getting blown back. And boom, right there. Now I know I'm safe. It's a little bit more. Definitely. As I said, the easier strat, it takes a little longer, but if you're a beginner and you don't really want to mess with these buffers, because this is really hard to grasp. Even the old-timey runners that have been running this forever, it was a big concept to grasp at first. Now, one issue that you have the boy on defensive is you got to take the dog kind of far away so the boy kind of evens out to follow after the dog. But once you're on here with the boy, and I should show that failure actually. So I can't just... I don't know. He's not offensive, so he's not actually going to come up here. Let's switch them real quick. If you didn't have the... Oh gosh. If you had him full aggressive, if he ran up here, if I switch to him right there, it doesn't work. Even if I'm in the middle of those stairs, it doesn't work. So you really do need to have him... Let's see. Oh, that still worked. That was cool. Have the dog last through that, and then bring the boy up and switch to the boy. So now I can go ahead and kill these things. Now you're going to want to attack left or right, depending on the side that you're doing it, and open these as you go. Make a save state. It begins. Put the dog away from you and keep him sniffing. Alright, we have a bunch of waves of enemies we have to go through. First set, 3 waves of raptors. Wave 1 with the raptors, they're both going to spawn at the top. Easiest thing to deal with them is just hitting them up. You mash like that, they'll die. This cleaner bot comes in after every wave, a set of enemies, cleans up the mess, and then goes back to center and leaves. That's one way to handle it. Wave number 2, and for beginners especially, or even just you're trying to save a run, you definitely want to just make sure they die as fast as possible. One thing you can do that's risky, especially if you're at a lower level, is try to get them killed in the center of the screen so that sweeper bot doesn't have far to go. And you can do that because the spear actually has a hitbox behind it as well when you're swinging it. Now, I don't recommend this. For beginners, definitely just mash them into the wall. Wave 3 is the same as wave 2, one up top, one at the bottom. Mash them down here. That's fine. So again, for wave 3, hope you hit. Hope you get them locked up. Should be fine. They'll die. Cool. You can kill that sweeper bot. Do not kill that sweeper bot. Any of these sweeper bots. Don't kill them. Every sweeper bot you kill, the next wave of enemies, after they're dead, a death spider pops up. They cause lag. They have a lot of HP. They're hard to kill because of that. That costs time. There is one sweeper bot we're going to kill, but not yet. We're going to let all 3 of these go. And then he'll leave. Next up is the Eye of Rimsala. There's going to be 3 of them. Don't chase them. They're going to bounce off you and go away. Excuse me. As long as they're still on screen, they're going to come back towards you. So you don't need to go chase them. A lot of the times, you might just kind of get thrown off with how fast they turn around, and then it'll run away from you again anyway. So I think Clix was kind of doing something where you would do a few hits to one, a few hits to the other, then go to the third, and by the time you're there, they all converge on you. You can do that, but the easier thing to do would be just to go after one or the other. So you can kind of time out to swing when this first one spawns. The first one spawns here. I'm not going to chase. He'll come to me. I'm not going to chase. He'll come to me. And if you're better at it, you won't get them trapped. Kill this one. And so I'm actually just going to repeat that again. So that's the glory of having a safety. I wonder if I can clear that. Okay. That's Raptor Wave 1. That's from the save states. Raptor Wave 2. Again, I'm going to knock these straight down. That kills them. Sweeperbot comes down. Back up. And then leaves. Rimsalas. Oh, no. Sorry. Third wave. Third wave. You can be greedy if you want. Assuming you're going to actually make all the hits. Get that closer to the center. Sweeperbot doesn't have to go as far. It's very risky. Can do that. On the Rimsalas. And that's not too bad of a fight right there. Kill that. Killing that Sweeperbot will spawn a Death Spider on the wave after this one right here, which is the Bad Boy and the Bad Dark Toaster Dog. That's fine, because it's faster to have a Death Spider come in and then kill the Sweeperbot, which launches the next phase, than having a Sweeperbot come in and go pick up the Dark Toaster ingredients and the Bad Boy's ingredients, especially because we're going to kill the Dark Toaster. And that's compounding with the fact that we're killing this Sweeperbot, so he doesn't have to get these either. Alright, so that was the third Rimsalas. We're going to take the dog at this point and put him right here. Leave him sniffing, but you want to make sure he's in that TV. Not too far, but in that TV. Kill that, and then because he's out of bounds and in this spot, Dark Toaster is actually going to get locked right here and not run around. Dark Toaster has the highest evasion in the game, which is awful. You can keep Toaster Dog sniffing if you want. Let this spider spawn. So, okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. Dark Toaster, highest evasion in the game. If you let him spawn within the arena, which you can do, that's fine. It's very easy for him to get away and run around. Now, you can try to position him down by the door so you can block him. But because of his evasion, he can still kind of scoot around and you have to kind of readjust where you are. Unless you get really, really good RNG. The whole purpose of the J-Disc really is for that fight if you get the level 16 back. But yeah, this is the level 21 check. With that said, once Dark Toaster's down, this Death Spider spawns. Let this spider touch the center of the screen, because the Sweeper won't spawn until it does. So that happens, kill the Sweeper, kill this Death Spider super quick, and put the dog down here, so that he's away from everything. Next up is Metal Magmar. Metal Magmar is going to come rolling in. You're going to try to start hitting him while he's rolling down, just to get some free hits before he starts going all over the place. At this point, you really are just keeping the dog sniffing. Unless the dog died. If the dog died, you don't have to worry about that. Even you don't really have to worry about it anyway, but the dog will die from stuff running into him and whatnot. With the dog being halfway aggressive, you could let him be here to help you try to kill Metal Magmar and keep him from rolling around. The issue is, at Carltron, when Carltron spawns, having the dog on the screen causes a lot of lag. So you really kind of want to avoid that. So I'm going to leave the dog sniffing off to the side. We're going to mash to get through Metal Magmar. Now, I do want to mention that you can, if you mash on a good enough system, you can buffer these mashes. And that will sometimes, especially on Carltron, because Carltron has so much HP, perfect mashes can sometimes miss. So I'm actually mashing right now, and I know I'm trying not to be super perfect, because I just want to be sure I'm doing damage and not going faster than what the game can let an enemy hit. Because if you get hit twice, that's going to be 1,998, and if I swing again during that, I'm not going to take any damage. Or I'm not dealing any damage to that enemy. So you need to be a little slow with the mashing, but I mean, kind of just mashing as fast as you can is good enough for that. Alright, so at that point, Metal Magmar dies. Hopefully he doesn't roll all the way around the place. If he does, go after him. But once Metal Magmar dies, Carltron will spawn, or Carltron's robot will spawn in. You want to go to him and start hitting him and check to see when he starts jumping high in the air. And we'll kind of show that off. See where he spawns? So I'm going to be here. I'm attacking. He's high in the air. Because he's high in the air, I'm going to draw him further to the left side. Most of the time, you're going to be on the left side. It's okay to be on the right side, but the left side's easier, at least for me. You want to get him all the way against the left side of the screen so that some of his explosions are despawned because they're out of the barrier. And then really, once you're pressed up against the left side, you're hoping he doesn't jump too much anymore. And you're just mashing until he dies. Sometimes while you're mashing, the boy will actually start to move. Just kind of keep that in control. If he starts to move forward, try to turn around at some point, so get yourself into a spot where he doesn't move anymore. Timing for the end of the run is right when you see any kind of sense that you leveled up. Most of the time, that's going to be right when you see text on the screen that you leveled up. When that happens, the order is usually you level up, the game freezes for a second, then you hear explosions. But your timing will be right when you see the level up message. It's RNG how much he jumps right there. That's time because I leveled up. GG. Thank you, Clicks, for the raid. You just beat Secret of Evermore any percent category. Awesome. Congratulations. Give yourself a pat on the back. I hope you enjoyed that run. Congratulations on getting through all the RNG that there is that this game has to offer. Oh my goodness. So yeah, that's kind of the run in a nutshell. I kind of went through most everything I could think of as far as easy strat versus hard strat that at least made sense. There's things in that fight that you can draw from Zeal's guide that's a little more specific and technical for things like the boss rush fight, because that is similar towards the end of it. So I do recommend you watching Zeal's guide to go through a lot of the basics and to really hammer down how you're supposed to sprint through things. But hopefully you find this useful. This was a long guide, and I know it's probably almost as long as Zeal's, but take it in. Hopefully it's easy to kind of skip through the sections when you need it. Thank you for watching, and good luck on your speedruns.